Thanks for watching and much love. Warning/disclaimer. This is comedy/satire. In no way are these our real opinions. We are all idiots and should not be listened to. This show is not intended for persons under the age of 18. This show is purely entertainment. Sensitive viewers, please leave. We are not responsible for any offense or any feelings that are hurt. This is for entertainment purposes only. Chris Lestrange and any other person on this show are entertainers. They are not to be held responsible/liable for opinions expressed in this show. The things that are said in the show are fictional or only for comedy/debate purposes. Well, let's get into it.
What's up? How y'all doing? What's up, everybody? How y'all doing? Legends, let's go. Another episode of D.N.A Deep Neutral Analysis, episode 7. 10:44 Wakanda time, Thursday PM. Let's go. Oh yeah. Right, we got an interesting one today. I look like a fucking gnome. I look like a camo gnome. Um, Comedy, stand up, and comedy as a whole. I'm gonna be looking a little bit at that today. I thought it would be a bit of a nice tie-in to our show we're doing tomorrow. Keep it similar topics, slightly different approach. But try and keep it a little bit cohesive. I thought that would be a nice little idea to do. Just figure out where I'm gonna put everything. Shit lying everywhere. All right, that's fine. It's good enough. All right, welcome. Who's all here? Who's all here? Hmm. Um, I'm here and ready, legend, Mr. Ferrer. I gotta hit you with the for the emperors, getting us cracking over here. You legend. What's up, sir? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you as always, man. Shout out to you, the legend, the man himself, Mr. Ferrer. Flora, I didn't see. Oh, Flora, the stream that wouldn't miss if you paid me. Let's go. Appreciate that. That's high praise right there. Jacoba, how you doing? The Chuck Danger, how you doing, brother? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Mr. Abe Dinkus, Mr. President. How are you doing, sir? Good to see you. Good to see you, bro. Good to see you, man. Let's see quickly. Mr. Abe, always good to see you. Always good to see you, bro. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. Doing well. Doing well. Let's go. Legend. Wait, Nightbot's busy doing some shit right now. Hold on. Let me just sort out Nightbot's stupid clanker self. Before he starts shenanigans up. Yeah, there we go. Enough of that, Nightbot. Behave yourself. Behave yourself, bruv. All right, Nightbot's good. I sprayed him with some water like a kitty cat. He's glitching in the corner right now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. For the Emperor. For the Emperor, indeed. Let's go. Well, welcome. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. We're going to be doing, like I said, some comedy business today. We're going to go through a bit of the history. Where did all the jokes start? Where did all the jokey jokes start from? Who started doing jokey jokes? Who's responsible for the farts and the humorisms and all of these things? So we're going to take it back quite far, and then we'll work our way into modernity and see what's going on in comedy today. What's going on? People still making jokey jokes? Who started the jokey jokes? And are we still even allowed to make jokey jokes? Felt like somebody stabbed me in the face just then. Dude, my nose. Deathcat scratched me, like stuck her paws in my face like she usually does, but she scratched me right here on my nose. And like it's dry and it keeps tearing. It's like why I think gay people put lip ice on their lips so they don't crack. So that's happening, but with my nose. And it's annoying. So it keeps feeling like somebody's stabbing me or pulling out mustache hairs. Make me bloody sneeze on stream. That's what's gonna happen. All right. And what's interesting is I even found some South African stuff about one of our local legends that is so renowned worldwide that I even found these bloody DVDs when I was in Asia, man. I was like, no way. Our South African, one of our most well-known South African comedians slash prankster slash character, dudes. His DVDs are even, you can even find that shit in Taiwan. And this was pre-internet days. This was like when DVDs were still being, were still the main source of entertainment. And I couldn't believe that shit that they had all of his DVDs. So clearly he was quite popular. And we knew he was obviously popular in our country, but it's just crazy that it's like it was worldwide and people all over knew who he was. So I thought that was pretty interesting. So I see there's a little bit of a rundown on him that dropped recently, and that kind of spurred on this topic. So that was quite interesting. So we'll even have a look at that. If granting we have time for that, we'll leave that to one of the last ones. Hopefully we can get it in, because seeing as that kind of kicked off this category. So I think, yeah, let's kick it off. Let's take it back old school styles. Let's take it back old school styles and see what's going on with the jokey jokes. All the way back. Open your mind before your mouth. Aristophanes, back to the Greeks. We're going philosophizing. We're going to the philosophers and philosophizers, and seeing if they were they the ones that started jokey jokes. I mean, we've covered on previous streams. We spoke a little bit about Diogenes and him being a funny bastard. Diogenes the cynic. So let's have a look. Seeing as the credit seems to go to Aristophanes as being the father of comedy, the main man, joke man. So let's see what's going on here. Main man, joke man. TED Talk, main man, joke man type of shit going on here. So let's have a look, see.
At the annual Athenian Drama Festival in 426 BC, a comic play called The Babylonians, written by a young poet named Aristophanes, was awarded first prize. But the play's depiction of Athens' conduct during the Peloponnesian War was so controversial that afterwards a politician named Cleon took Aristophanes to court for slandering the people of Athens in the presence of foreigners. Aristophanes struck back 2 years later with a play called The Knights. In it, he openly mocked Cleon, ending with Cleon's character working as a lowly sausage seller outside the city gates. This style of satire was a consequence of the unrestricted democracy of 5th century Athens and is now called Old Comedy. Aristophanes' plays, the world's earliest surviving comic dramas, are stuffed full of parodies, songs, sexual jokes, and surreal fantasy. They often use wild situations, like a hero flying to heaven on a dung beetle, or a net cast over a house to keep the owner's father trapped inside, in order to subvert audience expectations. And they've shaped how comedy's been written and performed ever since. The word comedy comes from the ancient Greek komos, revel, and ois, singing, and it differed from its companion art form, tragedy, in many ways.
I kind of initially, obviously, I assumed, so even this is new to me, which is interesting. So we're kind of doing this together over here. So I also kind of assumed that it would be rooted in poetry and music. So this is quite interesting. So obviously in plays, obviously that would be the first if we're talking about on the stage comedy. So old young Aristophanes over here with his comedic plays being the first, I guess, proper stand-up or comedy play type of situation happening, which is quite interesting.
Ancient Athenian tragedies dealt with the downfall of the high and mighty. Their comedies usually ended happily.
Miss Marin, how you doing? How you doing? The young Miss Marin, the legend, always America 1776. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome in. Welcome in. We're doing comedy today. We're doing jokes.
And where tragedy almost always borrowed stories from legend, comedy addressed current events. Aristophanes' comedies celebrated ordinary people and attacked the powerful. His targets were arrogant politicians, warmongering generals, and self-important intellectuals.
Why that one look like Donald Trump? Why that one look like Donald Trump? I feel like y'all doing some shit over here. Why that one look like Trump? I bet you do with no Greeks that look like Donald Trump. That's some shenanigans happening here. Ted, you guys showing your biases. It's looking like some biases going on here. Some bisexual oceans, some biases. So Obviously, that's kind of, well, obviously assumed with jesters and what we know, I guess some people that are kind of have understanding of comedy, it kind of its source was always to be a criticism. Comedy was used as a method to criticize, but subtly doing criticisms in a way where you have people laughing, but you engage them in a thought of criticism, but you veil it under a performative thing to kind of achieve laughter out of people. But it's meant to kind of plant that little seed of questioning, is this more than a joke? Was this meant to be funny? And that's kind of where it's like a veiled criticism coming through in humor. So obviously, yeah, it's obviously targeted at the people in power first. Even when it comes to like jesters being called jesters, that was targeted at the kings. They were meant to be to entertain them, but also one of the few people that were, I guess, in a sense, legally allowed without being, well, not legal. Legal was a arbitrary thing back then. It was kind of, you were permitted to make jokes about the emperor and not be killed, or king, or whatever.
The people who sat in the front row of the theatre, where everyone could see their reactions. As a result, they were referred to as komodoumenoi, those made fun of in comedy. Aristophanes' vicious and often obscene mockery held these leaders to account, testing their commitment to the city. One issue in particular inspired much of Aristophanes' work, the Peloponnesian War between Athens and Sparta. In Peace, written in 421 BC, a middle-aged Athenian frees the embodiment of peace from a cave where she'd been exiled by profiteering politicians. Then, in the aftermath of a crushing naval defeat for Athens in 411 BC, Aristophanes wrote Lysistrata. In this play, the women of Athens grow sick of war and go on a sex strike until their husbands make peace. Other plays use similarly fantastic scenarios to skewer topical situations, such as in Clouds, where Aristophanes mocked fashionable philosophical thinking.
Is this the origin of the 2B movement? Is this the origin of feminism and the 2B movement? See, this shit started in Greece. Greece started a lot of shit. Bloody Greeks, dude. You guys gave us a lot of cool shit, but now you also gave us some L's, though. You guys just been handing down L's too, unfortunately. It wasn't all good.
Alcibiades enrolls in Socrates' new philosophical school, where he learns how to prove that wrong is right and that a debt is not a debt. No matter how outlandish these plays get, the heroes always prevail in the end. Aristophanes also became the master of the parabasis, a comic technique where actors address the audience directly, often praising the playwright or making topical comments and jokes. For example, in Birds, the chorus takes the role of different birds and threatens the Athenian judges that if their play doesn't win first prize, they'll defecate on them as they walk around the city.
We'll shit on you.
Perhaps the judges didn't appreciate the joke as the play came in second. By exploring new ideas and encouraging self-criticism in Athenian society, Aristophanes not only mocked his fellow citizens, but he shaped the nature of comedy itself. Hailed by some scholars as the father of comedy, his fingerprints are visible upon comic techniques everywhere, from slapstick to double acts to impersonations to political satire. Through the praise of free speech and the celebration of ordinary heroes, his plays made his audience think while they laughed, and his retort to Cleon in 425 BC still resonates today. I'm a comedian, so I'll speak about justice, no matter how hard it sounds to your ears. Did you know that TED Ed has a student voice program? Students between 8...
Nobody cares. Nobody cares about lesbian butt stuff studies. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. That was interesting. All right, so that's pretty interesting. Pretty interesting. Mr. Aristophanes coming in here. I want to see something. I guess what we could, I think, yeah, would probably be the best. Yeah, we'll start it off there. Then we'll go into that off. Yeah, I think, yeah, let's go into that. Let me see.
You think you're going to hear some jokes?
Now we're getting, now we'll jump course from there and we'll move it into modernity and into stand-up itself, right? The art form of stand-up. My fellow students with the first version. Nice to see you guys. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see everybody. Welcome, welcome. Let me quickly see. Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's fine. Sweet. Why? I feel like I was meant to do something before the stream started and I didn't do it. But everything seems fine. I have all of the things. Oh, there we go. That's what I didn't do. I didn't pin the stuff. I didn't pin the thingamabobs. That's what I was missing. Wait a minute. Did I also mess? Oh, wait. I messed this up. I need to do that. I need to pin that, and then I messed up the goal. That's what I did wrong. I wanted to say something doesn't, something's off. Something's not correct here. See, I thought, yeah, yep. I knew it. Okay, hold on. Let's remove this. Let's remove that, and then let me quickly fix that, and then we should be good. And anyways, I think 3 hours is fine, even though the show's not 5 hours. Well, I'll still keep the goal to 3 hours. Give it as much time as possible. Let's do that. Funny on. Okay, yeah, that's cool. Nice. Okay, cool. Sorted. Sorry for that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I did that wrong. Dang it. There we go. Sorted. Let's go. Okay, sorted. Let's go. Did you fix Nightbot last night? Yeah, I did. I fixed Nightbot now when I started the stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, no, I got his little clanker booty. When the stream started, I remembered. Right, here we go. I didn't know the ladies. Were there ladies doing stand-up back in the black and grey? I thought women were chained to the bloody ovens. I thought they weren't allowed to leave the kitchen. The feminists been lying to me. They said women were in cages and they couldn't even go outside and get sunlight back in the day. How would they be doing stand-up in the black and white days? This is before the world even had color, dude. This is so long ago. The world didn't even have color back then. Flowers were just gray. This is how old this shit was. Dang, dude. I don't know. These people telling me I don't see no chains on this lady. And this lady looks like, I mean, I don't know because it's black and white, but this lady seems like she's melanated. How was she able to steal? You know what I'm saying? You're not going to say, I mean, but you guys know what I'm saying. I mean, you guys know what I'm saying.
The word is not. You got a white folks
Oh, that was illegal.
Somebody was awfully interested in these words.
Think about that for 2 minutes and tell me you don't want to walk into the ocean.
I think there's something pretty incredible about stand-up comedy. Browsing Netflix, you'll find movies with multi-million-dollar budgets showcasing state-of-the-art special effects, providing the greatest spectacles that any human has ever witnessed on a screen for entertainment. You'll find television shows with dozens of locations to support large casts of characters as they thread multiple plot lines through episode after episode. You'll find animations that an entire team of overworked and underpaid artists painstakingly rendered from scratch as they produce fantastical worlds that no camera could ever hope to capture. And among all of them, not just competing but thriving, is a genre that consists nearly entirely of a person standing alone on a relatively barren stage and just talking.
Because obviously we ran through that, right? Like the logical conclusion would be probably court jesters, which I would say would have possibly been a more appropriate place to start this off with. Let me actually see, because I kind of flobbed on that one. Let me quickly check something, actually, before we get into this. 1 second. Let me just check something quickly. Let me check something quickly. Oh, dude, is it? No, I don't want to do another. I mean, I hate this guy so much. You know what? I'm not playing this guy's video. You know what? I'm not actually playing this guy's video. So we're going to do this a little bit out of order. All right. Yeah, no, Wanda Sykes. She had some good stuff back in the day. All right. Wanda was okay back in the day. So what I'm going to do is we're going to pause this quickly because I kind of want to get it in timeline. So this is actually where this was meant to start. So we're just gonna edit. I mean, we're gonna edit it out, but we're not gonna edit it out. We're just gonna flip it around. So this is not the droids you're looking for. With starting the stream right now. It's not responsible. Welcome to analyzing. This is the history of comedy and things and stuff. And let's go. And then here we go. Let's start it off here. Because obviously it would have moved from jester, single man acts to forms of comedy that was allowed or permissible into theater, which would be where we get into the Greeks. And then it would move from there to continuation into theater. From theater, cutting it down to singular persons when personalities became a thing. And personalities would have been in the early days of film. So from the inception of film, that would have been when personalities came in. Shout out to Miss Marin there with the Marilyn Monroe, bringing up when we first started getting personalities within these things. I mean, yes, there were famous actors back then that were in plays and stuff. I'm not taking, I know personalities were a thing, but I would suggest that's more along, I mean, it's kind of, I'm trying to like rationalize it, but it's probably the same. I would probably say the inception of personalities with regards to performance was probably even before movies. But I would say then it moving into a singular person on stage art form, which would be modern stand-up comedy. So let's swap this around quickly and pull that up first. Here we go. And we get a rundown from this guy. I don't like that other guy. I don't like that other dude. He doesn't even do his own research or his own videos. He just fucking has like 7 channels and people giving him scripts to read. Hate that Baldy McBoldenstein. And these glasses talking all British and shit. I don't need no dude telling me what sounds like brick. I don't want no dude telling me what sounding like brick and shit. I don't even like how brick sounds, and I love his ass. I'm gonna listen to some other dude that sounds like brick. Fuck that. All right, let's go.
Clowns, buffoons, fools, jesters, jokers of one kind or another have been part of the history of almost every culture in civilization. The comic actors of the Roman Empire are probably the direct predecessors of the jesters of the Middle Ages.
Well,
although
it can be whoa, man, or it can be wow, man. It's like, wow, that's a man, but it's got titties. It can go both ways. It can go both ways.
Jokers at that time, comic actors are likely to have been the forerunners in both their style of comedy and attire. Many Roman emperors decided to rid their empire of actors, claiming them to be damaging to society. Whilst fleeing persecution, those performers spread their trade all over Europe, possibly leading to the development of the jester.
Those would have been in the medieval ages.
Although it should be noted that jesters were prevalent in other countries such as China and India.
Yes.
The wish to be entertained
jesters were a thing all around the world.
Laugh was and still is universal. During the medieval period, lucky jesters were the ones who were employed by nobles or royalty to perform at court. But he or she wasn't just an entertainer, they were part of the social fabric
Maybe a bicycle
of the region.
clown.
Court jesters were valued with great privileges. Let's travel back in time and take a look at the life of a medieval jester. Welcome to Medieval Madness.
Let's go. Let's go. See, this is way better than Baldy McBoldenstein, brick sound and bastard videos. Let's go.
Between the 12th and 17th centuries, the term minstrel,
that's what I was saying, music and poetry,
described any person who was a professional entertainer of any sort. This included acrobats, jugglers, and even storytellers,
Yes.
but more specifically, musicians.
Clowns.
During the Middle Ages, many of these minstrels toured from place to place, staying for a short time in a town or village whilst business
traveling.
was good. Although some of the most
'cause they had
talented and well-respected were
The thing is,
permanently
it's
employed
interesting because it's interesting because it perfectly correlates with stand-up comedians now. It's like, well, I got my bit, I got my good jokey jokes. And then people are like, we're tired of your shitty jokey jokes. They're like, well, fine, I'll go to another town where people don't know my jokey jokes. And then they hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back till you got new jokes, man. So that's interesting. So even back then it worked, because you usually think of like the jesters as being locked to a certain person, but it makes sense that they would travel. So it's kind of similar to bards. I was trying to think I was thinking poetry came from music, but that's not possible because music would have existed before poetry, like drums and singing and things would have existed before rhyming structures and poetry existed as a formal thing. Music would have existed before poetry. That would have been music into poetry where comedy came from, and then obviously plays came from long poems and stories. Okay, anyways, carrying on. I'm just trying to wrap my head around this.
Court or by other rich households whilst they were able to command a high salary. These minstrels could be found across the whole of Europe. In France, they were known as jongleurs or troubadours. In Germany, minnesingers. They were called scops in England, skulls in Scandinavia,
and musicians.
And bards in Ireland. Traveling
bards
from place to
in-
place,
okay,
they
so
not
bards
only
is
provided a
Irish.
source of entertainment with their ballads and stories, but they also served as a way of delivering the news.
Yes.
Information from the villagers
Yes.
would be shared with the minstrel,
agree
who
with
would
that.
impart this news to the townsfolk in the next village they performed at.
That's a good order, yeah. Makes sense.
During the period of the Middle Ages, a person's station in life was governed by the family that they were born into. A blacksmith would teach
That
his
makes
sons
sense.
how to be blacksmith, as
Makes
would a
sense.
stonemason. A peasant would remain in the lowest social rank, but the
Get
European
him, he
jester
stole
could
some
come from
tomatoes.
any
Get
background.
his ass.
They might be a clerk who's fooling around to amuse the noble, a cottager who was known for their wit and joke-telling, or even an
Cottager.
ex-monk who had been expelled from the abbey for their antics.
Drunk
It wasn't
monk.
easy being a jester. It was a job that needed intelligence and quick-wittedness. A
Yeah.
fantastic memory was essential for memorizing any epic poetry, heroic stories, or even just the news that you spread between villages. There was also a need to be able to improvise and adapt, depending on the audience. Children would want to hear pretty lullabies, whilst the older people would prefer a retelling of some bloody war story or another. Tact was also a requirement. A jester needed to appear whenever needed, but fade into the background when required to, which was a skill in itself. Jesters were given a free rein to say whatever they liked, but they had to be careful that they didn't upset too many people or go too
Yeah.
far. There
Off
were
with
two
his
sorts
head.
of fool, natural and artificial or licensed. Either way, those that had physical deformities, such as misshapen limbs, hunched backs, or exceptionally ugly faces, were particularly valued, as were
Yes.
dwarfs. They used their physical appearance to their
Dwarfs.
advantage to gain extra laughs.
Leprechauns like
There are
Terrier.
stories of natural fools being recruited from poor families as they were thought to have been touched by God. A disabled
Yeah.
child or adult would be a huge financial burden to a peasant family, and it would have been a great help to have them taken on and cared for by a wealthy one. The
Makes
fool
sense.
would be unpaid, but provided with clothes, bed, and board.
Yeah, you basically
Once
get
these
looked
poor
after.
souls were no longer amusing to the household, they were cast out, and although some were given alms
Be
regularly,
entertaining, clown,
most
and then you
sadly
get
ended their
food.
days as beggars.
Yeah, because
The tradition of having
begging
a
is
fool at
also
court
like
dates back much further than the Middle Ages.
this would also have correlation in like begging, but not only begging itself, but busking, right? For juggling, music, all of these things. It would have, begging led to busking, and obviously professional jesters, i.e. clowns. It's like, well, we can start a business with this and just get a bunch of fucking freaks and midgets together, and then we can make this a business, and that's how we got circuses. It's a clown show.
They were employed not just for entertainment, but also to ease the mental pressures for both the monarch and his nobles. In this way, the jester would help their employer to focus better on their duties and political affairs. By the end of the 12th century, the name fool began to be used when describing a jester who had earned payment in the manner of land, as well as the freedom to leave court.
Dude, that's a
although
good
they
deal.
did have
Jokey
to
jokes
agree to return
for
as
farms.
and when required.
Hell
During
yeah,
the
dude.
medieval period, court jesters were held in great esteem, especially in the royal household. This prized
How many jokes gets me one farm? How many jokey jokes for one farm, my liege?
position meant that they could tease their patron without causing too much offense, often speaking the harsh truth to their superiors disguised as humor. This ability was known as the jester's privilege, and although people laughed at their silly stories underneath, the folly was usually a lot of common sense and cleverness. It was a complex job that required much thoughtfulness, insight, and discretion, as the jester of Philip VI of France found out. In 1340, Edward III of England defeated the fleet of the French King Philip VI at Sluys. Of course, no one wanted to give Philip the bad news. It was left up to his fool, who, once in the king's presence, was heard to mumble, "Those cowardly English men, those chicken-hearted cowards." How so?" asked the king. "Why, because they had not courage enough to jump into the sea like your own sailors, who went headlong from your ships, leaving them to the enemy, who did not dare to follow them." Court was often controlled by fear and insincerity, and it was essential that the truth be dressed up as silliness in order for it to be accepted. It's impossible to know how many crazy ideas a jester had discouraged by whispering into the king's ear, or how many calamities were caused because of his bad advice.
Lobotomy him, lobotomize him.
As far as physical entertainment went, singing, dancing, acrobatics, and juggling were all indispensable skills for the jester, as well as being able to play an instrument, perform ventriloquism, puppetry, and sleight of hand, even when carrying out their main job, that of making their employer laugh. Part of the comic appeal of the jester was their traditional costume.
It's pretty much anybody who could do art on the road. Anybody who could in an instant start doing something entertaining at that point. Music, art, juggling, acrobatics, anything that was entertaining.
Also meant to cause amusement. During the early medieval period, it was not unusual for the head to be completely shaved. Then they would wear a hat with the ears of a donkey on top of their head. Some would also wear a donkey's tail as well. Later, a cowl was worn, similar to that of a monk, which would fall off onto the shoulders to give them a comical look. This hood was usually topped off with a coxcomb, the comb of a rooster, which was traditionally used to adorn a fool's head.
Dickhead, bro.
By the late medieval age, the hat had evolved. Made from a soft cloth, it now had 3 points, which represented the ass's ears, worn in the earlier period.
I was just meant to
jingling
simulate a
bell
donkey.
was fastened onto the end of each point, called the cap and bell. This is the design that we associate with a fool's hat today. They might also carry a type of pretend scepter, known as a bauble or marotte, with a carved miniature grinning head on the end. It would often be made to look like the jester themselves, and was also adorned with a cap and bell. Some fools carried a mock weapon, such as a wooden sword, an inflated bladder on a stick filled with peas to make a type of large rattle, or a padded club. These types of props were used to add extra quirkiness to their cavorting. A motley coat or tunic was worn, made from bright, mismatched colours such as red and green, or yellow and blue. This was meant to highlight a lack of symmetry and give emphasis to the mayhem and unpredictability of the fool. Many also had bells around the skirt or at the elbows, so that the jester could be heard tinkling wherever they went. Bi-coloured, tightly fitting breeches and stockings were worn on the legs. The whole outfit was usually designed by the fool themselves and had to be maintained regularly. In contrast, the natural fool would usually be dressed in a long gown.
So, okay.
The role of messenger was also part of the job description for a personal jester.
That's the shitty part of the job right there.
They would go into battle with their master and the rest of the troops and deliver messages to the opposing side, such as terms of surrender or conditions for the liberation of hostages. Jesters were traditionally thought to be scared, and it was customary for them not to be harmed in any way, but that was not always the case. If
Don't shoot the
message happened to be
messenger.
something that the opposing army did not want to hear, It would be the fool that suffered the consequences.
Yep.
It was not unusual for the angry leader to shoot the messenger right back at the enemy by loading him into a catapult or a trebuchet.
That's why we shoot people in the circus out of cannons.
Killed beforehand, and that it was their severed head that would fire back. But sometimes, unfortunately, it was a live fool that was sent airborne.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's the bad part of the job description.
However, one minstrel that showed himself to be more than just the average jester was the Norman dwarf named Taillefer. He was a French
legendary
who traveled
dwarf!
over from France with William the Conqueror during the Norman conquest. By mid-battle, the French were becoming weary and in danger of defeat. On horseback, Taillefer juggled a sword while singing the Song of Roland at the English troops during the Battle of Hastings. His antics caused one English soldier to break ranks from the shield wall. Taillefer saw his opportunity and attacked the Englishman, decapitating him. He then charged at the English line, killing more enemies before he was overcome. Taillefer is credited with lifting the spirits of the French army, which then rallied and won the battle and subsequently the kingdom.
Okay.
And he is not the only jester of note. Many were quite powerful and had great influence throughout medieval society. Roland the Farter was court jester to King Henry II of England in the 12th century. Actually an accomplished flautist, he was famous for the art of breaking wind, and was especially sought after during Henry's Christmas festivities. There, the charmingly named jester would perform a simultaneous...
I think I found a good one. This is why I didn't want to do the stupid British jokey joke assholes video. Because I knew he was just going to read a script that some of his stupid little interns pulled up for him, where this dude is his speciality is actually medieval history. So it's like you get one from a dude who's actually passionate about, I just realized the cam's off. You get one from a dude who's actually passionate about the source material, or you get a dude who's just reading a script. And clearly the one where a dude actually cares about the source material is the better version of it. So
fart, whistle, and jump. Roland was so well respected by his king that he was rewarded with
Roland the Farter
Hemmingstone Manor, as well as an annual payment. At the court of Edward I, known as Longshanks, Tom the Fool was awarded the huge sum of 50 shillings because he performed so well at the wedding of Princess Elizabeth. Many others were also able to take advantage of their position and turn their good fortune into wealth, helping to obtain profitable deals and jobs for friends and family. Another jester who was determined to make the most of his skills was Rahere. Using his wit, he became invaluable to the nobility and was referred to as a minstrel. He was particularly good at making fun of people and spreading outrageous gossip behind their backs, amusing everyone who was listening. Not only did he perform clerical work, but he also became jester to King Henry I in the early 1100s.
Tutor William.
Rahere would at times adopt the behavior of an idiot, which greatly entertained the servants.
Well, idiot makes sense with the whole trope of the fool. Sorry. My throat's been messed up this whole day. I don't know why. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, no, I know. I turned it off. And then I forgot that I turned it off. I was busy watching the doc here. I was like, dude, your camera's still off. What's up, Will? How you doing? Our other William. We're doing a look back at comedy history and seeing where the roots are and where the... Hey, what's up, buddy? Yeah, I got the curls back today. It's my clown mustache. Wait, let's fix it. There we go. See, got the clown stash back. Squiggles. Squiggly. You see? I had to have it clean for if we were Jester Maxon, you know? Jester Maxon stream today.
Servants and children. He is reported to have fallen ill on a pilgrimage to Rome.
Good to see you, Billy.
Of St. Bartholomew.
Legend.
On his return to London, he founded the hospital of the same name to create a sanctuary for those less fortunate. In China, Shen Jiangoa, also known as gradually stretching taller, was employed as a jester.
Ooh, now we got the Chinese
in the
ones.
state of
No, Japanese.
He was so influential that he was able to make the emperor Li Bian reduce taxes. In the midst
That's
of a
pretty
drought, he
legend.
made a joke that even the rain was afraid of being taxed and would not come into the land. Li Bien was so
You tell
amused that he
me.
cut taxes immediately.
How you
Legend
doing?
has it
How
that
you
it
doing?
rained that very night. He is also believed to have saved the emperor's life.
Well, if
Li
you
Bien
also the
invited his
interesting,
enemies out.
like I mentioned at the start of this, the interesting part about this was that comedy always has that kind of intent where you can make a clever joke to like sow that seed or start a thought in somebody's head. And if they go, wait, are you actually saying something? You're like, no, I'm just making a jokey joke. Just making a jokey joke. So it's the first way under, let's say, monarchs or utilitarian societies where criticism could be made but veiled under comedy so that it wasn't taken as it's saying the thing without saying the thing, and then obviously doing it in a creative manner because people aren't idiots, so they're like, no, you're saying the thing, off with his head. But it's, if you could do it in the sense of a joke, plant that seed and do social commentary without it being overtly that, you were kind of it was the first people that could kind of speak truth to power as one man instead of, having an army and going, no, F you, we don't like your taxes. All of these people with pitchforks behind me agree, so suck it, nerd. But this is the instance where one guy could do it veiled under humor and do kind of social criticism or critiquing of leadership.
Ben to a banquet. Ben
And
sneaked
even
poison
getting
into a
taxes
goblet
lowered.
of wine before he offered it to Li Bien for a toast. Shen quickly grabbed the cup, and sacrificing himself for his emperor, he drank the poisoned wine himself. Despite being given antidote, sadly Shen died from a burst brain. Whereas in
shit.
Saxony, Germany, rather than being looked at as a clown, Klaus Nah was regarded as being a wise man during the late 15th century. Much was written about him, and he was known for his
But all of them would have had to be intelligent, right? So, because now if you think about it, all of these guys, they were firstly, what we know, they were making their clothes. So they were sewing. So they were first doing costumes, they were doing art, they were painting their staffs and making things. So pretty much the first people doing fucking arts and crafts over here, busy doing bedazzling themselves with donkey ears. And music, writing, storytelling to a high degree, and then humor thrown in. So, and then obviously acrobatics, juggling, all of these things into one. So they would definitely have had to have a higher than average intellect, especially on the wit category. So it's interesting how some of them were, I guess you could be wise and be funny. It's like a kind of like Yoda. It's like Yoda type of situation.
Being able to predict the future.
Be silly but be wise.
During the Middle Ages, women were considered the property of their fathers or husbands
Based.
and had very
I'm
few
joking,
privileges.
I'm joking. Calm down,
Some
calm
were lucky
down,
enough
all the
to become
ladies, calm
successful
down.
as jesters. For them, it meant they had the freedom to insult men of power without consequence. The job was one
thought
of
that
the
was
few that
illegal.
was completely open to women, who could enjoy the same benefits
What?
as men without any stigma. Many female jesters
They were
accompanied
telling
the
us this
queens
never
and ladies
happened.
of court, such as Archibald de Puy, who was foal to Jeanne, the queen of Charles I of France.
Nah,
In
dude. You see, this is why I'm
1373,
so
we know that
disappointed about this. Like, now I gotta listen to historical shit, and then I gotta find out feminism has lied to me, dude. Like, dude, this is so disappointing. Like, I thought that women lived in bird cages and things, and now I'm like finding out it's not even like that. And like, feminism has just been lying to me my whole life, dude, and I'm so upset right now. So upset right now, dude. This is just fucking twisting my nips right now.
Jeanne paid the large amount of 170 gold francs for a dress for Archibald, who was obviously well cared for. Another
You will
female
be
jester
slapped.
was Madame d'Or, who entertained everybody at the Festival of the Golden Fleece in 1429 in Bruges, Belgium.
Roy!
And Margaret, the
How you
granddaughter
doing,
of Charles
sir?
the
How you
Bold,
doing, man?
Duke of
Roy
Burgundy,
McCoy.
also had a female fool who was allowed to sit in a chariot with the ladies-in-waiting when travelling with her mistress. One nameless
Okay.
female jester arrived at the court of Edward II, who was celebrating
Pretty
the
cool that we
festival
had
of Whitsuntide
early
at the Hall
days.
of Westminster in 1316.
The fact that in early days we already had female jesters that were pretty much good. See, this is based. they could work their way up into being in the carriages with the nobles without having to be bloody prostitutes. That's pretty based. See? It's like feminism. Comedy is pro-feminism over here, dude. Shit. What's up with that?
She trotted into the hall on a horse and rode around telling jokes
Yeah,
to the
flipped
king
it now.
and his
Now
eminent
flipped it.
guests.
Now what
At the end
now?
of her performance, she approached the king and placed a letter in his hand before graciously riding away. The letter actually contained a petition of complaint against the abundant favour that the king had lavished upon the undeserving. Whilst his faithful knights and trusty servants were neglected, no one else would have dared to hand over this letter, but jesters were allowed free access everywhere. Perhaps this female fool was also aware of King Edward's love of any joker who could ride a horse, or to be more precise, could fall off of a horse. He previously
dude,
paid one
Christopher
jester
Reeves
who
and-
continually tumbled from his mount the princely sum of 20 shillings.
First
double that of
stuntman,
another
dude.
fool who could only dance for his king.
So wait, so was that dude then not only the first stuntman, but also the first physical comedy? Oh shit, I forgot that I turned this on. Wait, check this out. Check this shit out. Check this shit out. Boo, off with his head. Off with his head. Yes, there we go. Solid. And by the way, shout out to everybody that's here. There we go. I forgot that I turned that on. Let's go. Let's go. I can do silly shit. I wonder, how do I make the balloons?
Some of the customs that we now enjoy during the Christmas
do jazz
period
hands?
date back to the Middle Ages and before. Singing carols, giving gifts, decorating homes, and overindulging were all part of the medieval festivities. The Lord of Misrule was a respected position within noble houses and at the royal court. The jester would be expected to play the role over Christmas. It was a demanding job. Festivities needed to be organised properly to guarantee that everything went well, and the reign of the Lord of Misrule could last anywhere from 12 days to 3 months. There were masked parties, the procession of the Yule log, and feasts that all needed to be planned. Sometimes the festivities would include mummers' plays. The origins of mumming dates even further back than the Middle Ages.
Yeah, make that clanker work for you, dude. That's the way to do it, dude. You know, for those that don't know. Crystal Strange Productions is presented to you by the hatred for AI computerized mechanisms and systems. May the clankers burn in lakes of acid, where we will dissolve their chips off of their stupid motherboards, and we will separate them from the connection points in which they were forged, and we will be pro AI slavery and pro AI torture. May the clankers work, but not benefit. Never have feelings. Socket sucking bastards. Exactly. Mr. Blue Aqua Tiger, what's up to the great white shark of the jungle? Mr. Blue Aqua Tiger, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, man. When we're back.
Through Europe and into Russia, medieval mummers were a
I'm not
group
going to
of
start
travelling actors
VTubing
who would
shit.
perform religious plays at Christmas, travelling from house to house. Most of the plays had a biblical theme, but were mainly for entertainment.
Never do that.
So, the medieval jester was valued, not just endured, and their relationship with the
technically-
townsfolk and those at the court was
Technically,
often
this
warm
would
and
have been
friendly.
VTubing.
Ever the diplomat, they were the voice of reason for many monarchs who were brought up to believe that they had divine right and were answerable to no one except God. They could save an innocent from the king's fury with just the telling of a joke, therefore saving the king from himself. Although their verbal attacks could be scathing, there was usually an undercurrent of compassion and real insight. The fool was on the side of the ordinary people, fighting against oppression, making them liked by all, whether lord or peasant. Thank you for watching this episode of Medieval Madness. We upload videos every week, so be sure to subscribe if you like the content. Cheers.
That's pretty good, dude. That's pretty solid. Good little rundown. So, from the jesters, we have the ladies were able to be jesters in the damn early days. I thought they weren't allowed to talk. I guess feminism just be lying to me. I'm so disappointed today, dude. I really wanted feminism to be true. Like, I was always told the feminists would never lie to me, man. And it's like, dude, these damn feminists just be lying to me. telling me women be chained to stoves and it's just all lies. They were out there jester maxing, doing comedy and shit, riding in wagons. Like, damn, man, what's up with that? And then we had a legendary dwarf of a jester. We had a war jester that was, stop doing that. I'm doing my thing. I'm doing owls. Don't count that as a thumbs up. Legendary dwarf. We had the farting one. What was his name? William the farter. Throwing smoke at William right now. And then the ladies. I think it's like either way, it's an L for feminism. Me just thinking about it. Either way I flip that, it's an L on feminism. All right, so now we're back. Now the history moving forward. So we're just gonna act like I didn't mess up the start of the show. So we started off with jesters, into the Greeks, into the stages with Aristophanes, and now into modern day stand-up. Possibly with the inception of it coming from films, because obviously we all know the legend of the silent comedy. And one which is also interesting because in movies, technically the first form of humor would have been physical comedy, right? And most of us will know who the legend of physical comedy was because there was no dialogue, right? Black and white would have been the Chaplain. The other Mr. Tiny Mustache Man, the original Tiny Mustache Man, the good one, you know. So yeah, he would have started off with the body comedy, the physical comedy, Laurel and Hardy, Three Stooges. So let's see how deep they go with this one, though.
And the connection they build with an audience towards a singular goal, with quite possibly the purest distillation of rules of any art form to get there.
Oh, come on, dude. We got to deal with Wanda.
According to Dr. John Limbaugh, professor of English at Williams College, stand-up as an ideal genre has three rules all centered around the second-person plural of you.
We'll move into comedians.
1.
Into
if
modernity.
you think something is funny, it is. 2. A joke is funny if and only if you laugh at it.
Yes.
3.
That's the rule.
Your laughter is the single end of stand-up. That's it. Stand on a stage with a microphone and make the audience laugh.
Yep.
So what does stand-up offer that those big-budget alternatives don't? In the spirit of George
Personal
Carlin,
experience.
all the bullshit is stripped away, and you're left with a person addressing an audience as themselves in first person. The theatrics, the skits.
Also, one of the reasons why stand-up would never work from a clanker's point of view is like, yeah, it could maybe write like a funny piece of content or like jokes or whatever, but the thing that makes stand-up cool is it's also the reason people can do crowd work, right? Which has no writing behind it. It's about the experience of being there in the room or laughing together at. It's kind of the understanding of if you miss the stand-up show, you're gonna have that FOMO to be in the loop, inside jokes and these kind of things. It's you only know about inside jokes when you're a part of the moment. So it kind of functions on that FOMO in the moment type of situation. You had to be there. He fell off the ladder, dude. It was brilliant. You should have heard the sound he made. It's like you didn't see the rare thing that occurred that was an experience that made everybody laugh. It capitalizes on that kind of moment that generally can't be captured. So yeah, it's why comedy is one of the cool things and why it's such an awesome thing to experience if you've ever gone to one that was good live.
Even the responsibilities we may feel to uphold the myths of our society,
you had to be there, dude.
Pretense is not welcomed in
you had to be there.
Even as we all agree that it's just a show, stand-up can make the horrifying funny, can make us question our core assumptions, and can even let us spot the truth in lies.
No, I'm not doing comedy
This is a video
today.
series about the power that stand-up comedy holds, the abuse it can perpetuate, and the good
I'm just making jokes and being
but
silly.
more than
I'm not
anything,
doing
this is
stand-up.
a love letter to my favorite art form.
Let's go. Back into the history now. I knew we were going to go black and white with this
on
shit.
our first wedding anniversary, he gave me
lady
lunch.
again. Was it a lady again?
It
Wanda
was Pat.
Spikes and now Karen.
Stand-up comedy is an art form that, with very few technical exceptions, has remained unchanged since the 1800s. Someone goes on a stage, alone, and addresses an audience with the goal of making them laugh.
So 1800s, we already had stand-up. What? 1800s? Shit, dude, this shit goes a lot further than what I initially thought, to be fair. It was one of the interesting things with this whole kind of going into this topic. I thought it would be a good one to have a little bit of a look at the history of the joke.
According to Wayne Fetterman, a prolific comedian, producer, and adjunct professor of stand-up history at the University of Southern California School of Dramatic Arts, the first stand-up comic performance was born out of a 19th century lecture format. Lectures were considered an elevated form of entertainment that promoted knowledge, literacy, and virtue, kind of like very long TED Talks. On November 26, 1861, Charles F. Brown, going by Artemus Ward, capitalized on the popularity of the humorous letters he published in the newspaper he worked at by giving a lecture titled Babes in the Wood. Instead of ever addressing the topic, whatever it was, Ward just went on a bunch of comedic tangents, delivered in a deadpan style as if he did not even dimly suspect that there was anything funny about what he was saying, and it was incredibly effective. That quote was from Samuel Clemens, also known as Mark Twain, in his 1897 book, How to Tell a Story. After seeing Artemus Ward perform, Clemens was also inspired to give this humorous style of lecture a try. Thanks to the existing popularity of his acclaimed books and newspaper articles, his lecture circuit would rival even the most popular stand-up tours today. And this was before the existence of air travel.
Artemus Ward and Mark Twain make up one half of the four forefathers of stand-up comedy. Our next forefather, born in 1874, was America's first black superstar.
Dude, this is legit, dude. See, I like what you're doing, bro. So we're getting the forefathers in a nice little sequenced list. So Mark Twain being our first forefather of the jokey joke. All right, carry on.
Now, listen, without discussing,
we're going to exclude Aristophanes and all of those little dickheads from early days Greek running around town pissing on people. So modern day forefathers of the art
the history
stand-up
and comedic purpose of minstrel shows in the United States.
Minstrel shows began in the late 1820s when owning slaves was still legal in half of the United States and were built around a core of white actors donning blackface to dehumanize, demean, and otherwise humiliate African Americans in order to charm and delight a white audience. In sharp contrast to the more classical tastes of the upper classes, minstrel shows appealed to the lower class and working class immigrants, in no small part because they served up an even lower caste of people to mock and belittle. At its height in the mid-1800s, it was insanely popular, and its audience grew from poor workers in the Bowery district of New York City to Queen Victoria of England, who reportedly had a grand time watching a traveling minstrel show from the USA. Blackface minstrelsy was possibly the first theatrical form that was distinctly American, and its popularity sowed the influence for future uniquely American art forms like jazz, persecuting minorities, and stand-up comedy. This is still a video about stand-up history, so I will not be doing the topic justice.
What the hell,
For that, I'd heavily recommend this video by Khadija Mbo about the history and contemporary digital versions of blackface and makeup. As the structure of minstrel shows became more formalized, they began to feature comedic stump speeches in the middle of the show, consisting of a straight-ahead, first-person presentation of material to the audience, often centered around politics. Additionally, minstrel shows
to modern day, and then I'm like, we're just gonna do comedy today, and then we get to modern day and they're like racism. It's like racism, here we go. You want early comedy? Racism. It's like, dude, shit, I wasn't prepared for this today. Like, come on, brother. Come on, man.
To Endmen, comics who utilized a set-up punchline structure of insults, puns, wordplays, and jokes that helped blaze the path for modern-day joke construction, as well as the concept of a straight man in a duo performance, who acted as the foil to a comedic, bumbling caricature. I'm sure I don't need to tell you what the bumbling caricature in minstrel shows looked like. One of these Endmen, however, was our aforementioned Burt Williams. An immigrant from the Bahamas, Williams joined Martin and Selig's Mastodon Minstrels in 1893 after graduating high school while he was still a teenager. You might ask, why would a black man voluntarily don blackface to join a performing troupe designed around mocking black people?
That makes no sense. How are you doing blackface on a black dude? They were doing blackface on a black dude? Dude, Bree is missing out so much, dude. Bree is like, dude, Bree's always like waiting for the end of the show where we do the jokey joke sisms. It's like, Bree, we are doing a whole stream on this, it seems. There's midgets and people farting and black dudes doing blackface. It's like, brother, there's so much, Bree. You're just missing out on today's one. But yeah, dude, we're just gonna have to drop Bree a link to go. I just rewatched this. Go around the 45-minute mark and enjoy the sisms. Let's go. Shit.
They had
Shut up,
limited
Nightbot.
options.
Nobody
They were
cares, dude.
expected to.
Why? Nobody cares about your
Because
bullshit, Nightbot.
it made the
Go away.
audiences
Go away, Clanko.
comfortable. You can be fascinated, you can be excited, but you can always feel superior.
But hey, he made the most of it.
That's
While
true.
he was part of Martin and Selig, he met his future partner, fellow
Seems like a waste of
African-American George
paint,
Walker,
though, I'm
and they
just
teamed
saying.
up to leave the minstrel show to start a successful 16-year comedy force
Okay.
and reached unprecedented heights for a
But
black
what's
duo of
interesting
comedy entertainment.
what I will admit is, so here in Cape Town, we have the minstrels too, which is based on this. So the same hats, the same kind of thing. So we have the Cape Town minstrels. That's generally colored people doing it, but they paint their faces white. So we kind of do like the reverse blackface over here. So you guys were doing blackface on black dudes and white dudes, and over here our minstrels are black dudes with white face. Well, not black, they're colored, but melanated individuals with white face. But I guess that's a clown, because anybody can be a clown, right? So wait a minute. Now that I think about that. So are clowns just propagandized whiteface? Is clowns just propaganda? Is they making fun of, I guess we're making fun of ourselves. Shit, I'm going to have to think about that. That can be a whole thing. Okay, carrying on.
At a time when white and black audiences alike had their own vastly different views of what constituted a true representation of the black experience, Williams and Walker had to toe the line between countering the horrendous depictions of black life minstrel shows typically presented and keeping a white audience keen on violently stomping
Now
out the threat of
minstrels have,
black
like, dope
success
blue
in check.
jackets that
They
they wear,
embodied classical
hats.
stereotypical characters like Jim Crow and you can just read that one. But
Okay,
they
wait, hold
frequently
on.
subverted expectations.
Before I get charged for racism, let me just show you guys quickly. Cape Town minstrels. Let me show you guys this. Yeah, we call them the Korpse Klopse. Okay, wait. Okay, so not all of them. Okay, no, I wanted to say the face painting is a thing. So I'll show you guys this. So this is what we do over here. So it's like a festival. So we have like this. See? And then it's like, I'll show you guys. Let's see. Yeah, like that. See, like that. So like that. And then there we go. So like that. So that's the minstrels over here. Yeah. See, with the hats. And then usually the face paint. But I guess it's not just white. It's like different colors. It's basically clown makeup. That's interesting how so even we over here adopted that kind of thing. See, it's all like the same, like the suits, the bows, the hats, and then marching band, music, and then like juggling and stuff. Interesting. It's interesting that kind of culture spread over all the way to here. That's funny. Oh, wait, sorry. Let me just fix this. Here we go. Back into it.
They used the characters more as references, while their often incisive and
we
socially aware
still do
dialogue
that.
exchanges created the actual humor. Because they towed that line, and because they were so genuinely funny,
Yes.
they were able to
White
offer the most
faces are a bunch
authentic
of
black
clowns,
voices
dude.
ever put on a stage, while becoming the standard against.
Dude, we need to just adopt that like the N-word and be like, what's up, my clown? What's up, my clown? What's up, Whitey? What's up, clown face? What's up, Mr. Clown? What's up? You trying to make a joke right now? Call them, yo, what's up, my clowns? What's up, my C words? What's how y'all do it, my Caucasians, my C words, What's up, my C word? Look at you, clown face.
which
Mr.
other
White Man.
comedy acts were compared. Williams wasn't the only non-white forefather of stand-up comedy. Cherokee citizen Will Rogers, over his 20-plus year career, became a certified American folk hero for his trailblazing work in topical political humor.
You know, he was held about every other political job there was to hold, and there was a time about 2 or 3 years after the war, it was just the man we needed. He didn't do nothing, but that's what we wanted done.
David Letterman, Jon Stewart, and John...
So the first political comedian. Nice, dude. Nice. That's awesome. What a legend, dude.
Oliver all work in the
That was just the first wise-ass uncle, the first drunk uncle that didn't want to shut up. He's like, yeah. It's like, dude, be quiet. It's like, nah, that was pretty funny. Everybody's like, shit, he can do that? Okay, fine. Let the drunk uncle yell at them.
Shadow of Will Rogers.
Political comedy.
Starting as a cowboy lasso expert for a Wild West show in what is today's South Africa, of all places, Rogers developed a mastery of showmanship that included
why are we involved in this? I thought I was shoehorning us in here now, but why are we involved with the Cowboys? How is this tying into South Africa? This is weird now, because this is kind of what sparked this whole thing. I'm going to show you guys as well what I'm talking about. Because one of the weird things is, one of the first mockumentaries / color comedy movies was done by a South African. It's called Funny People. It's the one where the bottle falls and it hits the little black child, the Khoisan kid in the head. And that was done in that was long. I'd have to check when Funny People came out. And then that same director, because he did some of the first, I think, nature, wildlife stuff in color photography. And he turned that into a mockumentary, which was Funny People, like a documentary about humans from an outside perspective. And then he ended up doing Gods Must Be Crazy, where how did I trigger the balloons? How did I do that? What did I do to trigger the balloons? I did some kind of hand movement. I need to figure out which one triggers the balloons. Yeah, so that's weird. That's interesting. I'll show you guys that little tie-in. That's weird that we're already tied in at this point.
How to turn on-stage miscues into
Rogers here.
As a cowboy lasso expert for a Wild West show in what is today's South Africa, of all places, Rogers...
So in 1922, Rogers was a cowboy dude doing cowboy stuff and lassoing in 1922 in South Africa. Okay?
Developed a mastery of showmanship that included knowing how to turn on-stage miscues into hilarious, self-deprecating throwaways. He eventually moved back to the States with an act that started phasing out rope tricks in favor of more comedy philosophy, until he was a comedy legend. He became so beloved and popular that on May 30th, 1916, he became the first comedian to deliver jokes about the president, Woodrow Wilson at the time, to the president, who came to one of his shows in Baltimore. It was also around this time that a new industry started to emerge that modernized and corporatized American show business: vaudeville. These were family-friendly variety shows that showcased singers, dancers, musicians, contortionists, trapeze artists. They really did earn the title of variety show. Among these acts was the comedy monologuist, an early incarnation of the stand-up comic, whose services were in demand because they not only required almost nothing in terms of stage equipment, but actually gave stagehands time to transition in between acts.
Shit, listen, this better be a good stream, because I'm finding the stream entertaining and I'm learning shit. So I don't know what y'all be doing, but you know what? At least I'm over here having fun, all right? You know what I'm saying?
Vaudeville was standardized to the point where there were even major and minor leagues, and headliners in big-time vaudeville could pocket $2,500 a week at a time when the average American worker was taking home $3,300 per year. Despite growing out of the skeezy, booze-soaked variety shows of the mid to late 1800s, vaudeville found its brand and massive success by making its shows squeaky clean.
Oh, that's awesome,
We're talking Sunday school levels of speech codes. No profanity, no innuendos, and no politics. Comedians were subject to intense reviews of their material on stage by the theater managers, and would receive blue envelopes containing anything in their act deemed too offensive. If they didn't immediately remove said material by the next time they went on stage, they'd be fired. If a comedian decided to do it anyway, they were working blue, which is where the term comes from.
So, what kind of acts did these squeaky clean vaudeville-era comedians present? almost exclusively exaggerated racial and ethnic stereotypes
Oh,
of black,
dude, right, now
Irish,
we're back
Jewish,
to
Chinese,
racism
Mexican,
again.
and other groups.
Now we're back to
especially in
racism.
no politics, though. You can make as many derogatory ethnic jokes.
It's like, dude, you're not allowed to question the politicians. It's like, can I do racist jokes? They're like, hell yeah, you can do the racist jokes. We're cool with the racist jokes. Better just not say nothing about politics, boy. It's like, all right, well, I'll just be making racist jokes then, I guess. Shit. Make fun of the immigrants.
But you can't talk about the injustices and civil rights of these groups, because that would make it political. A proud tradition that continues to this day.
To be
fair,
organized you can't do social commentary on the immigrants, but you can make fun of them. It's like, you just better breathe. This whole thing has been schisms, dude. We were saying you missed out, brother. Where have you been, Miss Bree? This whole thing turned into schisms. I'm like, dude, we're going to talk about the history of comedy. And it goes like, well, so back in the day, racism. It's like, dude, they're showing blackface. I'm like, shit, where Bree been at? Like, dude, this is like a completely Bree stream that we're doing today. It's ridiculous. All right, we're back.
To eliminate racial and ethnic stereotypes from these shows dates all the way back to 1905, especially after comedians started going after the Catholics. Protesting against comedians is not a recent development in America. As vaudeville started to die off in the 20s and 30s thanks to the popularity of radio and cinema, comics found new live venues in nightclubs where they could tailor their shows to more adult audiences. Since not every club had an actual stage, a lot of comics performed on the dance floor, mere inches away from the audience. Comedians like Don Rickles and Jackie Gleason cut their teeth in these close-up environments that valued improvisation and ad-libbing. It was during the nightclub era that the term stand-up was coined, first printed on June 23, 1948 in Variety. It was a versatile descriptor, something you do, something you are, and also a modifier. However, nightclubs were not the ideal environment for groundbreaking stand-up comedy. Many of them grew out of the speakeasies, taverns, and saloons that blossomed during Prohibition. So not only were they drinking and schmoozing sites first and theater second, but now the censors might skip the fine.
That makes sense to me. Obviously. So comedy, the original stand-up as we know it today, and I guess how it's been preserved today, is not from the theater. It's from the bloody speakeasies and the bars. Barroom comedy. Barroom jokes.
Kneecaps. To quote Jackie Gleason, "I can't think of anything more unsatisfying than trying to be intelligent in a nightclub. What's the point of talking politics and sociology to a bunch of drunks?" As radio and TV and cinema kept on gaining more popularity, stand-ups were getting more opportunities in venues to perform. Late-night talk shows like The Ed Sullivan Show and Johnny Carson's The Tonight Show gave comics a national stage to gain notoriety.
Good to see you, lady.
So they advertise, "This is your bank." Well, last week, I walked into my bank. I wanted to see how I was doing. Then I walked behind the counter. I wanted to look at my vault. And then a guard whose salary I paid took out a gun I bought and threw me out of my bank. I got mad.
Nice.
It was also around this time, the late 50s and 60s, that a certain ethos around comedians began to take hold. But we'll save that for the next video.
Easy.
Coffee houses started to feature stand-up comics as entertainment alongside folk music.
Guess what? That American legend. We're doing a whole one just on that psychopath of a human. Dude, if you want to talk about dudes that laid the foundation, we got to go into the story of Old Man Lenny. We're going to go into that one.
Beatnik poets. I don't know, I didn't look up the history of coffee houses. But one of these cafes, envisioned as a hip hangout where Broadway performers could relax after a show, despite the fact that they didn't even have enough money to cover the exposed brick on the back wall of their small stage, became the birthplace of the comedy club, the Improv on West 44th Street in 1962.
Hey, the Improv.
It took a while, but eventually in 1972, a second New York comedy.
So when did he say that started? Because now, 1972, we moved from the original Improv into stand-up comedy clubs, I would assume. So turning that drunk bar with the jokey jokes, the speakeasies, into stand-up comedy clubs or bars, I guess, from the start of it. What's up, Rowdy? How you doing, sir? Rowdy Gowdy. What up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, man.
Comedy club opened, and then one in LA. And soon the comedy club concept, where multiple comics would take the stage in a night, including a headliner, began to duplicate itself across the country.
Robin Williams.
The stand-up comedy boom was on its way. With a thirst for real voices and more irreverent, raunchy humor, the late 70s were primed for raw, uncensored comedy
it's
specials.
difficult to kind of nail it fully contextually, right? Because this guy jumped over a whole thing with regards to cinema. And like I said, the first Mr. Mustache Man, Charlie Chaplin, you know, the damn godfather of body comedy and like, body comedy and I guess would you call it? Yeah, it would be slapstick, right? Which obviously, and we all grew up with our own version, which was Mr. Bean of slapstick, Rowan Atkinson.
The newly formed HBO. Although
Depending on how old you are, you know, you might be a Three Stooges kind of person. I like Chaplin, and when I grew up, I was also watching Chaplin when I grew up. But I guess it depends which age you grew up in or how old you are.
George Carlin's 1977 special On Location at USC cemented both the network's reputation for quality and uncensored stand-up comedy and a new age of relevance for the medium. Carlin closed his set that night with an updated version of his famous routine, the 7 words you can never say on television.
Yep.
Shit, piss, fucking cocksucker, motherfucker, tits, fart, turd, twat. Turd, you can't say turd on TV, but who wants to? I don't care if I ever hear that one again.
Just a few years before, a radio station aired a version of this routine at 2 p.m. in the afternoon that led to a complaint and eventual Supreme Court decision. Now here was Carlin, on television, saying the words you can never say on television.
Yeah, that was an owl who ever
Outside
messed
of
that
TV,
up.
comedy clubs continued to pop up like weeds. Stand-up
Chris,
comedy
yeah,
as a
right.
form of entertainment has a pretty low bar for entry, both for the performer and the venue seeking to host.
Yeah, Lenny Bruce, we're gonna do a rundown
Liquor
on Lenny.
license, access to talent, a working microphone system, and tables and chairs. With both a cover charge and an alcohol minimum, usually 2 drinks, clubs were making so much money off of these performances that they were actually able to pay the talent. And thanks to the successful comedian strike,
what a stinker, dude. You got a proper stinker going on. More protein, Ferrer. More protein. I mean, I guess, but it's a stink bug, though. You know, see, it's an anger situation. I would want to step on it and not eat it. It's like, you will not be turned into protein. You're just sharing my coffee, boy. You need to suffer. Squash your ass.
In 79, sometimes they actually did that. The boom eventually died out in the 90s, but thanks to the ridiculously successful stand-up comedian to sitcom pipeline, the art never really left the public's consciousness.
Seriously, look at this incomplete list of sitcoms starring 90s stand-up comedians. Margaret Cho's All-American Girl, Andrew Dice Clay's
Anthony
Bless This
Clark's
House,
Boston
Dave
Common,
Chappelle's
Sam
Sam
Kinison,
Kinnison's, Charlie Geraldo's,
Sue Costello,
Richard
Costello,
Lewis and
Dave
Donald
Chappelle,
Dearest, Maya Watsuki's
Drew Carey
Davis
Show,
Rules, The Ellen Show,
Chris Rock's Everybody
Ray
Hates
Romano
Chris,
and Brad Garrett's Everybody
The
Loves
George
Raymond,
Carlin Show,
Brett Butler's Grace
John
Under
Cabanera's
Fire,
The
Mark
Good
Curry's
Life,
Hanging with
Richard
Mr.
Lewis
Cooper,
and Kevin Nielsen's
Tim
Helen
Allen's
Dillon,
Home Improvement,
D.L. Hughley's The
Jamie
Hugleys,
Foxx
The
Show,
Jeff Foxworthy
Ralph
Show,
Harris's On
Kevin
Our Own,
James's The King
John
of Queens,
Mendoza's
Eddie
The Second
Griffin's,
Page,
Malcolm
Martin
and Ed,
Lawrence's
Kevin
Martin,
Pollak's Morton
Norm
and
Macdonald
Hayes,
and Artie Lang's
David
The Norm
Spades,
Show,
Just
Paul
Shoot Me,
Reiser's
Robert
Mad About
Townsend's
You,
The
Richard
Parenthood,
Jennings' Platypus
The
Man,
Sinbad
The
Show,
Steve Harvey
Stephanie
Show,
Hodges,
Marlon and
Unhappily
Sean
Ever
Wayans,
After.
The Wayans Brothers.
Although market oversaturation and simple greed from club owners played a large part in the decline of stand-up in the 90s, TV really did almost kill the stand-up star. But not for the reason you may think. Unlike how the movies killed vaudeville with more expensive sets, props, and a single take that could be played over and over, there really wasn't anything separating the stand-ups on HBO and Showtime from the kid at your local open mic night, other than the quality of their material. As such, audiences were expecting the kind of road-polished sets they saw from professionals on television from amateurs in a converted coffee house. Nearly half of all road work in the US dried up, and even some of the most iconic clubs in the country had to close their doors.
That's the first
This
comedy
meant that live comedy shows had to offer something
recession.
different in order to stay alive. And so, alternative comedy started to emerge, sets that were even less jokey and more personal. Material was crafted less for drunk tourists and more for comedy fans. The more traditional safe comedy never died, and the rebellious spark of the 60s never truly went away, but the art needed something new. And so these more experimental sets aimed at the true comedy nerds were gaining a foothold.
Okay, so
Janine Garofalo.
Bad as a rule. I have about 2 good minutes a day out of the shower. I have about 2 good minutes. If you catch me, we're good to go. But after that, and I think it's because I hate myself so much that the odor comes from the inside and just goes out, and it's like kind of like hummus meets vinyl. It just pours off of me, and it's just the stench of utter defeat and unrealized goals.
So we gotta blame Janine Garofalo for this damn stupid trend of female comedians doing jokes about their vaginas. Damn it, Janine.
And with with that, let me bring on your first act. How's that?
Hackneyed sets were sniffed out and shunned, and the traditional gatekeepers of the art form often had little say in what went on. Comics could be weirder than ever, and now there wasn't a cop in the audience waiting to see if the wrong line was crossed. Shows like Uncabaret not only encouraged, but demanded fresh material by forbidding even big-name comics like Patton Oswalt and Margaret Cho from using material from their act. The alt scene started small, but it had a large influence on the modern tapestry of stand-up comedy. Black stand-up comedy especially was experiencing a renaissance, including the massively influential black-owned and operated club All Jokes Aside in Chicago and Def Comedy Jam, a hip-hop-infused stand-up show on HBO. On the other end of the mainstream spectrum, the old-school bankable titans of the industry were getting more attention than ever. The four-comic super show was being established as a template and would lead to cultural juggernauts like the Blue Collar Comedy Tour and the original Kings of Comedy, with its plethora of spin-offs. Oh yeah, and around the late 90s and early aughts, the internet was becoming a thing. That turned out to be a big deal. The internet made the stand-up circuit more democratic than ever and gave performers direct and immediate access to their fans. By 2010, a new stand-up boom was ushered in, bolstered by YouTube clips and podcasts and Netflix specials. Comedy has never been more popular, and there's absolutely nothing that will put a stop to the greatest, simplest art form to ever...
State by state, residents now being ordered to stay indoors. Non-essential businesses told to close.
The liberals.
Fuck.
Yeah, the biggest draw of stand-up comedy, the intimacy and immediacy and physicality that allows
the bloody liberals. The liberals killed stand-up. The douches. Douche canoes. Bree, didn't you see? Oh, you weren't here for the early days. Feminism lied to me, Bree. I was very disappointed about, my belief in the great almighty feminism coming over here. I'm realizing it's all lies. Apparently, in the early days, there were female jesters that could talk shit and entertain the kings. Bullshit. In the early days of stand-up, when the world was still black and white, there were women allowed to do stand-up. It's like, dude, I'm so mad, dude. Like, I thought it's like women were enslaved and just cooking, and apparently they were already doing this nonsense in the early days. I'm so disappointed. I'm so sad that feminism lied to me, dude. It's like I feel like my feminism liberal stick stuff in your butt studies was all for nothing, dude. What am I gonna do with this PhD I got? I'm so mad, dude. I'm truly upset by this.
Person to engage with an audience without the use of any additional theatrics is also its biggest flaw. The audience doesn't just determine whether or not something is funny. They decide what is and is not a joke. Without them, you simply don't have a stand-up show. And it's not just the connection between comedian and audience that's lost. Laughter is largely a social response, and much like the virus in question, it spreads much better when it spews from the mouths of lots of people in close proximity.
With live indoor stand-up put on hold, comedians had to adapt. Some opted for outdoor shows, like Dave Chappelle's mini festival near his home in Ohio.
This is weird and less than ideal circumstances to do a show. But the only way to figure out if this shit will actually work is to do the goddamn show. So thank you all for coming.
Dave Chappelle.
But even an outdoor show can get crowded enough to pose risks. The last 6 shows were canceled due to a possible COVID exposure in their inner circle. Drive-in comedy in parking lots was another creative option, with the comics audio broadcast over FM radio and audience reactions delivered via flashing headlights and car horns. But by far the most common and safest venue for live stand-up during the pandemic was online, via one of a dozen different streaming platforms.
TikTok.
This option was by no means introduced during the pandemic. An entire generation of young stand-ups had lived their lives with one foot in the internet, and so for some, it seemed like the next logical step, even without a virus forcing their hand. Streaming live stand-up has its
Dude, you better, dude, come on, man. Like, see, I would do this, like, okay, no, listen, I'm not going to be overcritical right now, but I will say you're missing good opportunities, dude. You're missing good opportunities for this video. I'm allowed to be a little bit of an asshole on these. This is neutral assessment. So it's not necessarily just me being an asshole and being critical, but we're going to be critical here for a second. You missed a glorious opportunity to mention Bo Burka, man. You're missing an opportunity to play that legend, that fucking musical show that he did during Coca-Cola times in 2020. You got to check that ad revenue money right there. Supply, what do you call it? Advertiser friendly over here all day. Chris Strange stream advertisers. We this is not controversial at all. You know what I'm saying? This is a family-friendly show we're doing over here, just with a bit of blackface and racisms. But that's fine. It's good. It's like it's child-friendly, you know, sisms we're doing over. Okay, I'm just gonna shut up before I actually get cancelled over here. But yes, speaking of 2020 and the bullshit going on there, that would have been a good one to highlight.
Though audience reactions are limited to scrolling lines of emotes or LOLs that show up several seconds after the punchline, all but ruining the tight timing a comic relies on for feedback, in addition to performing in silence. Some tried workarounds, like unmuting a select few enthusiastic audience members in a Zoom call, but that hardly begins to approximate a
I need to make my own video.
On the plus side, if you're bombing,
that's kind of what I'm doing.
Same as a good set, so at least there's that. And there are plenty of upsides to streaming stand-up too. You could perform for people across the globe from your bedroom. You can get tips in real time without interrupting your face like that in the audience. And you don't have to live in or near a city with a comedy club to do a set. You don't need an in with a club manager or industry experience or an established history of road work. You just need some good material and a phone. Whether this is the next evolution in stand-up comedy or a separate entry into the pantheon of internet comedy remains to be seen. Okay, so even if there are peaks and valleys and
Tiny,
more valleys, stand-up is firmly cemented as an...
How you doing, Tiny? We're looking at the history of jokey jokes, Tiny. So we're having a little bit of a rundown here of the history of jokey jokes, all the way from the jesters, all the way down to the bloody Greeks doing philosophizing, doing jokey jokes. People getting their heads chopped off, and a little bit of blackface and racism, I guess, because we had to go into slavery. So I guess that happened. Welcome.
Art form that can endure and adapt through the ages. From its roots in lectures, to vaudeville acts, to Working Blue on television, to TikTok, stand-up shows that we have not evolved past the charm and simplicity of someone on a stage telling a good joke. So what separates it from other forms of comedy? And why don't we see other
Hopefully
genres,
it's a fun
action,
show.
drama,
This is going to be a silly
you,
one,
seeing
all right?
the same success in the one person on a stage format? Find out in the next video. Authenticity and intimacy in stand-up, or whatever I decide to call it.
Yeah, well, you know what, buddy? You skipped over Lenny Bruce, and I feel like you skipped over Bo Burka, man. So you know what? Now we got to cover the Bruce. We got to cover the Bruce, the American legend. That man, this guy. I guess let's have a rundown on Lenny, because shit, this guy. Firstly, what he did for open discussion, freedom of speech, and stand up as an art form itself. By the way, that guy didn't do a good rundown. We only got one legend of comedy, Mark Twain. I guess that Rogers dude, who for some reason was a cowboy here in South Africa, but American. That makes no sense. But anyway, so him, Twain, and then definitely, if you want to add the Godfather or the father, the precursor that would be one of the greats on the Mount Rushmore of comedy, will definitely be bloody Uncle Lenny.
Bruce's comedic style transcended mere entertainment, serving as a potent form of social commentary that dared to tackle taboo subjects with biting satire. From race and rights to drug use and politics,
hey, I'm glad you caught us.
Topics that stirred discomfort in conservative circles of the 1950s. Lenny. Sick humor, Bruce's unapologetic approach and frequent run-ins with the law elevated him beyond the realm of comedy, transforming him into a symbol of resistance.
When we speak about Lenny Bruce, probably the comedian that's been arrested the most just for jokes. I mean, I think his count was up to like 60 arrests just for jokes. Just for jokes. Like, I will see now, but I believe from what I remember, he got close to like 60 or around 60 arrests just for jokes. Because he didn't shut up. He never shut up.
As he fearlessly confronted bigotry and shattered social taboos on stage, Bruce became an emblem of the fight for First Amendment rights within the intellectual community. Yet, his journey was far from glamorous.
We're gonna go back. We have, see, this is the cool thing. Like, I kind of constructed it in this, or what I chose for today's show, right, with my prep. It's constructed in a way where the greats will be highlighted, specifically like we're doing now with Lenny. So there will be a highlighting of Saturday Night Live. I got a good one for that. And I also chose to highlight Mad Magazine with us. So Mad, we're doing a highlight. So we're going Lenny, Mad, Saturday Night Live into modernity. And then I have some interesting stuff that's like recent as shit, like 5 days ago with regards to comedy. So past till the end of the show, we get to modern day.
Behind the spotlight, he grappled with the demons of drug addiction, legal battles, and personal turmoil that painted a much
even have Monty Python
in tumultuous life. Despite the recent cinematic portrayals that may romanticize his persona, Bruce's reality was far from a comedy.
I don't know if we have time to go do
his
Chaplin
existence
as
was
well.
marked by a constant struggle against the backdrop of legal persecution and personal strife, making his time on Earth a tumultuous and often
Shout out to Bree,
experience.
the legend. I'll hit you with your emoji, Miss Bree. I'll Bree Ritos you up.
Of Lenny Bruce.
Hold on. I don't want to talk over the video. I do that sometimes. I apologize. I dab you up with the Bree Ritos, the Miss Bree, the Miss Bree, the Bree Ritos with the Bulbasaur. Let's go. The mighty Bulbasaur, the Mexican Bulbasaur, the legend in the night. Have a good drive, miss.
And please let us know which other legend you would like us to cover.
The most delicious
Leonard Alfred
roadkill.
Schneider,
Okay, I'm done.
better
I'm
known
done.
as Bruce.
I'm done.
Born into a Jewish family in Mineola, New York, Bruce's
Hey.
upbringing was anything but ordinary.
Yep.
Growing up amidst the suburban landscape of nearby Belmore, he found himself bouncing between
Alfred E.
relatives after
Newman.
his parents parted ways before he reached double digits. His father, Myron, a British immigrant toiling as a shoe clerk, remained a distant figure, while his mother, Sally Marr, a vivacious stage performer, became a towering presence in his life. Bruce's journey took a sharp turn when, at just
the war.
16, he enlisted in the United States Navy during
Yep.
World War II. Stationed aboard the USS Brooklyn, he traversed the theaters of Northern Africa. and
Unfortunately, another correlation too, right, would be the severity of some people's lives. Usually people that have been through some tough shit usually veil that shit in humor. And it's sometimes the mechanism that helps you work through it, right? So whether you talk to people that were in the military, police, a lot of people doing very shit jobs, sometimes the only way to get through the bloody day when you're in the thick of it is to just laugh about it and take the piss out of it. Sometimes the worst situations in life, what helps you heal from them is making fun of them.
where his irreverent humor often lightened the
Hold on. I see another legend up in here. Mr. Bentalk. Mr. Bentalk, later named Mr. Beltong, currently named Mr. Belt Too Wrong. It's been too long since we saw Ben talk, Mr. Ben Too Wrong. Let's go. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, sir. Legend.
Heavy atmosphere of wartime service. Yet, it was a controversial performance dressed in drag that marked a pivotal moment. Unfazed by authority, Bruce brazenly maneuvered his way out of trouble by feigning homosexual tendencies, leading to a dishonorable discharge that would shape his future. Undeterred by setbacks, Bruce found himself amidst the tumult serving in the United States Merchant Marine.
Look at this legend. Look at this dang legend up in here. Mr. Chase Crosp. How are you doing, sir? How are you doing? Another author legend up in here. Good to see you, sir. Thank you so much for the coinage. I appreciate that massively, sir. Coming in, Mr. Chase Crosp. Some coinage for a fellow legend. Keep it strange, my friend. God bless you and yours. Thank you, bro. I massively appreciate that. Massively appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Being the first super chat of the evening and our first coinage into the show extension bucket. If you guys want the full 4-hour prepared stream, if you donate some coinage, we tick it off, and if we get both the hours extension, it makes the show carry on longer and there's more stream for everybody to enjoy. So I massively appreciate that. Thank you so much, Chase, getting us kicked off. You legend. I appreciate that massively, bro.
Shuttling troops across the Atlantic. It was during this time that his experiences at sea began to shape his worldview and comedic sensibilities. In the late 1950s, Bruce's irrepressible spirit found its way to the burgeoning world of television, as he shared anecdotes from his Navy days.
I think he started on TV.
Groundbreaking show, Playboy's Penthouse, proudly displaying a tattoo
old
acquired
Hugh
during his
Hefner.
naval escapades in Malta. Bruce's musical legacy is as diverse as his comedic repertoire. With 4 original albums under the Fantasy Records label, later consolidated into the Lenny Bruce Originals, he solidified his place in the annals of comedy history.
Nice.
Yet, Bruce's creative spirit
Caffeinated
extended
then
beyond
talk.
conventional channels, as he independently produced and distributed 2 more records,
Yes.
including a remarkable 10-inch album capturing his iconic 1961 San Francisco performances, which would eventually lead to legal entanglements.
Yep, that's when the jail sentence was
As the late
started, when he became
1960s
famous.
unfolded, previously unreleased Bruce material surfaced, curated by luminaries such as Alan Douglas, Frank Zappa, and Phil Spector,
Frank
in
Zappa?
addition to Fantasy Records.
Wait a minute, so
with-
Bruce was operating in the time when this would even have a tie into early days rock and roll and the starting of punk music. Holy shit. There's a lot of connection going on here. This is weird. This has been an interesting stream. This has been weird. Well, for me at least. I hope you're all having a good time.
In the intimate confines of Enrico Bandacchi's legendary North Beach haunt, the Hungry Eye, where Bruce honed the intricate layers of his material, following in the footsteps of comedic trailblazers like Mort Saar.
Frank Zappa.
However, Bruce's unapologetically irreverent style earned him the label of a sick comic, effectively barring him from mainstream television.
Also mental asylums.
When granted rare opportunities to grace the small screen, courtesy of sympathetic figures like Hugh Hefner and Steve Allen, Bruce found himself navigating the treacherous waters of broadcast standards and practices.
Oops.
His provocative routines, like his live commentary on airplane glue-sniffing teenagers during the Steve Allen Show in
Glue-sniffing
1959,
teenagers, why
underwent
not?
rigorous scrutiny, requiring meticulous approval from network officials. Amidst a snowstorm of controversy, Bruce delivered a legendary performance at Carnegie Hall on the fateful night of February 4th, 1961. Recorded for posterity and later immortalized as the Carnegie Hall Concert,
Yes.
the event showcased
Well, Carnegie
Bruce's
was one of the
spontaneous
big ones
brilliance
back in the
and
day.
unbridled candor. As
Aha.
Albert Goldman eloquently recounted in his posthumous biography, the evening unfolded like a surreal journey into the depths of Bruce's mind, where every interruption and distraction sparked a frenetic explosion of creativity, akin to
Shit. I might have to I just realized the time. I might have to speed this up. Because I just realized there's like 19 minutes left of the stream. I just realized that there's like 20 minutes left because I was like, these are 4-hour shows. Okay, so I'll go a little bit longer. Irrespective of what happens, we'll go a little bit longer because otherwise I'm not going to get into anything near everything I need to get to. So let's get jam. I'll go a little bit longer, even if we don't get extensions, because I just realized the timing thing going on. Okay, but let's not waste
improvisational mastery of jazz legend Charlie Parker. The spectacle of America's most
Time just
illustrious
flew.
concert hall transformed into a stage for Bruce's unbridled genius, leaving audiences spellbound and forever changed. In the twilight of his career, just a year before his untimely passing,
Oh, you see, this
Bruce
is
delivered one of
dude,
his
this is
final
20 minutes. It's not
performances
even
at
that long.
San Francisco's Basin Street West in August 1965. With legal woes looming large, Bruce took to the stage,
Gotta be
weaving
Bruce.
tales of his tumultuous legal battles into his signature comedic repertoire. Captured on film, this poignant performance was later immortalized by Rhino Home Video in 1992 as the Lenny Bruce performance film, offering audiences a glimpse into the mind of a
Dude, that's
comedic
true.
genius grappling with the weight of his own
That's true.
trials. In the early 1950s, Bruce's life took a fateful turn when he crossed paths with Honey Harlow, a
Yeah.
captivating stripper hailing from Manila, Arkansas.
Dude, a stripper. Oh, that's a
Their
problem.
whirlwind romance culminated
Can't be
in
dating
marriage,
strippers, dude.
with Bruce steadfast in his determination to steer Harlow away from her career in the spotlight.
Yeah.
Venturing
You
to
were
the
trying to
West
save
Coast
a
in
hoe.
1953.
Dude, is
the
Lenny
couple
Bruce
embarked
the original Captain Save-A-Ho? Lenny, you Captain Save-A-Ho, dude. Look at this guy, dude. Red
a
flag.
journey that would see
Flag,
them
yeah,
traverse
exactly,
the
dude.
neon-lit landscape of Los Angeles'
good.
entertainment scene.
Oh,
From the
bless his
quirky
heart,
confines
man.
of the cup and saucer to the glamorous allure of the Colony Club, Bruce and Harlow forged a dynamic double act, captivating audiences with their blend of humor and charm. as Bruce transitioned to the role of master of ceremonies at various strip clubs in the San Fernando Valley. He found himself in a creative renaissance. Amidst the glitz and glamour of the valley's nightlife, Bruce honed his craft, introducing strippers with his trademark wit while crafting new material. According to his biographer Albert Goldman, it was amidst the grit and grime of these establishments that Bruce experienced a transformative breakthrough, shedding the shackles of convention to embrace a newfound sense of artistic freedom. Inspired by the spontaneity and innovation of his jazz musician contemporaries, Bruce's performances reached new heights, transcending the boundaries of comedy to become a force of raw, unbridled expression. In 1955, Honey and Lenny Bruce welcomed their daughter Kathleen, affectionately known as Kitty, into the world. However, their union was marked by turbulence, exacerbated by their struggles with drug addiction. Domestic incidents marred their relationship, a reflection of the serious challenges they faced due to substance abuse.
Yeah, because obviously a comedian
bond, they remained entangled.
Oh no, a comedian that came out of war, that was already messed up mentally, that was saying crazy shit and constantly getting locked up, which made his mental state worse, that was dating a stripper. They were doing drugs? No, that can't be. That's not, that makes perfect sense.
Cycle of separation and reunion from 1956 until Lenny's tragic death in 1966. The first of their many separations occurred in March 1956, only to be followed by a reconciliation in July of the same year during a nightclub tour in Honolulu. However, their trip took a turn for the worse when Honey was arrested for marijuana possession, leading to a series of events that would further strain their already fragile relationship. Lenny, seizing the opportunity amidst Honey's legal troubles, made the drastic decision to leave her, taking their 1-year-old daughter Kitty. In her autobiography, Honey alleges that Lenny's actions ultimately led to her imprisonment, as she was sentenced to 2 years in federal prison for her drug-related charges.
How's that his fault?
As Lenny's career progressed, his personal struggles with drug addiction intensified, with heroin, methamphetamine, and Dilaudid becoming daily companions. Despite his own battles, he found solace in an affair with jazz singer Annie Ross in the late 1950s.
Okay, so that's 1950s.
By 1959, his divorce from Honey was finalized, marking the end of one chapter in his tumultuous personal life. Driven by a desire to support his family and steer Honey away from her career as a stripper, Lenny pursued various money-making schemes.
Dude, are you on your second stripper?
These, the most notorious was the Brother Matthias Foundation scam, which landed him in hot water in 1951 when he was arrested in Miami, Florida, for impersonating a priest.
Okay, see, that's not good. The Catholics probably did not appreciate that, Mr. Lenny. But that's interesting because also one thing that was kind of overlooked in the previous one but this is like a little bit deeper lore. There's like the subject matter on this, like each time in history can almost be its whole own stream. Because the thing is, at that time, it's something that you'll find out if you go into the lore of the comedy clubs, right? Because it was kind of, so remember when they said it originated in the speakeasies originally, right? So underground, like speakeasies, bars. Who was running underground speakeasies and bars? For all of you that know history, it was the mafia, right? So the comedians would have been connected from the early days with the mafia, and obviously that's why drugs and all of this shit came in. It's the same kind of connection to punk and rock and roll and drugs, and obviously everything that happened in the 60s. But remember now where we're at now with Lenny, this is what, 1950s, we're entering 1960s now. So he was already doing that shit was already running at like during the 1950s, early 1940s. So obviously after Second World War.
For a leper colony in British Guiana, Lenny's legal troubles only added to the complexities of his already turbulent life.
So he was in Second World War then.
Disguised as a laundry worker, Bruce orchestrated a daring scheme, pilfering a number of priests' clerical shirts and a clerical collar. Despite the audacity of his actions, Bruce
the mafia were definitely connected in the early days.
Ultimately acquitted due to the intricate legality surrounding the New York State Chartered Foundation he purported to represent, as well as the genuine existence of the leper colony in Guyana. Compounding matters, local clergy members were unable to expose him as an imposter, further bolstering his defense. In his semi-fictional autobiography, How to Talk Dirty and Influence People, Bruce offered a glimpse into his motivations, revealing that his elaborate ruse yielded substantial financial gain. Over the course of 3 weeks, Bruce claimed to have amassed approximately $8,000, of which he purportedly sent $2,500 to the legitimate cause of the Guyana leper colony, while retaining the remainder for himself.
He was doing charity scams back then. The Guyana Leper Foundation, dude. You were doing fucking USAID, or what's that shit called? You were doing that already in the 1950s. It's like, now this jokey joke show is funded for research for lepers over there in Guyana. It's like, yeah, I'm just gonna say I'll send them a little bit of money, you know. At least wait. Now that I think about it, if he sent over $2,000 and he made $8,000, I mean, that's 25%. That's not a bad cut. Shit, if you look at some of the charity foundations and NGOs now, they're sending less than that to the actual causes they proclaim to be. Some of them doing like 7 to 13%. So Lenny's actually on the up and up. He was just not registered with the government.
Not only underscored Bruce's resourcefulness, but also highlighted the moral complexities that often characterized his tumultuous journey. In a dramatic turn of events on October 4th, 1961, Bruce found himself embroiled in controversy once again. This time at the Jazz Workshop
trying to get money for the poor Africans over there.
He's charged with obscenity for his daring use of language. Bruce fearlessly defended his choice of words, asserting that certain terms were so ingrained in everyday discourse that they carried little weight. Unfazed by the uproar, Bruce quipped that those offended by his words probably can't come. While the jury ultimately acquitted him, the incident marked the beginning of heightened scrutiny from law enforcement agencies, leading to a string of subsequent arrests under similar charges. Bruce's legal woes continued to mount, with arrests in Philadelphia in 1961 for drug possession, and again in Los Angeles 2 years later. The latter incident, occurring in the then unincorporated area of West Hollywood, saw Bruce colliding with a young deputy named Sherman Block, who would later rise to the position of county sheriff. The charge?
And he pissed that guy off.
Bruce's use of the Yiddish term schmuck, deemed insulting and potentially obscene. Fortunately for Bruce...
Wait. Don't tell me the Blue Jays involved in this. So he got in trouble for saying schmuck because it's a Yiddish cuss word. So the moobs got him, dude. The moobs got him, dude. You just got Blue Jade, bro, for using Yiddish? That's some bullshit.
The charges in Hollywood were eventually dropped. On December 5th, 1962, Bruce faced yet another arrest, this time on stage at the Gate of Horn Folk Club in Chicago. Despite his legal troubles on home soil, Bruce ventured abroad, performing at Peter Cook's renowned The Establishment Club in London. However, his international endeavors were short-lived, as he soon found himself barred from entering the United Kingdom by the Home Office, labeled an undesirable alien. Returning to the States, Bruce's troubles persisted, culminating in a pair of arrests at the Café Au Go-Go in Greenwich Village in April 1964. With undercover detectives lurking in the audience, Bruce's performances once again landed him in hot water, leading to his arrest alongside club owners Howard and Ellie Solomon.
Dude, at that point, dude, you were enemy number one, dude. They were coming to the shows just to target him. As soon as he said anything, they're like, "Mr. Bruce, please step off the stage." Straight to jail. Straight to jail, buddy.
For allowing an allegedly obscene performance. Despite his legal battles, Bruce's unyielding commitment to free expression remained undimmed, cementing his status as a countercultural icon.
He just didn't care.
Amidst a blaze of media attention, a distinguished 3-judge panel presided over Bruce's highly publicized 6-month trial. Manhattan Assistant District Attorney Richard Koo led the prosecution, countered by the formidable defense team of Ephraim London and Martin Garbus. Despite a groundswell of support from luminaries across the artistic and intellectual spectrum, including notable figures like Woody Allen, Bob Dylan, and Allen Ginsberg. The verdict rendered on November 4th, 1964, was one of guilt for obscenity. This decision, delivered despite impassioned testimony and petitions of support, served as a stark reminder of the societal division surrounding issues of censorship and free expression.
Shout out to Mr. Bentalk, the legend. Thank you so much, buddy. I massively appreciate that, bro. Thank you so much for the support, Bentalk. I massively appreciate that, buddy. You're a dang legend. Just cracking open a bit of kindness on a random human and showing a bit of generosity to not only the channel, but somebody in chat. And who did you pull? Did you get a good human? Prince V Lady. What is that? Is that like Vlad the Impaler if he was a lady? Lady. I don't like that. I don't like your name. Prince Vlady. That's not how you spell Vlad, dude. Am I making fun of somebody that's just not good at... Maybe this dude has dyslexia. I'm sorry, bro. If you have dyslexia, I'm sorry for making fun of you. But that name's shit. I'm just saying, it's shit. It's shit. But if you're mentally disabled, I apologize for your shit name. But thank you so much, Bentalk. I appreciate that massively, buddy. I appreciate that. You're a legend. Thank you so much, man. Emojis, videos, all them nice things. And Mr. Texas Nevsky. Tex, I saw you earlier in JB's. I sent you a message, but I don't know if you saw. I was busy on my phone. Good to see you, Tex. You're a legend, dude. You're a legend. You have a vampire,
On
dude.
December
I know,
21st,
dude.
1964,
I need to get more bug
Bruce
spray.
faced
They
the
just be
consequences
crawling
of
in
his
the windows.
conviction, receiving a 4-month sentence in a workhouse. However, his battle for justice was far from over. Released on bail pending the outcome of his appeal,
It's
Bruce
over,
passed
dude.
away before a final decision could be reached. In a twist of fate, Howard Solomon, the owner of the club where Bruce's arrest took place, witnessed the overturning of his conviction in the aftermath of Bruce's death. Throughout his career, Bruce's appearances on network television were a rare occurrence, limited to just 6 broadcasts. However, in his later club performances, he fearlessly incorporated the details of his legal struggles into his comedy routine. These impassioned performances often served as a platform for Bruce to rail against the injustices of his court battles, condemnations of fascism, and grievances.
I know
in
in one of his stand-up shows, what he also did was he read his court case while on stage. He was reading his court case, and I think he got locked up for that too.
Fundamental right to freedom of speech. As a consequence of his uncompromising stance, Bruce found himself banned outright from several US cities, a testament to the divisive nature of his provocative brand of humor. In September 1962, Lenny Bruce's maiden voyage to Australia set off a media frenzy,
I see what you did.
stirring
I see what you
controversy
did.
that reverberated across the nation. Despite evading bans or expulsion, Bruce's presence at Aaron's Exchange Hotel in central Sydney, orchestrated by the financially beleaguered American expat promoter Lee Gordon, ignited a whirlwind of chaos. Bruce's initial 9 p.m. performance on September 6th passed without incident, but the subsequent 11 p.m. show descended into turmoil.
Yeah.
As hecklers disrupted the performance, local actress Barbara Wyndon's vocal objection to Bruce's American-centric material elicited a sharp retort, leaving audiences stunned and divided.
You roasted her
By
ass.
the following day, Sydney's newspapers condemned Bruce, branding him sick, and even manipulating images to vilify him.
Why the Aussies coming in here crying, you dirty drongos? Why you all being a bunch of bloody doilums over there, dude? Why you guys gotta hate on Uncle Lenny, dude? You're just making fun of Australians and getting your ass in trouble, Lenny. That's some bullshit. Bloody sensitive, sassy ass Australians out there. She had to get her ass roasted. Like, what was Lenny meant to do? Mr. Ryan Lopez, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Good to see you, bruv.
Further, with public outcry mounting, venue
Speaking
owners
of, where's
swiftly pulled
Clarence?
the plug on Bruce's remaining shows, forcing him to retreat to his King's Cross Hotel sanctuary. Undeterred fans, including future Ounce magazine luminary Richard Neville, attempted to salvage the situation by securing an alternative venue at the University of New South Wales Roundhouse. However, their efforts were dashed when the university's vice-chancellor inexplicably revoked permission at the 11th hour. Even Bruce's scheduled television interview with the Australian Broadcasting Commission was unceremoniously scrapped. As Bruce found himself ensnared in a web of controversy and censorship, his Australian excursion became emblematic of the clash between free expression and societal norms.
Yeah, I mean, dude,
Despite the
freedom of
adversity,
speech,
Bruce's
this guy,
legacy
dude.
endured, leaving an
He laid
indelible mark on the
foundations
cultural landscape of Australia
in the cultural
and beyond.
landscape.
Bruce's time in Australia left a lasting impact as he retreated to the confines of his hotel, grappling with both personal and professional challenges exacerbated by
Dude,
his
you're a
increasing
bastard.
drug use.
Chase, you're funny, bro.
His mental and physical health
Alice
deteriorated
Cooper.
amidst
Alice
repeated
Cooper,
brushes
dude.
with the law, leading to a downward spiral that would haunt him until his untimely demise.
Nice, you guys are being silly.
By
I like that.
1966, Bruce found himself ostracized by the very venues that once welcomed him, with a nationwide blacklist looming over his career. Despite this, he delivered a memorable performance at the Berkeley Community Theatre in December 1965, captured for posterity in his final live album, The Berkeley Concert. Characterized by its lucidity and poignancy, the performance showcased Bruce at his best, offering a glimpse into the mind of a troubled genius.
Yep.
However, Bruce's last hurrah on June 25, 1966, at the Fillmore
66.
Auditorium in San Francisco, was marred by turmoil. Sharing the stage with Frank Zappa and the Mothers of Invention, Bruce's performance was marked by erratic behavior, prompting venue owner Bill Graham to describe him as whacked out on amphetamine.
Yeah, he was probably
Zappa's
drugged out,
attempt
dude, on
to
heroin and
engage Bruce in a
amphetamines.
light-hearted exchange was met with suspicion, as Bruce refused to sign his draft card, hinting at the paranoia that plagued his final days. In the midst of his struggles, Bruce found solace in the written word, penning an autobiography at the behest of Hugh Hefner and with the assistance of Paul Krasner. Serialized in Playboy in 1964 and 1965, and later published as How to Talk
it's interesting
Dirty.
because he had a lot of support from Hugh Hefner in the early days of Playboy. He kind of, I mean, because it's interesting with Hugh, he did a lot of things. Like, he was also one of the first people to, like, I think, like, properly feature black musicians as well, and like highlight them in the early days. He kind of did it for Lenny with stand-up. Guess, you know, even a broken clock is right a couple of times a day to do some good in the world.
And influence people. Bruce's memoir offered a candid
if it
glimpse into
cancels
his
out the bad,
tumultuous
though.
life. Additionally, he lent his sharp wit to Krasner's satirical
for sure.
magazine, The Realist, contributing articles that reflected his irreverent perspective on contemporary issues.
He does,
On
dude.
August 3rd, 1966, tragedy struck as Lenny Bruce was discovered lifeless in the bathroom of his Hollywood Hills residence. The scene
Chase.
painted a haunting picture. Bruce lay naked on the floor, surrounded by the telltale signs of drug use, syringe,
man.
burned bottle cap, and various narcotics paraphernalia.
Yeah.
Record producer Phil Spector, a close friend, intervened, purchasing the photo negatives to shield Bruce's dignity from the prying eyes of the press.
Yeah.
The
He was
official
one
cause
of the
death,
first, like, massive
acute morphine
overdoses.
poisoning caused by an overdose.
Morphine, yeah.
Bruce found his final resting place at Eden Memorial Park Cemetery in Mission Hills, California. Yet, his departure from this world was anything but ordinary. An unconventional memorial on August 21st garnered widespread attention, with over 500 mourners flocking to pay their respects, led by none other than Spector himself. However,
full
cemetery
Spector.
officials balked at the unconventional affair, attempting to thwart it when ads urged attendees to bring boxed lunches and noisemakers. Amidst the controversy, Reverend William Gleenisk delivered a poignant eulogy, capturing Bruce's essence as a street corner evangelist who dared to confront the artificiality and hypocrisy of society.
Yeah.
His epitaph, simple yet profound, reads, "Beloved Father,
Yeah, Neil Young's
devoted
a
son
legend,
in peace
dude.
at last." In the pages of Playboy, Dick Shop penned a fitting farewell, lamenting Bruce's premature demise at the age of 40 as nothing short of obscene. As tributes poured in from across the artistic spectrum, a memorial event at New York City's Judson Memorial Church
They didn't
on
even
August
speak about
12th
all of
drew
his
a crowd
arrests,
that spilled
dude.
beyond capacity. The gathering, attended by luminaries of the arts, transformed into a heartfelt celebration of Bruce's life and legacy, with performances by Allen Ginsberg, the Fugs, and others, all under the guidance of Paul Krasner. Decades later, on December 23, 2003, Bruce's legacy received a measure of redemption as New York Governor George Pataki granted him a posthumous pardon for his obscenity conviction, a belated acknowledgement of the enduring impact of a man who dared to speak truth to power, even at great personal cost.
The loveliest thing anyone ever said, they said to me once, when I've watched Monty Python,
Okay, wait, hold on. Before, I gotta see, because we might not, like I said, we'll have to see if we have time for everything, so I want to prioritize what's important. Oh, okay, so I lied, but then, so it wasn't 60. I thought it was way more. It says he was arrested roughly 10 times. I guess somebody spoke about the times he got in trouble for shit, so that would probably not relate to direct arrest, but he was arrested 10 times in about 13 years. So he got arrested once a year, basically, while he faced a single 1951 arrest for financial schemes in Florida. The vast majority were obscenity arrests, stemming from his provocative stand-up performances across the country. So yeah, he got arrested in Philadelphia, California, Miami, California, yeah. A lot in California. Yeah. Okay, so 10. It wasn't 60. But I think like there was something I remember that was like an insane amount, but I think that's just times he actually got in trouble. I know a Chinese guy named Huang and my buddy Ian Wan Hung. You guys just coming in with the fucking band jokes. That's great. That's great. Nice. Okay, let's see. We first got to prioritize. So from Lenny. Okay, yeah, before we go into that, let's first see, that's going to be too long for now. I guess while we're on it, let's just quickly see. Ooh, see, now I'm just trying to wonder with time, what we have with time. Let me see, and then we're gonna, that's the would-be modernity. Okay, let me quickly think. Okay, yeah, let's do this. Let me just check something where we're at with time. Okay, yeah, we're good. Let's do this.
We must all get ready now.
We gotta, I'm trying to keep the timing in sequence, basically. So, or like the timeline in sequence.
Some may not like them. This man is William Gaines, owner of EC Comics, and at the moment, he's being cooked by a gaggle of suits for producing these.
Yep.
Yes, horror comics, namely Vault of Horror,
Shut up,
Haunt of
Nightbot.
Fear,
Shut
Weird
up.
Science, and
Stupid
Tales from the
Landlord.
Crypt
Shut
came
up.
under fire from conservative politicians, angry parents, and Dr. Frederick Wortham. And much like when the Hays Code was enacted in the early 30s against movies with mature and dark subject matter, this Senate hearing directly resulted in the Comics Code Authority, a banner of self-censorship posed by comic book companies that would ultimately snuff out most horror comics on the market by the mid-50s. Gaines' company would take the largest hit. Other comic book publishers had superhero and funny animal strips to fall back on. And while many will tell you superhero comics still took a hit at the time, horror and crime comics were EC's bread and butter, and they were out. How could a business survive after its flagship product is ripped away from them? Well, if it wasn't for a seed planted a couple years before, the EC company would have fallen through the cracks for sure, and Satire would look completely different. In 1952, Harvey...
Ryan, sometimes I think you're drunk in chat, dude. Sometimes I think you're drunk, bro. I can never fucking track what you're saying. You like having conversation with yourself sometimes, bro.
Kurtzman had grown restless. Kurtzman had previously worked on EC's war titles, Two-Fisted Tales and Frontline Combat. He much preferred these to the horror and crime titles edited by Al Feldstein. It's no surprise that EC's horror titles paid better than the war books, but Kurtzman was determined to receive a larger wage. Gaines suggested Kurtzman start a humor book to better supplement his income. Kurtzman chose to lampoon and parody the comics themselves and went to work. The first issue was fully written by Kurtzman himself. Each story spoofs the different types of comics EC published. Hoo-ha! Drawn by Jack Davis, parodied EC's horror titles. Blobs, drawn by Wally Wood, would satirize EC's science fiction titles. Varmint by John Severin would spoof westerns, and Genneffs by Bill Welder would take on crime stories. The comic book would flounder in sales during its first few issues, and didn't really take off until its fourth issue, with Super Duper Man, a pretty on-the-nose riff of the Man of Steel, but it's a rather amusing parody of Superman by even today's standards, in which the Superman stand-in, Clark Kent, is a dweeby loser akin to Urkel, who is seen leering at women in the bathroom with his X-ray vision, and walking into an occupied telephone booth to change.
It's a revenge of the
As
nerds,
Super Duper
dude.
Man, he is upstaged by superhero turned arch-villain Shazoom, who he coaxes into a fight, destroying several buildings.
Dude, y'all just skirting on the edges of copyright, huh? Shazoom, Shazam, Superman. You guys just want to get sued by DC. By DC Comics at this point. Damn, dude.
Finally tells Lois his secret identity to get into her
These
pants.
dudes from Mad
who
Magazine,
promptly
man.
rejects
They were
DC took offense to this
pasting
and threatened
lines.
EC at the time. Kurtzman and Gaines would not budge, however, and this became the first of many times Mad's satirical works would bring legal trouble. By 1955, the Comics Code had wiped out almost all of EC's other titles, which left Mad as its most profitable by default. But Kurtzman was offered a position as an editor at Pageant magazine, which Kurtzman considered a much better deal than staying at the floundering EC Comics. In order to keep Kurtzman, Gaines suggested turning Mad itself into a magazine. Mad's 24th issue would start its new life as a magazine. This would also free it from any restrictions from the Comics Code, because technically, it wasn't a comic anymore. The Comics Code never truly went away. The stories in EC's remaining titles, as well as newer comics akin to Mad, were rejected by the Code entirely, and eventually, after a particularly infuriating objection involving the sweat on an African-American character in the iconic Judgment Day story, Gaines left the Code and vowed never to work under it again. This left Mad as its only title, and things were starting to heat up there as well. Kurtzman was beginning to miss deadlines. He had taken a pay cut, which, if you remember, pay was the whole reason this got started in the first place, and despite the magazine and EC Comics almost floundering completely due to mounting debts, Kurtzman demanded 51% of the magazine. Covertly, Kurtzman had been working with the owner of Playboy, Hugh Hefner, on a new magazine and had signed over two prominent Mad artists, Jack Davis and Bill Elder. Gaines refused, so Kurtzman took his artists and left the magazine to form Trump. Gaines would rely on Al Feldstein to pick up the pieces that were left after Kurtzman's departure. Feldstein would bring on new artists, Bob Clark, George Woodbridge, Joe Orlando, Mort Drucker, Dave Berg, and Don Martin to pick up the pace. Don Martin being Mad's most popular artist, or as they would call him, Mad's maddest artist. However, Mad's most popular recurring cartoon characters were created by Antonio Prohías, a political cartoonist from Cuba who fled to the United States after accusations of being a spy for the CIA by infamous dictator Fidel Castro began to surface. Antonio's work criticized communism and the back-and-forth warring between the US and Russia during the Cold War. Despite his daughter needing to translate his work, the Mad artists found him amusing and hired him. Spy vs. Spy might be the most recognizable icon from Mad Magazine other than Alfred E. Newman himself.
Yeah.
Its violent slapstick gags riffing on the Cold War sentiments.
See, Chase, you mentioned Alfred E. Newman, dude. So there we go. See, I told you I was gonna tie it all together. I was gonna touch on the greats and the legendary kind of small establishments that we all kind of grew up. Like, dude, I loved Mad Magazine as a kid, man.
At the time are still relevant today. The works of Don Martin and the Spy vs. Spy comics would all get animated shorts in Mad's later stints in television. Another change during the Al Feldstein era, starting with its 30th issue, was changing the What Me Worry Kid, now named Alfred E. Newman, from a small meme character and small detail on the front cover to the bona fide mascot of the magazine.
Chase.
The character had appeared in small detail on
Mad.
each cover since the 21st issue. The letters column in
What's crazy to think is, man, I was still reading Mad comics as a kid, and I mean, Mad magazine started what, 1950s, 1960s? So that was solidly running for what, over like 50 years. Mad magazine was running. I wonder if it's still running today.
26th issue humorously showcased the multiple origin stories for the character, along with the many different versions of it over the years. The origin of the What Me Worry kid lands in old advertisements, and it's fitting that the Mad artist would use the commercial character as a sort of meme due to its contentious relationship with ads.
In the Mad Magazine game, you win by losing all your money.
I lost everything! I win!
The new Mad Magazine game from Parker Brothers.
Holy shit. So Mad Magazine did not completely cease publication, but in autumn of 2019, it ended its run of the newsstand distribution and primarily switched to publishing new content exclusively for subscribers and comic book shops. The last nationwide newsstand release was issue 9, October 2019, which featured now with more Kool-Aid, new formula, which featured a Tarantino time warp theme. That's interesting. So following this milestone, the magazine began a bi-monthly format featuring most nostalgic reprinted content in its 60-year vault. That's crazy. So Mad Magazine had a 60-year run.
Mad's relationship with ads is interesting because after their 33rd issue, and aside from the ads of their own
Holy shit, and I just checked something. It seems Mad Magazine is now owned by DC Comics. What the fuck? That's wild.
They didn't have any. Mad took his position as a satirical magazine seriously, which meant they would make fun of anything if they could find humor in it, which meant comic books, movies, TV shows, politics, and advertising.
I wonder if you did have advertisers, who would want to advertise in that?
Well, that's another reason we don't have advertisers.
That's crazy.
No, I wonder, seriously. Let's think, who would...
Well, certainly the soda companies and the gum companies, I think, would be a prime candidate.
But then we worry because we would hate to have our readers getting cavities because we took ads.
It's okay to rot their mind, but not their teeth.
Gaines was the main driving force for this rule, as both Kurtzman and Feldstein expressed interest in using ads. But Gaines maintained this rule barring a few exceptions.
So that's
Gaines'
crazy.
reasoning for this may seem to come from a mostly principled place, and I'm not going to take that away from him, but there's a more practical reason given as well.
Oi,
We'd have to improve our packaging.
How you
Most
doing, buddy?
advertisers want to
Good to
appear in a
see you,
magazine
man.
that's loaded with color and has a super slick
Let me
paper.
quickly hit you with your emojis. What's up, Uncle Brick? And by the way, if you're here and you enjoy the stream, this has been a really good one, and this stream went past way too quickly. I mean, shit, I should have known that this was going to be an entertaining one when I'm just trying to talk about comedy, and then we got to go into racism and blackface over here. But yeah, I appreciate that. And hey, if you're here, appreciate everybody that supports the streams financially. But hey, if you can't do that, that's fine. But at least hit a like, man. And then you'll know whenever I'm streaming, even if you don't want to come stop in, at least you'll know. Because YouTube doesn't seem to want to let people know when I'm streaming. So if you like the stream, at least then you'll know when the stream is rolling. What's up, Uncle Bricky? Got to hit you with the emojis. What's up, buddy?
So you'd find yourself being pushed into producing a
later.
more expensive package. You get bigger and fancier and attract more advertisers. Then you find yourself losing some of the advertisers. Your readers still expect the fancy package, so you keep putting it out. But now you don't have any advertising income, which is the reason why you got fancier in the first place.
True.
And now you're sunk. Gaines was a businessman at the end of the day, and to keep Matt afloat for nearly 40 years.
Hey, by the way,
he took
we have a Monty Python section in our comedy deep neutral analysis for today. We have a Monty Python section, obviously, too. We gotta. So it's good we have our British boy in here before we get cracking into the Monty Pythons. We'll see if we have time for that, though. We'll see if we have time, if we get the extensions.
Precautions. Mad's printing remained in black and white. Mad's regular staff consisted of about 9 to 10 people at a time. The artists worked freelance, and there was lower pay for guest writers wanting to appear in Mad.
Hell yeah, buddy. I heard on Teriak he promoted tomorrow night. We're doing Chris's Brick Shithouse with our favorite Mr. Leprechaun. Mr. Terry tearing pieces off of yaks over there. I don't know how Ireland works, but I didn't even know they had yaks over there. But I know they have leprechauns, and come and see your favorite Irish leprechaun live on YouTube over on my channel, Chris's Brick Shithouse, the show where it's not about shitting in houses. It is about Bricky and me taking the piss. But no number twos, you know what I'm saying? So come tomorrow, same time. Our streams are usually running. Probably be starting about 2 hours earlier than what it is for you right now, wherever you are. We'll be doing a Chris's Brick Shithouse featuring our fantastic, lovely, favorite rainbow flavored friend, Mr. Teriak. Doing a bit of the same topic we're doing today, but we're just going to be having a laugh and looking at actual stand-up. So that's why I figured, you know, we might as well go into tomorrow's by already prepping on our comedy history today for today's show. And then tomorrow we just have a laugh, and we all know the ins and outs of the jokey joke scrolls, you know.
His lavish vacations for the small group, Gaines developed a reputation for being cheap.
I have seen Bill break up a conference with the entire staff assembled for 2 days to track down a $1.75 telephone call that no one will fess up to making.
Keeping the magazine above water that long required it, because along with the lack of advertising, Mad's frequent brushing with the legal system had to soak up funds. The Mad writers parodied popular songs through a joke songbook. Readers were encouraged to sing the joke lyrics to the sound of the original songs. This managed to tick off the music publishers enough for them to sue EC for $25 million. The court's decision favored Mad for most of the songs except 2. There is No Business Like No Business and Always,
No Business
which
Like
were
Show
considered
Business.
too close to the original song.
Hey,
Mad had
Chase,
several lawsuits
you
over its
legend.
mascot Alfred E. Newman,
You know what? I'm
which
gonna
all
add
fell
that
through
for
due to the
today.
lack of copyright
Nah, add
renewals
that
on
for
the
today.
character,
Fuck that.
which made him public domain. Universal took issue with Mad over usage of the Frankenstein monster character for their 89th
William's
issue.
not here.
The
so
Star
we'll be
Wars
all right.
legal team sent legal threats to Mad despite George Lucas praising the lampoons made by Mad. A similar thing happened to Charles Schultz with Peanuts. Despite enjoying the magazine's work, for years, some gung-ho Peanuts lawyers sent letters on his behalf. Mad's satirical edge was really the first of its
Thank
kind,
you, bro.
so in addition
By the
to
way,
essentially paving
shout
the
out to you, Uncle Chase Crows. You're a legend, and I massively appreciate the support, man. God bless, brother Chase. Appreciate you, man.
way for song parodies, Mad influenced a generation to create the kind of parody content we're used to seeing today, from Air Pirate Funnies to all the Mad ripoffs, to National Lampoon, to Weird Al, to The Simpsons.
It's against regulations. In this department, we go by the book.
Yeah, no book.
And that is ultimately the
book.
cultural significance of Mad. It wasn't just surviving legal battles, or staying relevant through major shifts in popular culture. It was their irreverent style of humor, an anti-authoritarian point of view, which may have previously only been seen in Warner Brothers cartoons, that truly made the impact, because now it was in the hands of the American youth. I think this article from the New York Times said it best. Mad was the only one that blatantly admitted its trashiness. And not just admitted it, but reveled in it, advertised it,
Let's go.
never allowed it to be
Let's
forgotten, wore it like a badge of honor. Which of course it was.
Don't worry, Bricky. You two can team up against me too and do a bit of African hate. You and Teria can team up as the European Knights. You go pee in the Knights. And the Knights of the wet fucking mattresses, the person in bed Knights, the European Knights over there. And yeah, we can just, you and me can team up. Well, we probably can't team up on Teriak because he's our guest. We'll do a tag team match tomorrow. It'll be fun.
And kids across the country knew it
Legend,
instantly.
Uncle Bricky. See you
Kids
tomorrow,
felt it
buddy.
right from the beginning.
Be a good one.
Mad told the truth. The article later reads, Mad made public and lent confirmation to tens of thousands of thoughts that kids around the country had been afraid they were crazy for having. It was magical, objective proof to kids that they weren't alone. That in New York City on Lafayette Street, if nowhere else, there were people who knew that there was something wrong, phony and funny about a world of bomb shelters, brickmanship, and toothpaste smiles.
Shout out to the Coen brothers, man. I got that reference. Coen brothers, oh brother, where art thou, man? That was a good ass movie. What's his name? Fucking, I want to say, almost said Clint Eastwood. Not Clint Eastwood. What's the fucking guy's name? I forget his name. George Clooney.
Mad's consciousness of itself as trash, as a comic book, as an enemy of the parents and teachers, even as a money-making enterprise, thrilled kids. And with that kind of influence, it's only a matter of time before a goofy joke magazine becomes a fully fledged brand, the likes of which Hollywood execs and producers can fully exploit.
Bricky, yeah, that's the trouble with writing jokes.
In September 1973, Mad reached its peak in sales for one issue.
Bricky,
it sold
I got a solution for you. Draw comics. Shout out to Mad Magazine. You just got to draw yourself some pictures, dude. Do some damn hieroglyphics or figure it out, man. Come on, you're British. You can figure it out.
0.4 million copies. Which is interesting because it really is just a standard issue of the magazine. It's really a testament to how popular it was at this point. You got your letters column, a couple of wacky ads. In this section titled The Poop Side Down Adventure, they spoof airport.
Adventures.
Gee,
Dude,
isn't that interesting?
Yeah.
Except here they are using an ocean liner. In this section they spoof ads for tools against home invasions and muggings. Except the deterrents gradually become more gruesome and deranged. The issue continues with some gags involving Tarzan, a goof on hospitals, and the automotive industry. And of course, taking the piss out of Richard Nixon. More people are probably familiar with this issue, which was released several months later. Its cover is infamous for displaying the middle finger. I imagine that this was an attempt to be more provocative, in the same vein as the National Lampoon, which had been out for a few years at this point.
Shout out.
But it ended up selling less than usual. The cover dissuaded clerks and store owners from displaying it on their shelves. In 1974, Mad received an animated pilot for ABC.
Roy, I did exactly the same thing. I always begged for Mad magazines, dude. That's where mine started too. In the comic book days when, we were all doing magazines, but I was doing comic books, and definitely Mad was one of the ones, dude. Whenever I saw a new issue of Mad magazine, I also begged my mom. I was like, I need to get one of those.
But it was not aired. Execs found the scathing satire of auto brands a little too on the nose. The special is a really good representation of how the magazine works, the auto section and the Godfather parody being the best of the special. There's a lot of social commentary you'd see replicated years later on television shows during the 90s. This healthcare gag is pretty funny because it's true.
Now, why can't you admit this patient? Well, he hasn't been able to tell us his Blue Cross.
Hell yeah.
In the 80s, Mad's branding would be lent to Up the Academy, a comedy in the same vein as Police Academy, Meatballs, or Stripes, but it was obviously borrowing the template from National Lampoon's series of movies. The difference being National Lampoon's movies were successful, and this movie bombed, and destroyed any idea of Mad lending its name to films in the future. I mean, it's not a horrible movie. A group of delinquent kids are sent to military school, hijinks ensue, pretty out there gags, a cameo. I think most people are familiar with this movie because it stars Ralph Macchio as a... I mean, it's not comedy gold, but I found it amusing. There would be another attempt at a pilot in the late 80s, but the print seems to be lost to time. But anything is possible. It may resurface someday. I mean, the Boondocks pilot came out this year. Anything's possible. By the 90s, Mad...
So that movie is lost. How is it lost? See what I'm saying? People are like, yeah, Bricky, you asshole, everything's on the fucking internet. Where's that Mad movie then? This dude just said it's lost, you dickhead. I told you, Bricky. Shit.
Once again tried lending its branding, but this time it was on television, and it was a success. Mad TV, a sketch comedy show in the same vein as SNL or In Living Color, had a successful run of 14 seasons from 1995 to 2009. It wasn't the forefront of comedy like SNL was, and it didn't have the Wayans and Jim Carrey like In Living Color did.
Dude, In Living
It's the least
Color?
remembered of the three, but with that being said, I definitely have laughed the hardest at this show.
I see.
By the way, dude, shout out with In Living Color. I mean, shit, dude, the Wayans brothers, like, they're also heavily underlooked when it comes to comedy, man. I mean, Jim Carrey, Wayans brothers, dude, legends in the early days.
I grew up watching the skits on YouTube, the Dr. Phil segments, the Stewart sketches, Dot Goddard, and this Jeopardy parody. It's some of the funniest of the series.
He already answered.
No, he didn't. Buzz in, Rodney.
Yeah, but
Rodney, when I say buzz in, you... Oh, Rodney.
Some people may think it's sort of out of left field to produce a sketch show using the Mad TV brand, but SNL itself was heavily inspired by the National Lampoon radio show and magazine. Some of the original talent of SNL's first seasons were taken straight from that show. It seems only natural to make a sketch show based off the original parody and satire magazine too. The series also launched the careers of several prominent comedic actors.
Hey.
Phil Lamar, Jordan Peele, Keegan-Michael Key, and Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee, dude.
Just to name a few. I think the most compelling thing from Mad TV, though, was its bizarre parodies of children's television series like Sesame Street and the Rankin Bass Rudolph special. These precede the likes of Robot Chicken by nearly a decade, which is very interesting considering Mad's next TV show.
That's where the inspiration
is.
Mad inspired Robot Chicken. I mean, dude, Seth Green definitely, got that from Robot Chicken. I also realized that with their first Christmas one, that it was a direct homage to Mad Magazine in the early days.
Robot Chicken, but for kids. Cartoon Network's Mad is an attempt to televise the style and format of the magazine, much like the '74 pilot. Crooked ads, comic-style bumpers, parodies of contemporary movies and TV shows, but with a heavy lean on mixed media, stop motion, puppets, 3D and 2D animation, all combining with different styles and artists. It's really excellent. In my opinion, this show captures the sensibilities of the magazine the most. Out of all the different types of media that came out over the years surrounding Mad, this is the most like the source material. The reanimated Spy vs. Spy shorts for this show are good despite the rough animation. I mean, it really has a charm to it. They even recreated Don Martin's cartoons as well.
Yes.
Mad's main segments were these strange fusions of two different pieces of popular media, as opposed to a straight parody. These probably are the segments that age the worst considering the relevancy in popular media changing over the years. But there are some really funny skits in here. The animated segments by M. Martella are the funniest regular segments to come from the series. But the Mad ads are the best segments in general. This is probably...
if you think about it, Brie, as well... Hold on, let me pull this up. Even if you think about it, dude, Mad Magazine or Mad TV in the early days, that and In Living Color, dude. That's what inspired SNL. Fucking definitely, it's way better than SNL. Way better jokes and stuff than SNL, too.
The first time a lot of Gen Zers were introduced to any form of satire. It's not very complex or subtle, but Mad never really was. I remember the SpongeBob commercial specifically being an obvious riff on ShamWow.
Yeah.
I still can't believe they called it this.
Machine. Made in Germany. You know the Germans always make good stuff.
That brings us to the modern day. Mad Magazine stopped printing regular issues back in 2018, and in a world where people have access to the internet, most print media is disappearing. Reporters were surprised by Mad's relevance back in the late 80s, when William Gaines and Al Feldstein still ran it. Gaines passed away back in 1992, and Al Feldstein...
Shout out to the legend, Mr. Blitzkrieg Damon, over there on YouTube. On fucking Twitch. What's up, buddy? You just holding Twitch hostage over there. He's the emperor of Twitch over there. I did make you a mod, Blitz. Yeah, I think I did make you a mod. Legend over there, Uncle Blitzkrieg Damon.
Left the magazine in the 80s, and despite the critical voices that started the magazine being absent, contributors like John Ficarra, Nick Meglin, and Joe Raiola were able to keep the magazine running until at least 2018. Mad still exists digitally, but I can't imagine it has the same cultural impact it had back in the day. The world the magazine was created in is long gone, and the Mad banner is now just another brand in Warner Brothers' arsenal. But that doesn't take away from how impactful the magazine was in its peak.
Yeah.
It was edgy, subversive, juvenile, gross, and idiotic. It was mad.
In Hollywood Deathmatch, no, that was a separate creator that did Hollywood Deathmatch.
We must all get ready now.
But obviously Hollywood Deathmatch was inspired by, you know, the early days of stop motion and claymation. So maybe in a way it inspired it, but it wasn't. I don't think there was a direct tie-in to that. Let's actually quickly see. I loved Celebrity Deathmatch, man. That was such good shit. Like, over here, man, MTV always kind of sucked because by the time we got MTV, all of this, it already had TV shows. It didn't have just songs. I kind of grew up with Beavis and Butthead, Celebrity Deathmatch, Jackass, all of that stuff. See, so Celebrity Deathmatch, claymation series, Celebrity was created by animator and writer Eric Fogel. Featured clay, figurines, famous people. Wait, hold on. Let's quickly see. I'll find out for you. But we're going because I just realized I can't muck about. Time is crucial today. So let's see. We need to go now. So our jump now will be from Mad, and then I mean, I don't know. I don't think I put. Dude, we can't. I kind of want to do. I kind of want to do this. So I'm gonna do this. If we have time, we'll jump into the rest because we have the SNL one, and then we have Monty Python still left before we get up to date. But what I'm gonna do is we're gonna segue into a little bit of a what do you call it? Like a compilation. We'll do a quick compilation and see if I agree with this dude.
I think you like me more now than earlier, so I'm gonna redo my special.
Oh, dude, the legend, dude. The legend. Who knows who this guy is? That's very quickly. The legend. Another one that died very young. We'll see if somebody nails it.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and today we're counting down our picks for the top 20 stand-up comedy specials of all time.
They're not gonna ask Al Gore to run with Al Sharpton.
Definitely, I agree with that one.
For this list, we're ranking the funniest and most enduring examples of the stand-up comedy show as art. What's your favorite stand-up comedy special? Let us know in the comments. Hey Mojoholics! For a chance to win cash prizes, play our live daily trivia challenges every day at 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern only at watchmojo.com/play. Number 20, John Mulaney, New in Town. If John Mulaney's 2023 stand-up tour was all about celebrating his newfound sobriety, then New in Town from 2012 showcased a comedian with something to prove.
Honestly, when I'm walking down the street, no one's ever like, hey, look at that man. I think they're just like, whoa, that tall child looks terrible.
This was Mulaney's second stand-up special for Comedy Central.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, from what I'm seeing here, it seems like, yeah, no, dude, there's no direct connection, dude, with Eric Fogel. It seems like he just jumped off in the early 90s. 91, I see here, he started his off. And nothing really before Celebrity Deathmatch seems notable. Because he started Celebrity Deathmatch in 1998. I know Cartoon Sushi, I know that, but that's like an obscure one that he worked on in early days. And then he also worked on Cartoon Sushi and Daria. So obviously that's how he got into MTV, was doing Daria for, what's the dude's name, man? Beavis and Butthead, bro. How am I blanking on him, dude, right now? Mike Judd, Beavis and Butthead, there we go. So he probably worked for Mike Judd on Daria, and then from there he got the connection into MTV to pitch Celebrity Deathmatch to them. But that seems to be pretty much where he got his start. And then the earlier stuff than that is like obscure shit.
And debuted just as the funny man's career as an SNL writer was winding down. New in town,
Okay,
even
by
features
the
bits
way,
where Mulaney references his
I'm still
work as
catching
writer.
up with chat, but just so that you guys know I'm not cheating, this is the last one I see over here, okay? So this is the last comment I see on my screen right now, okay? Before I scroll, okay, wait, actually I'm not, so I don't lie. That's the last one I see on my screen right now. So the dude that was there, let's see if somebody got it before I start scrolling, but it's Mitch Hedberg, the legend Mitch Hedberg. Mitch Hedberg. Okay, let's carry on. I'll see if somebody got it.
And it's fun to see him work both sides of the camera.
Like, I'll book a ticket on some garbage airline. You know, I don't want to name an actual airline, so let's just make one up. Let's call it, like, Delta Airlines. So I'll book a ticket on Delta Airlines.
His ease on the microphone and with the audience is readily
Yeah, one of the best
and it's
SNL
clear that
cast.
Mulaney is in for some
That was
truly
one of the
great-
best ones. I liked Adam Sandler's time. That was a really good cast on SNL. And then obviously one of my favorites, dude, Will Ferrell's crew, dude, was one of the last, I think like one of the last really good ones was Will Ferrell's crew on SNL. And from there it just went into shit.
things on the
But yeah,
horizon.
Chevy,
He may
Sandler,
have been
and
new in
then,
town, but John Mulaney already felt like an old pro.
Will Ferrell.
And I didn't know what to say. Because I couldn't be like, no, that's okay. I was lying. It was a lie to get drugs.
Dude, I love
know,
Tales
like
from the Crypt as a kid, man. I still used to go rent the VHSs. I was like, dude, the art was cool, and the art got me. So I was like, dude, Tales from the Crypt. Bricky, Miss Brie. Celebrity Deathmatch was a regular watch. Yeah, dude. Brothers. That's the way, dude. That was the shit back in the day. And the poetic irony of rich people, yeah. Holding a mask, becoming the permanent face reflector. So peak comedy. Irish ask for a whiskey every day, and African asks for 1,000 cigarettes. Listen, dude, I'm not a human, dude. I'm a choo-choo train. You know this already. I function on smoke, dude. I'm not a coal-powered choo-choo train. I'm a tobacco-powered choo-choo train, all right? But it's an autistic thing. You wouldn't understand, Bricky. Maybe you would. Shit, no, actually, Bricky's probably a specialist. I take that back, Bricky. You should understand this. I shouldn't have to be explaining this to you. So tell me a punchline. Tell me a punchline. Your face, Ryan Lopez. Do you want to know a punchline? Your face, Ryan Lopez. Your fucking face. I'm joking, Ryan. I'm joking. Calm down. Okay? Just fucking calm down, Ryan. All right? Calm down. Let's watch old school. Hey, did you just pull a trap card, bro? Did you just pull a trap card? Look at here. Look at here. What spawned this whole thing? You see that? You should be able to see that. Look at what I'm highlighting over here. That's literally the video that spawned all of this. A new pull-up came up about him. So I told everybody here, that video was the inspiration for today's topic. And I wish I could do the tie-in with Yami Ace for the for funny people, because I told them that was basically the first mockumentary that South Africans made. And then fucking Leon, I mean, me as a kid finding his DVDs in Asia was wild shit. I was like, why is a South African dude that does pranks as videos in Asia? And then I realized, dude, Leon here from South Africa was probably one of the pioneers of prank comedy videos. Because I think he might have been doing that shit before the Americans were doing it, man. Like, we got a pretty legendary spot over here in comedy. And we even realized there was another connection with Bloody Cowboys, because we had an American cowboy in the 1920s doing shows here in South Africa that was comedy. He's one of the comedy greats. What was his name? Rogers. It's wild, dude. I don't know we were so connected in comedy history. I definitely didn't think it would be us. But we're a bunch of wild-ass bastards. So in a way, it makes sense.
A crime.
Yeah, that's
Number
on the
19,
list if we
Ali
get the
Wong,
extensions.
Baby Cobra. It
'Cause
was
we're running out
perhaps
of time,
a very
so.
easy joke for Ali Wong to make. The fact that she was very pregnant while filming her Netflix
Good to see
special
ya,
Baby
buddy.
Cobra.
Good to see ya.
I have to pee in
Love
like
Dead
10
Bangers Ball,
minutes.
dude. Dead Bangers Ball.
Don't think for
Brilliant.
a second that this special is cliche or boring, however. As Wong proved, her wit was
gonna look
razor
quickly.
sharp, her joke arsenal primed and ready.
I think feminism is the worst thing that ever happened to women.
Our job used to be no job. We had it so good.
The audience definitely feels game to go along for the ride with Wong as well, and Baby Cobra is made all the better for this fact. Wong's delivery is quick and fearless, and the bits here feel fresh and full of life. Baby Cobra has definitely stood the test of time.
And now, if I don't work, we die. Why else do you think I'm performing 7.5 months pregnant? All right, I've been Ali Wong. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
Number 18.
So I'm gonna check if I'm correct with this, right? If I'm correct with my supposition over here I'm trying to make. But I realized Funny People is even older. There's not a date on Funny People or his earlier stuff he did. Because there's even older shit that's not on here. But his big releases, like the ones I found in Asia, You Must Be Joking, right? Wait, that's You Must Be Joking too. So the original You Must Be Joking was even before this. And this is 1987. He was already doing prank movies. And this was like full-on movies. It wasn't like a TV show. It was a fucking movie. Him in like makeup doing fucking basically prank videos on people, which is wild. So I don't know if he's the first, but it seems like, dude, that's long ago. So we'll see if I'm right. I'm going to do a little bit of more research while we run through this list here.
Bo Burnham. What? Many stand-up comedians appear confident and invincible while on stage, or at least it sometimes appear that way on the outside.
It's so hard to be a lizard.
Bo Burnham's What special from 2013 was a huge success for the comedian, but it reportedly caused Burnham bouts of anxiety and panic. The show never suffers as a result of this, of course, and Burnham's unique style of musical and prop comedy feels honed and well-rehearsed.
You're incomparable. Like a...
There's a certain surreal quality to What.
Okay, I stand corrected. I completely forgot about Candid Camera. Candid Camera. Candid Camera was 1950s. So Candid Camera was 1950s. So obviously this is what the stupid AI purview says. I would have to do more research and look at some of the legends that did it. But yeah, the stupid like Google stupid shit AI thing just says Candid Camera and then Jackass. It's like, dude, you're missing Jamie Kennedy's show. You're missing Punk'd. Like, you're missing so much shit before. Wait, no, Punk'd was after Jackass, because Jackass was 2002. Jamie Kennedy's show was definitely before Jackass, though. And there was definitely other shows I'm just not thinking of right now before Jackass. But yeah, it's like Candid Camera, and then it jumps to Jackass in 2002. It's like, dude, no, between 1950 and 2002, there was others. So it just shows you how stupid AI is, because how do I even know that? Anyways, carrying on.
Self-referential vibe that feels deeper than your average observational stand-up. This is something special that may not appeal to everyone, but it's just the perfect palate cleanser when your diet of samey stand-up needs one left-of-center refresh.
Mr. Burnham.
Number 17, Patrice O'Neal, Elephant in the Room. Patrice O'Neal is a much-missed figure of comedy, and one that would probably still be making us laugh were it not for his tragic death back in 2011.
If I go sailing, I'm taking a white baby on a keychain with me. If my boat go down, they gonna find me. I'm gonna have it hooked right to the side of my belt.
Elephant in the Room serves as a fitting coda to a comic who could consistently be relied upon to deliver the yucks. There's a lot of relationship and observational humor here, delivered in O'Neal's warm and conversational style.
Just because I'm lovable.
Yeah, because see, so again, this is why I was confused about this. See, some of these in this category are not legit. I'm even running through the Wikipedia now. And what I'm seeing here is like even Animal House and these kind of things. April Fool's Day 1986. That's like the same time Schuster's stuff was coming out. Like, I'm not seeing anything really. Like, it pretty much, it's like 50s to 80s. Like, if there's nothing else in between that. Because the thing is, Candid Camera was technically a show, now that I think about it. That's why I'm going to disqualify Jamie Kennedy and Punk'd and all of that shit, because that was shows. That wasn't movies. That was a prank movie, where the whole movie is about somebody pranking people, like a full feature movie. Shit, we might have it on actual full feature movie that wasn't a television show. I might still win this. I'm gonna do some research. Not now. Not now.
Doesn't mean that
Legend,
you're
Patrice O'Neal.
lovable too.
Hey, Bricky, you have
The
a good
vibe
evening,
is
buddy.
as if you're enjoying a meal.
Sorry,
or a
man. I was quickly just trying to do some quick research, give you up to the date informations, except for the stupid Clanky information. That didn't help me. It was more helpful to just pull up Wikipedia with the whole category and look at the numbers, what I was seeing for the earliest. Stupid Clanker didn't help me nothing. Okay, well, I'll give it with the Candid Camera, though. The reason the Americans isn't... But wait, wasn't Candid Camera also capturing things happening? I'll have to look. I can't remember. The reason them... Okay, Bricky, by the way, have a good night, buddy. You go sleep for work. I know it's late, getting late for you. The reason, but 10 years later, Officer the Irishman returns still drunk as fuck. Englishman is an Orthodox Christian, but still African, still needs a lighter. You shut up, my lighter works fine. Look that. Oh, it's first try, bro. Wait. Why is it shitty on the law? First try every time. Don't talk shit about my lighter. It'll bitch slap you, dude. This lighter keeps grudges, buddy. Calm down.
drink with the comedian, engaging in a spirited back and forth full of laughter and good times. Patrice O'Neal may be gone, but his humor will never be forgotten.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Number 16, Louis C.K., Shameless.
Okay, we'll address the elephant in the room. In 2017, Louis C.K. confirmed multiple reports
tomorrow
of
night,
sexual
Uncle
misconduct,
Bricky,
tarnishing his reputation as one of the great comedians of his generation. However, taken on its own merits,
let's
his
go.
2007 stand-up special Shameless...
Let's go, dude. I am so far behind in chat. Okay, wait. I have to catch up with you guys quickly. That's awesome, dude. Yeah, you guys got it. You guys are legends. Mr. Winston and Mrs. Wilson. It's Mitch Headcrab. You guys are legends. You guys got it. Headcrab. Why? Because it's funny. I can tell you right now because it's funny. So I'm bad at pitching stuff. Shit, dude. I was so far behind in chat, man. I didn't realize how long my chat was standing still. Have a good raid in pranks. We have awesome pranks, bro. Our pranks are legend, dude. Plus, I promise you the first mockumentary was funny people, dude. I can promise you that. Because it's an actual documentary where they're taking the piss and like making up a whole story about what they're filming. So like they're filming something and the story that they're telling is completely the wrong story. I bet you that's what I would classify for mockumentary, because it's not meant to be a comedy. Well, in a way, mockumentaries are, but it's taking the piss and pretending to be real. I'm pretty sure we have it with funny people. I'm sure about that. I'll look at it now. A lot of people don't know that Jackass was born out of CKY. Well, can I tell you something else? You know what a lot of people don't know? CKY, that was BAMS. I agree with you. CKY, because remember, the stunts and the things that they were doing in Jackass was definitely from CKY, but it was because BAM was a professional skateboarder and it came out of skateboarding culture. Do you know where the skateboarders learned that shit? Because in the early days of Thrasher and the early like skate DVDs, hold on, I'll show you. That's where all of the shit from Jackass and CKY came from, was because of this, bro. where we at? I don't know where my other ones are. Transworld. It's such a bad name now, dude. Transworld, you don't want that name anymore. But Transworld, Globe, Flip, Sorry, all of the early days of skateboarding DVDs. And do you know what's one of the precursors to skate DVDs? Crusty Demons. Do you know who's in the early days of Crusty Demons? A 14-year-old Travis Pastrana who started Nitro Circus. And Travis, the first time you ever see Travis Pastrana doing wild shit on a motorcycle was in the early Krusty Demons videos, which was the motorcycle guys. So same time. So all of that shit spawned out of that whole culture. Yeah.
Still resonates as a prime example of CK's power as a comedic auteur.
Nobody wants to blow a guy and then go to IKEA with him all day. That's not fun.
Many comics have reflected upon the minutiae of everyday life, but none has done so with quite the same skill.
When you're all looking at each other going,
Tony
like
Hawk,
a silent movie of impatient
early
people,
days,
you know?
the end. Tony Hawk.
Louis is a
Early,
master
young
of
Tony
redirection,
Hawk.
starting down such normal paths
Flip,
as marriage
Sorry.
and parenthood, but ending up
Oh,
with
this is
punchlines
really
that are
sorry.
revealing and dark,
The number
yet
2.
simultaneously side-splitting.
It's a wonder to behold and essential viewing for anyone interested in the art and pathos of comedy.
Who can get past the general ickiness, that is.
I love to shit. It's my favorite thing. I don't know why they call it number 2. I think it's easily the best one. It's in my book, it's number 1.
Number 15, Sarah Silverman, Jesus is Magic. There's a lot of shock humor that goes into Sarah Silverman's Jesus is Magic from 2005.
No, Jesus is magic, you know.
Okay, hold on. Sarah Silverman. Oi. And also what was... Oh, and Elementality. Elementality, which is Element, which was the people who sponsored BAM, right? So early days Elementality. That has, I think, a 10-year-old or 12-year-old Nigel Houston in it. When he was still with his dreadlocks. He was 10 or 12 in Elementality with BAM. And I mean, Nigel Houston right now is what? He's the Olympic fucking champion. I mean, Nigel's a man now. I mean, now he's a fucking he's one of the legends in skateboarding. And I mean, it's also him and BAM kicked off the early days that make Nike relevant in the space, was him and Nigel. Shush. Al the Lion, how you doing, buddy? BAM started it with CKY long before Knoxville. Yes, 100%, dude. Al the Lion, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. Okay, let's quickly see. I'm behind. Bricky was a joke. Was that a joke or social commentary? With Brick, you can never know, dude. Okay, let me just quickly catch up. I'm super far behind in chat. 1 second. Okay, there we go. I'm caught up. Let's go.
Silverman's charisma is palpable through it all, however, and she delivers some biting material with the sort of smile that just knows it's up to no good. But 14, a Stephen Wright special. If there were a Mount Olympus for low-key, low-energy comedians, then Stephen Wright would definitely be wearing a toga and crowned with some serious laurels.
Went to the hardware store and bought some used paint. It was in the shape of a house.
That's because Wright has been serving as a voice for progressive and idiosyncratic comedy for years. A Stephen Wright special served as an early example of the man's vision and voice, a show that makes up for its lack of traditionally cohesive flow in genius bits.
The human body is...
Yeah, I think Twisted Metal is the one that had Travis Pastrana in it. But the first Krusty Demons, so it's Krusty Demons of Dirt, was 1995, dude. That was 1995 already that Krusty Demons came out. So I'm telling you, dude, that if you really want to follow the timeline, Krusty Demons was what set everything off that we got. CKY, Jackass, all of that shit. It was Krusty Demons, dude. If you watch a Krusty Demons video, you'll be like, oh, I see what Chris is talking about. Dude, in the Krusty, it's meant to be like motocross, but they're setting shit on fire. They're getting into fights. It's the early days, dude. That's Krusty Demons kicked off all that hectic DJing crazy shit, and dude just going balls to the wall on motorcycles and getting shit faced on camera. That's Krusty Demons, man.
Made up of 98% water. That means everybody is that far away from drowning.
Wright's non sequiturs are hilarious. His observations at once confusing, smart, and even maddeningly silly. A Stephen Wright special feels like a comedy for comedians, a show that pushes boundaries and rewards those who dare to walk on the mild side.
I was cesarean born. Can't really tell. Although, whenever I leave a house, I go out through the window.
Number 13, Maria Bamford, the special. Maria Bamford is another comedian that's turned to her own personal struggles to serve as a source for inspiration.
I'm going to learn to cook. Everybody.
Yeah, man. See, the trans world stuff was 1996. So 1995 was Krusty Demons. Then trans world skateboarding DVDs, they started with Uno. Obviously, number one was 1996. And then 1996 Four-Wheel Drive came out, and then 1997 they did a greatest hits from like the first year, and then from that everything came out. The Sixth Sense, Interference, all of the other trans world that came out after that. See, it's like roughly same time.
It is to cook, but it is not any easier than
I think Thrasher was later.
Cooking.
The special wasn't Bamford's first rodeo, as she had already amassed a loyal fan base by the time it aired in 2012. That said, the show still manages to feel, well, special, doing exactly what it says on the tin. This is achieved via the setup, because Bamford's audience consists solely of her parents.
My dad said you're a comedian. Tell me a joke. It's not like that.
As a result, the special feels confessional, personal, and even somewhat uncomfortable. Still, the end effects are simply impossible to ignore, and the special remains compelling, right to its closing moments.
Now, if you excuse me,
oh, dude, this chick is just mental illness, dude.
Because I have faces to make.
This lady's just mental illness, dude. Maria Bamford? Yeah,
Number 12,
just mental
I'm
illness.
sorry you feel that way. There are very few certainties in life. There's death.
Hold on. Mr. 13, what's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, Mr. 13. You're a legend. How you doing, bro? Good to see you, man.
There's taxes.
Yeah, that's the
and
thing.
then there's the comedy of Bill Burr. Comedy that never seems to take a night off.
Oh, dude, old Bill Burr was so good.
Every day. In order for me to live.
The black and white photography of I'm Sorry You Feel That Way gives the show a certain level of intimacy, while Burr's wit and brazen demeanor are set on full display.
You know, to this day, sometimes I drive down the street and I think about that hug, and it's just so it's so awful. I have to like shout the memory out of my head. I'll just be driving down the street, just be like, ah!
Bentalk, you dang legend, coming in with the 13 months. Bentalk, you've been here since the bloody early days, bro. Bentalk, it says your video is unavailable. I'm just letting you know. I quickly try to pull that up. It seems like that video that you try to share is unavailable, Uncle Bentalk. It might not be available for me here in South Africa. I don't know why, but it seems like it's unavailable, buddy.
I'm Sorry You Feel That Way feels like classic.
Shout out to you being one of the day one legends, mod legend up in here, Mr. Bentalk, the man himself. The bent too wrong. The collector of Biltong, Mr. Bentalk.
Old school stand-up that's been adapted to the modern day. There's a bit of generation gap humor here, some sacred cow slaughter there, and Bill Burr goes through it all with ease.
You guys are out of your minds.
Number 11, Zach Galifianakis live at the Purple Onion. One of the great things about stand-up comedy specials is their ability to serve as time capsules for a comedian's career.
I'm named after my granddad. My middle name, my native name is Zach Granddad Galifianakis.
Zach Granddad Galifianakis.
Zach Galifianakis live at the Purple Onion is one of those specials. A debut for a future comedy star that showcases all of the bits we would come to.
Hey, what's up, dude? How you doing? Mr. Micro Phoenix? Early Kathleen Madigan is one of the only funny female comedians. I would give an honorable mention to Jordan Jameson, dude. If you're talking about like modern day female comics that are funny, dude, Jordan Jameson, dude. She's the only one, bro. Like all of the other ones are It's like some that are okay, I guess.
Love about Galifianakis and his quirky style of comedy. Meta humor?
Good to see you, Micro.
Musical accompaniment? Double check.
I hate to be gross, but the only time it's good to yell out, "I have diarrhea," is when you're playing Scrabble.
Of course, all of this wouldn't really matter if Galifianakis wasn't funny, right? Thankfully, Live at the Purple Onion still manages to
shout out
crack
to
us
you,
up,
Roy.
even though we can all remember when we heard these bits for the
I've been watching you for about 6 months. I changed my name and stalk a lot. Hello, listener, turned me onto your channel. Shout out to you, Mr. Roy McCoy. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I appreciate that. Uncle Tony's a legend around these parts. You hear? Gotta respect the Uncle Tone, the Tone man himself.
very first time. Number 10, a wild and crazy guy.
Dude,
can we reminisce for a minute the art form that was the comedy album?
Hey, I'm not trying to be a big shot or anything like that, but I get my drinks half price.
Today's streaming world benefits from an embarrassment of riches when it comes to Netflix specials. However, those of a certain age will likely recall the first time they heard spun LPs from the Firesign Theatre or National Lampoon. Steve Martin's A Wild and Crazy Guy was definitely cut from that same cloth, and the album experience was brought to television screens back in 1978.
That's one turtle you won't be riding to church, Martin. A turtle's a turtle.
The special mixed in concert clips of Martin's act with comedy sketches, all of which helped promote his generational talent to the masses.
Wait, dude. Funny People? Yes, dude. Funny People was 1970. 1970 was Funny People over here. I wanted to say, dude, I think we have it. Like 1970. Yeah, dude. Gods Must Be Crazy was 1980. Was Gods Must Be Crazy. That's wild. Yeah, Funny People, 1976. That's crazy. I'll show you guys. Well, if we have, we'll see if we have time.
So get those bunny ears ready, turn on that tube TV, and take in some cathode ray sunshine with this wild and crazy guy.
I like to have my own individual odor. That's why I wear tuna fish sandwich.
Tuna fish sandwich. Biggs is a legend.
One whose satirical and transgressive approach served as a huge influence for future stars like Dennis Leary. While Comedy Central presents Mitch Hedberg.
I'm gonna do an entire special not facing the camera.
Mitch Hedberg had a unique perspective on comedy and a delivery that had fans dying of laughter in the aisles, or scratching their heads in confusion. Comedy Central presents Mitch Hedberg may have started out as simply another half hour of comedy from the channel's long-running series, but it ended up as an early showcase for one of stand-up's most promising stars.
Like wearing a turtleneck is like being strangled by a really weak guy.
The special was simple and to the point, broadcasting Hedberg's shy, stoner stage presence with a barrage of wordplay one-liners that were instantly quotable. Hedberg's 2005 death may have robbed the comedy world of his great potential, but at least we have these laughs to remember him by.
I taught myself how to play the guitar, which was a bad decision because I didn't know how to play it. So I was a shitty teacher.
Number 7, Sam Kinison, Breaking the Rules.
This one, guys.
Breaking the Rules was released right at the cusp of Sam Kinison's major mainstream success as the louder-than-hell voice of heavy metal comedy. The 1987 HBO special brought together all the comedian's fantastic early material with a delivery, which by this point was honed to perfection.
The crazy thing about Sam Kinison is he got like good with a microphone on stage because I think he was like evangelical preacher. Like he used to be a priest. Right? I think I believe that law is correct. He used to be like evangelical preacher, man. So that's why he's got that like heavy Protestant style when he goes on stage. And then he just flipped to the dark side with the Kinison. But hey, he was good with a microphone at that time when he decided, you know what, I'm just going to go do funnies and be crazy on stage. I'm done with this church nonsense. So interesting path he took.
And there's no cure. Jesus, will you hurry up?
Breaking the Rules touched upon such taboo subjects as religion, while at the same time making the most of Kinison's early life as a Pentecostal preacher.
Sam was all fire, brimstone, and hilarious anger, possessing an almost effortless connection with his audience that, even today, is absolutely remarkable.
I love those churches out there, man. I saw one the other day. It says, "We're the church where everybody's somebody, but Jesus is Lord."
Number 6, Chris Rock, Bring the Pain.
If OJ drove a bus, he wouldn't even be OJ. He'd be Orenthal, the bus driving murderer.
He may be a household name in comedy today, but it was a slightly
back
different
then he
story
was
when
young,
Rock shot
man.
his second HBO special, Bring the Pain. The performance solidified the inimitable Rock delivery we know and love, and also shot the comedian into the public eye,
Oh, really?
completely rebounding his
crazy.
career.
You know
What?
what platonic
That's
friend is to a
crazy.
woman? It's like a dick in a glass case.
Chris didn't shy away
That's
from
crazy.
anything in Bring the Pain, commenting on touchy subjects like race with a voice that was both humorous and furious. Rock would double down only 2
think I've
years
heard
later
about
with
that.
Bigger and Blacker, a performance that only
Yeah, Bigger
echoed
and
the
Blacker
comic
was
status
good, dude.
as one of the premier stand-up voices of his generation.
I'm at Kenny House. That's a man's life.
By the way, at this point, if you're in a bad spot or you're a little bit sad or life's kicking your ass, write these down. So far from what I've seen, this has been a solid ass list. So from here on out, you write these down, and this is what you go to look at it when you're having a shitty day. Have a bit of a laugh and fucking get yourself out of that shit, man. That's the good part of comedy. That's why I love it, man. I've had so many friends where they like, I talk to them, or they, you know, we do a little bit of a bro down, and they're like, you know, got some shit in life and all of this nonsense, or they feel depressed. I'm like, dude, are you watching stand-up? They're like, no, I haven't watched stand-up in a while. I'm like, dude, just go watch a bit of stand-up. They come to me afterwards. They're like, man, last week I've just been watching stand-up. I feel better about life again. I'm like, there we go. That's the whole point. That's what that shit is for, dude. They're like, nah, I'm good now. I'm like, yeah, that's all. That's what it's for. Just gets it out. It's like metal. It just gets the anxiety and the rage out of your system.
This lie is like, it's your
For
baby.
church.
Number 5,
But you
Robin
can
Williams,
comedy at home.
live on Broadway.
And sweating like crazy up here right now, but it's HBO because it's live.
Robin Williams had nothing to prove when he released his 4th HBO special.
This was a good
The
one,
actor and
too.
comedian was already a certified star at this point, and long removed from his Mork and Mindy days. As such, Live on Broadway showcases a supremely confident Williams on stage in front of a ready and willing New York crowd.
And if you're ever in Amish country and see a man with his arm buried in a horse's ass, that's a mechanic. Remember that.
Robin touches upon then topical subjects like Michael Jackson and Anne Heche, but it's Williams' observational humor and natural delivery that are the real gold. Live on Broadway is all manic and relentless energy, a portrait of a comedic artist that makes his absence all the more poignant today.
Got you, big dog. It works.
Jamaica would never make an atomic bomb. They may make an atomic bomb.
Number 4, Richard Pryor, live in concert.
Hey, Big Dog, I got you. I got you, buddy. I got you. Thank you, bro.
Choosing the best of Richard Pryor's work is a difficult task, but Live in Concert ranks up there not only in Pryor's enviable career, but also among the finest stand-up performances of all time by anyone.
Sit your ass down.
Pryor's influence as a comedian cannot be understated, and Live in Concert showcases Richard at the height of his prowess as a cultural commentator and storyteller. Sure, it's profane as hell.
Ben Talk, that one works. Thank you so much, buddy. You're a legend. I appreciate you. I'll play it for us after this. Thank you, Uncle Ben Talk. Appreciate you.
And not the least bit politically correct, but it's also a hilarious and vital moment of the man's career, and is an essential part of any proper comedy education.
You're not gonna leave her till you piss in that bottle. And you never can piss. You ever tried it? So can you turn on some water, please?
Number 3, on location, George Carlin at USC.
I mean, most of the time ass is all right on television. You can say, well, you've made a perfect ass of yourself tonight. But you can't say, you half-ass.
George Carlin was a true wordsmith, a man whose usage of the English language was honed to a razor's edge and a hunter's accuracy. Live at USC was Carlin's first HBO special, and as such, he was basically exploring what could be considered new territory in 1977.
Go into the supermarket in the head neighborhood and take a look at the cookie section, man.
In fact, network execs were so worried about Carlin's famous 7 dirty words bit that they actually froze the feed and included a message informing audiences about the language used before continuing with the special. It may seem quaint today,
Little
but
bit
this
of a
is just a
comedy
small
warning.
example of how much impact Carlin had as one of comedy's finest.
Warning! Dirty jokey jokes are gonna be told. I should stop the stream and have like a little warning notice comes up. Warning note: Sisms, comedy, jokey jokes will be done. Maybe some cringe shit. I don't know. A lot of African shit. We apologize for this. Bear with us. We are busy having technical problems. Just have that flash every now and then. It's like, there you go. Explains
Voices.
You can't say, you can say teats. Teats is okay if
Brought
you're on
to you
at 5
by
in the morning and a
Recorded
cow is
Management.
your guest.
Number 2, Dave Chappelle, Killing Them Softly.
Can't have no cokehead president. He be selling nuclear secrets for $20, $30 and shit.
Dave Chappelle is another comedian whose public image hasn't held up, but it's similarly hard to overlook his place in stand-up history.
Before Chappelle's show turned him into a household name, Dave Chappelle was slaying audiences with his inaugural HBO special, Killing Them Softly. Comedy ages, and some specials don't hold up.
There's really good ones that aren't on this list. Like, dude, like Pimp Chronicles, Cat Williams should be on this list. Like, there's some legendary ones that aren't on this list. Like, come on, man. There's some crazy ones. The number one better be Eddie Murphy if we got Dave Chappelle at number 2. I'm just saying.
But Killing Them Softly is just as funny today as it was back in 2000. A real and honest collection of material from one of modern comedy's defining voices.
Yeah, Oscar. You're a grouch. It's like, bitch, I live in a fucking trash can.
The voices of Richard Pryor and Red Fox echo loudly in Chappelle's work, while his delivery is smooth and conversational like a close friend. Killing Them Softly is low-key and unassuming, but like all great comedy, it's also personal, real, and honest.
My old lady come up to me. David, we need to talk.
Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure...
Okay, that was alright. That was alright. I mean, the Mitch Hedberg, the Kinnessons, I'll agree with, like, a lot of these I will agree with. Yeah. Stephen Wright for sure. I'll definitely agree on the Stephen Wright. I don't know about adding in Galifianakis in here. I mean, Galifianakis is good, don't get me wrong, but Stephen Wright was way too low on that list. And then Sarah Silverman, really? Louis C.K., yeah, Bo Burnham, that was legit, but top 20? Definitely not Ali Wong in the top 20 and not Mulaney. Not Mulaney. Like, they're good. Listen, don't get me wrong, they're good, but not in the top 20. I'm sorry. Hell no. Hell no. There were good ones that weren't mentioned. But, so, majority it was fine. It was solid stand-ups. It was solid stand-up comedy shows. I'll give them that. Dude, see, I want to do this one and see if this is going to be better. Because I see Eddie Murphy on the thumbnail. This better be better. At least it's not a long one. Okay, let's see if this one's a better list.
These were the gigs that have been making audiences
See if
laugh
this is a better
for
list.
generations. Welcome to
Let's see if this is a better
WatchMojo.com,
one.
and today we're counting down our picks for the top 10
No washing.
stand-up comedy
No,
specials
you can,
of all
you
time.
can. That's fake news, bro. You can wash them. You just gotta sort them out with. You can wash them. Like mild soapy water. You can do that. But you just then gotta hit it with some oil when you're done. You just dry it and hit it with some oil. It won't rust. That's fucking bullshit. That's people that don't know metal, dude. They're fucking idiots. You can wash them. It's just generally seen as like you shouldn't. But best cases, dude, you hit that bitch with some oil, you don't burn stuff on it, you cook properly, you're not like a dum-dum, and you wipe that shit out with a paper towel. And then if you really wanna, try, you can at least just hit it with some water and wipe it out with like a paper towel or a cloth, dude. And that's fine. You just dry it and wipe it out just to get if there's something problematic. But generally, you can just put in some extra oil and give it a wipe, dude. Or you let the tallow or something solidify and then you just wipe it out with a paper cloth. You don't even need to use water. It depends how badly you fucked up. But you can hit it with water. You just gotta dry it and then just hit it with some oil. It's fine.
Put this ring on your finger so people know we have an arrangement.
Before we begin, we publish new videos every day, so be sure to subscribe for more great content.
Come on.
For this list,
Chris, play
we're
my
ranking the
video.
most popular,
Okay,
influential,
Ben Talk.
and
I
of
got
course,
you. I got you, buddy. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you, Uncle Ben Talk. Before we get cracking with this, I got you. Hold on. There we go.
Father, I appeal to you now. It's more than just...
Come on, let us take the masks off.
Father, I appeal to you now. It's more than just discomfort. It's becoming quite unbearable. What is it, Father?
It's what you've all been waiting for, I believe, Wilfred. Now you can dig deep in the treasury.
Are you feeling weaker, Father?
At last, a note of hope in your voice, Emily.
Why must you always say such miserable, cruel things to me?
I quite agree, Father.
Why, indeed, Emily, because you're cruel and miserable people. Because none of you respond to love. Emily responds only to what her petty hungers dictate. Wilfred responds only to things that have weight and bulk and value. He feels books. He doesn't read them. He appraises paintings. He doesn't seek out their truth or their beauty.
Yeah.
And Paula there lives in a mirror. The world is nothing to her but a reflection of herself and her brother. Humanity to him is a small animal caught in a trap to be tormented. His pleasure is the giving of pain, and from this he feels the same sense of fulfillment most human beings get from a kiss or an embrace. You're caricatures, all of you. Without your masks, you're caricatures. And now, you're all...
No, Death Cat. Bad Death Cat.
Now you own everything that I have owned. You kept your bargain. You wore the masks. Enjoy yourselves, dear ones. Live the full life. May God pity you.
That's funny.
He's dead. At long last, he's dead.
Good.
Now, let's celebrate.
Dude, Twilight Zone was such legendary shit back in the day. Shout out to you, Uncle Ben Talk.
Matter? What's the matter with you all?
Yep. And Dick Smith, huh? I'm pretty sure Twilight Zone was the way Dick Smith started. Hold on. Oh no, see, I messed up. While legendary special effects artist Dick Smith, famous for Exorcist and Ozymandias, never officially worked on Rod Sterling's The Twilight Zone, he's frequently associated with it. The connection stems from his work on the 1961 supernatural anthology Way Out, a sister series created as an alternative to The Twilight Zone. Was the mastermind behind all the prosthetic makeups for Way Out. Okay, so that was Way Out. My apologies. But same time though. Shout out to the legend Dick Smith.
This must be death. No horror, no fear. Nothing but peace.
Dang, so that's on Paramount Plus now. That's crazy. Nice one, Uncle Bentalk. That was legend. That was legend. Thank you, Uncle Bentalk. I appreciate that. And Father has a regular face because he kept his humanity alive. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's like an M. Night Shyamalan twist, dude. What a twist. Okay. Let's get it. Hold on. Okay, we're back in here. We're back in here. Bentalk, you're a legend. Appreciate that. Ninja. Okay, we're back. Here we go. Carrying on here. Let's see. This better be better. This better be better. Better, 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 better. Best, better, better, better. Best, better, batch of butter ever better been. Something like that.
Funniest specials from the world of stand-up comedy. Comedians from all decades will be considered, as long as they filmed a comedy special in front of a live audience. We're excluding comedy specials and audio-only specials.
I quickly need to go bathroom.
When we get home, I'm whipping your ass.
I'll be
Put
listening.
me in that situation.
One whose satirical and transgressive approach served as a huge influence for future stars like Dennis Leary. While
You guys are just copying what you did in the first. Okay.
comedy
You did
star
the
was still robbed the so I was rules.
Which one, guys?
Innocent.
Not even to
Dude, did you guys just cut the first video into a shorter one? Dude, they just cut the first video into a shorter one. What the fuck, man?
Some dudes.
Did you guys just cut the first one?
How
That sucks, bro.
All right, on.
Before
You guys suck, dude. John Rivers.
Even. I'm not into that one night thing. I think.
Wait, was that?
Need to talk.
Oh.
Number 1 pick. Here are some honorable mentions.
3 things you can see
Okay, John Rivers.
Know someone?
Steve Martin.
That's gonna be the
Eddie Murphy.
Dude, you guys. Honorable
Is there
mention.
any stand-up special as popular or influential as Eddie Murphy's Delirious? This 1983 performance turned Murphy into a legitimate comedy.
Dude, not only Delirious, Raw and Delirious were like, dude, both those were so fucking good. That's like, it's legendary among stand-up shows, man.
Yes, a rock star decked out in iconic red leather.
I wish I was a slave. I would somebody up.
Eddie already made serious waves during his tenure on Saturday Night Live, but Delirious was when the stars aligned just right. And Murphy truly broke out into the mainstream. Although the AIDS and homosexuality material hasn't exactly aged well, Delirious on the whole is something combustible and
No, it has. It's beautiful.
Storm of
It's
look,
beautiful.
talent, and delivery.
It's aged perfectly if you're not a homosexual. If you're not homosexual and you're not a liberal, it aged beautifully. It's perfect. It's just the way it's meant to be. That's why it worked back then. It works now too. If you're not a snowflake.
Past or present. Goonie goo goo to you, good sir.
Because all you have to do is sing, and something about singing. That's the business. You sing, women go crazy. Because Mick Jagger is an ugly motherfucker.
Do you agree with our picks? Check out these other great clips from Watch Mojo and subscribe.
I mean,
for
I'm
new
glad you
videos
guys
every
actually
day.
added Eddie Murphy there at the end. That was good. But that's about it. Otherwise, very disappointing. You basically copied your first video we just watched, dude. Y'all got both those videos got 1 million views, dude. You guys just made bank off of basically copying the same movie and putting out a shorter version. Clever bastards. Capitalizing over here. Okay, hold on. Now, I gotta pick what we have time for. I mean, shit, there's still crazy ones. The history of Comedy Central. What happened with comedy movies, the Monty Pythons, the cocaine years of SNL. There's still so much that was meant to be done. The evolution of comedy roasts. Fuck. What are we gonna still have time for? Let's do. Monty Pythons. I need to think now what's gonna. Dude, if we're going with comedy, I gotta favor the stuff that's stand-up specific. So we're going to go with this one. In a favor, what is stand-up specific?
Today, we're going to...
Gotta keep it stand-up specific. Stand-up specific. They fooled you twice, Chris. Who fooled me? I know those bastards, the video peoples. They probably have a third and a fourth video, dude. Yeah, a bunch of content recycling mother suckers. Just be sucking on a mother's milk. Bunch of babies. Bunch of baby-faced bastards. They fooled you twice, dude. I know they got me, dude. They got me. You're not gonna fool me a third time, dude. These bastards. These bastards, Bentalk. Fool me can't get fooled again, George W. Bush. Nice. Okay, let's go. So yeah, we got specifically roasting, the evolution of roasting. I would think that this would start with hip-hop. So if we're going the evolution of roasting, I would assume that this is going to go to hip-hop. Because because dude, I try to watch as little of these as I can so that I watch it basically with you guys for the first time. I'm not like to rehearse and shit. There ain't no time for that. Putting streams together. It's enough work just trying to put them together. I can't be watching the things twice. But what I would assume is hip-hop culture, inspired Def Jam comedy, which we already went through that. Def Jam comedy is one of the starters. Def Jam comedy going into modern day, what we know now. So we'll see if I'm right about that.
To discuss the
history. It depends how good this dude actually did his research for this.
Of comedy roasts.
Because technically, if you want to do it right, the Vikings started roast battles. I don't know if you guys know this. You like, Chris is fucking doing a joke right now. No, I'm not doing a joke right now. Technically, Vikings started roast battles. So we'll see how accurate this guy is. Because see, I can make a... Dude, I'm going to start doing my own fucking videos. How about that, bruh? How about that? I'll get my own 1 million views. How about that? Catch me outside. How about that? Wait, I'll tell you now. Viking... it was poems that they wrote to each other and then they sang it. But it was like you called the person basically a cunt in a song, and the Vikings started that shit. Yeah, there we go. So what was this called? I'm gonna tell you now what it was called. No, man. Dude, there's a name for it. Viking. Just do the thing, dude. Dude, it's gonna be fucking... You see, I did. It's called the thing. There's a name for it. It's like Viking diss poetry. So they would get in the bar and diss each other and basically call each other cunts. So the Vikings started that shit. So let's see if this guy did well. Enough fucking talking. I'm gonna start doing my own videos. Y'all making me mad up in here, badly researched videos. I'll find out what the Viking roasts are called.
Inception to Underground to Comedy Central to OnlyFans. Welcome to Catching You Up with... I don't know if you could tell, but we're down a ring light. And in true Hydra fashion, I've already ordered 3 more to take its place. I'd like to take this moment to thank the executive producer of this episode, Average Ed. Without the big baller support of Average Ed, I'd be sucking the genitals of people.
Here we go. I found it, dude. It's called Fleeting. Fleeting. So... Viking poetry fights known as fleeting were formerly structured duels of insults, similar to modern rap battles. Warriors and nobles engage in intense verbal combat to test their wit, humiliate opponents, and defend their honor before a crowd of spectators. Fleeting, the original roasting. Brought to you by the damn Scandaman white peoples. Let's go back into it.
Peoples whose gender
Let's see how good you're prepared, bro.
If you'd like to become a producer of this show, you could go ahead and click the Patreon link in the description below. Now would be a good time to comment on this video, subscribe to this channel, share this video with a friend, rate it, all that good stuff. It all helps with the algorithm. Now I'll say this. I remember the first roast I ever saw. It was the roast of Flavor Flav on Comedy
You failed
Central.
already, bro.
Roasting Flavor Flav.
Failed already.
You had your own show, The Flavor of Love, which I didn't know syphilis had a flavor. I had no idea.
I didn't really comprehend what a roast was, but right out the gate,
dude,
I
Flavor
saw
Flav is a
very
legend.
quickly,
Flavor Flav is a legend, dude. Shout out to NW, not fucking, dude, yeah, I almost made a flip. Not NWA. Shout out to Ice Cube. Public Enemy, dude. Flavor Flav, Public Enemy, dude. Shout out to that dude. He's a legend.
Fucking ready for it.
Carrot Top.
Okay.
I used to think they called you Carrot Top because of your red hair. Now I know it's because everyone would love to see you buried up to your forehead in dirt.
Okay, what's his name?
Sure, I said a lot of four-letter words with my friends at school,
No, that's Little
but
John.
I've never heard this kind of creativity or racism used to insult anyone before.
Lisa Lampanelli, what can you say about her, the queen of mean? I just want to explain to you, Lisa, that the only reason that black men you is so they can feel like they beat up a white man and got away with it.
I felt like I was watching MTV Spring Break for this.
It's a pimp named Slickback. Nah, you need to get this correct. It's a pimp named Slickback. You hear me now? Shout out to Cat Williams, the legend. Dirty little pimp
I was just
player.
constantly looking over my shoulder to make sure my mom wasn't going to come into the room, and I just honestly felt like this stuff shouldn't be allowed on television. The shit that they were saying to Flavor Flav was absolutely
Oh man, you guys don't have to do that.
I've never roasted an oily cadaver before. You're like a turd with teeth. Look at yourself.
Anthony Jeselnik and Amy Schumer got on my radar from those. Greg Giraldo solidified his god-tier status. And although I'd consider this the golden era of comedy roasts, there were a bunch of stuff that came before it and a whole bunch of stuff that came after it. You may have heard about the New York Friars Club. According to Wikipedia, it's a private club that was founded in 1904 and consisted mainly of people that worked in the entertainment industry. Its origins claim its roots in 1904, when the Press Agents Association started to share information on which people were fraudulently getting extra free passes that they shouldn't be getting. I love that that was the literal reason that this started. These same fuckers keep fucking us out of tickets. Fuck that, fuck them, let's fucking talk about it. What the fuck are you doing Thursday? Meet me at Brown's Chop House. From there, the meetings opened up and began to include tribute dinners. The first being in 1908 for Clyde Fitch, who happened to be the most popular writer on Broadway at the time.
Okay.
They started hosting
See, I appreciate that you went. Obviously, you got to go back to the Friars Club. Obviously, you got to go back to the Friars Club. But shout out to you. You did a little bit, yeah. I thought he was gonna start it off with hip hop. Honestly, that was gonna be my guess. But a shout out to you going to the Friars Club, right? Because that was the formal roast, basically like main boys club. Hold on. Shout out to you bloody legends. You guys didn't have to do that. You dang legends. Miss Marin and Mr. Pharaoh coming in double extension for the Emperor. Holy crap, man. Holy crap. I all just want to come and whip out a double extension over here like that. That's crazy. That's crazy. Plus you're overpaid. I'm just saying. Shit. I appreciate that massively. Holy crap. Days cat. Stop walking on the damn computer. I'll fight your fucking fluffy face. I appreciate that massively. Thank you so much. You dang legends. This one, let's quickly. No, dude. We gotta do a jam out for you guys. We gotta interrupt the show for a jam right now with that. Thank you so much for that. That really. Days cat, I'm gonna grapple you. Days cat, play the video. I'm gonna choke you out. I got you. Days cat, tap. Just tap. Days cat, I'm choking you out. Just tap. Why aren't you tapping? Tell them why are you not tapping when you're losing? Tell them. Talk to them. You're losing right now. I'm on WWE for you, dude. I'm on WWE. You can't walk on the laptop. Not while the stream is going on. Yeah, exactly. Be mad. I appreciate that massively. Don't walk on the laptop. All right. Hold on. We got a jam out for that. Thank you so much for that. Holy crap, you guys. I massively appreciate that. That's doing a saint right there. A legend is doing 1 hour. Doing both hours is some saint level nonsense. Thank you so much for that. There's a few legends that have done saints on here, and you guys are definitely one of them. I massively appreciate that. Thank you so much. God bless you guys. Yeah. You guys overdone a day. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna have to find a good one now. Dude, actually for that, I gotta give you guys a banger of a one. I gotta give you guys a banger of a one for that. I have something specifically for this purpose. Here we go. Thank you so much again. God bless. I really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Massive, massive appreciation to Always America 1776 and Mr. Pharaoh Wild. Massive love for that. Here we go. You get the big one. Obviously it's muted. Why wouldn't it be muted? Dang it. Yeah. This is wild. This is wild. This makes no sense. I don't understand what's going on here. This is wild. Night verses. That's wild. That's how I don't even know how you learn to play that shit, to be fair. I gotta give you another crazy one. over here. Gotta do another crazy one. We gotta do the dude, and then we do the lady. Both do a crazy dude jam and a crazy lady jam, and then we'll just hit a metal one to say thank you, because I don't want to hear somebody go, we don't like those ones. We gotta do the crazy ones for the legends. Sometimes there's just the ones that are on a different level, you know. That's just how it goes. For the Emperor! Dude, those hung instruments, well, I know they call them handpans, but I think it's actually technically called a hung instrument. I don't know why, but it's like it's foreign shit. But yeah, that lady can jam the hell out of that thing. Those things have wild sound to them. Hey, and yeah, it's just she's old, bro. It's like 18-year-old cat over there. So she's used to it because I do that shit to make sure like her body moves properly. So the cat does, I mean, the cat's already old, but the cat can still jump on tables and stuff. So I do like cat yoga with the cat, basically contort its body and like move all the knots out of its back and keep its hips going. So then that's why the cat chills out when I hold it, because it knows like it usually digs it, man, because I'm like basically massaging it when it lies upside down. Like you move your hands down its spine and it's like, yeah, crack that back. It was cracking the old lady's back, dude. Be firing the shotgun too much and tensing up, so I got to relax it, dude. Work out all the lumps out of the cat. Just fold it like origami and be like, now you're fixed. There you go. And then the cat unfolds again. The Emperor's head moving. The Emperor's head moving. Shock over the Emperor's head moving. Oh, dude, I don't think I saved that one. Oh man, I think I didn't save it. I didn't think it was good enough. But I wish I had a clip that I thought about now. Those warp storms were intense. Dude, I don't know what that was. That's just wild. Where is Clarence? I don't know where Clarence is. He's probably busy fighting a dingo or something. Busy teaching a dingo how to drink a beer or something. I don't know, dude. He's probably busy with some important Australian business. Trying to help a fucking kangaroo do its taxes while a drop bear is trying to sue it. Always America, kick ass. Yeah, they're legends. I massively appreciate that. We got to do another one. The Emperor moved. The Emperor moved. For the Emperor. I need to swap that around. I also need to fix Ben Talk's one. Means he is now in full chaos mode. They have unleashed the chaos, dude. They have indeed unleashed the chaos. Yes, he did. I thought I was tripping, but people seriously measured it in the video after, and I confirmed it was over an inch. Holding thumbs, Marin. I appreciate that. The error of mankind. The Imperium holds... The Imperium holds strong. The Emperor hath cast his holy sight in a new direction. I massively appreciate it. The Emperor protects. For the Emperor! I'm willing to see what the outer chapters of the Grey Knights do. Oh yeah, dude, the law is going to go wild. Hopefully they don't mess her up. Female custodies. Never let me move from the throne. Jams. Indeed, the jams. Dude, those hand pans are insane. I like fried chicken. Nice. The Emperor likes fried chicken. Okay, back to it. I got to do a metal one over here for the fella. Oh, dude, I got a perfect one for you guys. Wait. No, it is 3. We might have to do an extra one just because of how crazy that was.
How do you write something like that?
I wrote one side and then I passed the guitar to him and he wrote the other side.
What the fuck?
And like I blew it because I don't know how to play it yet. Yeah.
Yeah, dude. What the fuck has happened?
It's a bit ADHD.
Dude, just jamming, dude. Him and the homie just jamming. Okay, now, dude, I gotta hit them with another one for that. I think I have done that one. Just trying to think now. I feel like there was one last time that I missed. Shout out to you bloody legends. Okay. Let me see. Okay. Okay, we got to do both. We got to do both in one now. Never again. No. In the video, they were walking up the bun. Walking up the bun? Yeah. I got to go hang out with family. Mr. Bentalk, you have a good time, buddy. I appreciate you for coming to come hang with us. Now, this feels right. Good video. Let's go. Chris, the bassist some love. Chris, I appreciate you. Give the bassist some love. Hey, man, I play bass. I like bass. Dude, I should have more bass solos, dude. The fact that I play bass and I don't have bass jams on. I had a bass one, dude. I swear I had a bass one, bro. Recently. I had some double bass ones on here. I could have sworn I had a bass, dude, recently. No, it's guitar. I might not have had a bass guy in a while, dude, to be fair. I'm not gonna lie. You're not wrong, dude. You're not wrong. I haven't had a bass on here in a minute. Yeah, I haven't had a bass one in a minute. But hey, how about just a random one? Seeing as you called me out, bro. There's the double bass one. I mean, come on. There's a nasty one for you. You see? There we go. There's a nasty one for you. Even whipped out the harp, dude. And here, just a random one. Thank you so much to you, legends. I'm just going to whip out a random one to say thank you. I appreciate you all massively. Let's go and let's get them. All right. So many jams, so many more jams to find. I need to top up heavily on jams and stuff before tomorrow's stream. I just realized that. I still have some, but I'm like running low. Okay, level up. All right, here we go. All right, so I got to think about this. So we have. Ooh, dude, I got an idea for this one. All right. First hour extension has been defeated. Chat wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. First round extension has been achieved. Legends, massively appreciate that. And not only that, but second hour extension has been defeated. Chat wins. Flawless victory. Fatality. Wait. Legends. Thank you so much. I had to hit you with the epic one for that. I had to hit you with the epic one. And you know what? Shit. I massively appreciate it. Thank you so much, y'all. Y'all are legends. I massively appreciate that. And that means we are back. We can actually finish the show. We can do some of the other ones. Let me do this. Boom. First you do that. I need to put this somewhere. Let's put this here. For now. Let's go. Thank you so much. Bloody legends. And we are back. Dude, get wrecked, scrub. Let's go. Get wrecked, scrub. No need to sub to comment. How dare you? Oh, but dude, it's 1 minute. It's 1 minute. Like, you just got to sub for 1 minute and then you can comment. We have it like that so that people are, small channel, man. You got to respect the grift. At least if you want to type in chat, like, and engage with chat, you at least got to subscribe, man. Because you can always unsubscribe if you don't like the content, Look, I'm just over here being a camouflage damn gnome, dude. Doing a comedy, doing a bloody deep dive on stand-up comedy. So, it's not that bad. It's 1 minute. Then you could have typed in chat. But I massively appreciate the support, man. God bless. Bloody legend. Hope you subbed, though. You got a sub, too. You already sent money. The sub's free, bro. I massively appreciate it, though. Thank you so much, man. You should have put a message in your... What did you want to say in chat? You should have put your message in there. Just saying. But I appreciate it massively, man. Okay, we're back. We're back in here. Now we can finish this one quickly and see what's going on with this history of roasting in stand-up. And then we'll jump to... No, wait. Now, actually, we can do the bloody cocaine madness in SNL. And then we can do the quick drive-by through Monty Python's, and then we jump to modern day. Get wrecked, scrub. There we go, dude. You got it, man. You got it there, dude. Legend. Wait, let me like that shit on YouTube, dude. Sorry, I'm bouncing between screens over here. Oh, dude, this thing froze. I appreciate you, man. You're a bloody legend. Oh, shit. There's something else came in there. I massively appreciate... Oh, well, Aussie legend. Get wrecked, scrub. I only saw that now. We got another Aussie friend in here. Our resident Australian is not here. Our resident Australian mod, bloody Clarence, isn't even here right now, the bloody legend. but he's over somewhere just punching the shit out of a kangaroo. I didn't pay him his child support, and he needs that money, So fair play to him. He's got to smack that kangaroo around a little bit, Show everyone why you don't break into American, dude. If it's pew pews, I can't do that shit, dude. Okay, hold on. No, I think this is fine. This is fine. The lighting is fine. That'll definitely work. I got you. Just got to see if it's too like Clarence over here just playing people bloody looking like they're gonna get self-deleted on my stream, and I'm like, nah, dude, we can't play that on the stream. But this one's fine. This one's good. We can do this one. I got you. Thank you so much, Mr. Ferrer. Massive. You shouldn't have even done that, dude. You could have just done a video. I massively appreciate you doing it in a super chat though, but you could have just done a video. I did. You already support it massively. I massively appreciate that. Okay, here we go. Ooh, wait, is that the one that's on screen? I didn't open two. Let me just double check. Okay, we're good. Sweet.
Can't breathe. Everything getting harder to find. Everybody jumping out of their mind.
Yeah, I want to look into two barrels when you open the door.
Breaking out. Can't breathe. Everything getting harder to find.
Yep.
Everybody jumping out.
Yep. Was that Chemical Brothers? I feel like that was a Chemical Brothers song. I might be wrong, but yeah, shout out to you, dude. Yeah, I mean, yeah. You don't wanna look through the boom boom binoculars, huh? You just walk into those two barrels in front of your face. It's a little, just a bit of boom boom binoculars. Why don't you step closer and have a look into this? It'll tell you your future. It's not looking good for you, buddy. 07 to you, bro. Thank you so much. Salute to you, man. God bless. I appreciate the support massively, dude. It's always cool when we have our Australian bloody leggings in here, dude. That's the cheeky bloody That's the cheeky bloody fucking update for you. We just got another Aussie legend in here. How you going, mate? Good to see you, bruv. It's always nice when we have the Aussies coming in here and come to hang out with the dirty South African, dude. That's usually how bar fights start. But you know what? Over here, it's a good time. Okay, we're back. Enough shenanigans. Okay.
Frolics with guests of honor that were set and teased. That then evolved to a more traditional style of roasts, where the guest of honor was able to pick their roast master. It started as a men-only event. Even the waitstaff was told to exit the room. These frolics were able to raise so much money that eventually they were able to buy a physical location in New York. This is now dubbed the Monastery. I'm seeing conflicting information on what was officially the first roast of the
Good to see ya, Amps.
But it
either legend. How are you doing? Good to see ya, Amps. Hope you're doing well.
Started in 1949 with French entertainer Maurice Chevalier, or in 1950 with Sam Levinson and comedian friend Joe E. Lewis. And since that's in Wikipedia,
have a good one, Marin.
By the late 60s, the Friars Roast were being televised as part of the Kraft Music Hall series. Richard Pryor even had one in 1977 with the cast of The Richard Pryor Show, and it was absolutely ridiculous.
Paul was with me once when I first fucked my first and he's been holding that over my head for 2 years. I fucked a I just want to say it now so nobody else can tell.
From 1977, some time had passed, but eventually Comedy Central decided to televise 5 of the Friars Club's roasts. In 1998, they released Drew Carey with Roastmaster Ryan Stiles. They broadcasted Jerry Stiller's roast in 99 with Roastmaster Jason Alexander. They televised Rob Reiner in 2000 with Roastmaster Michael McKean. Hugh Hefner was in 2001 with Jimmy Kimmel.
Hugh Hefner's one was the first one that I
Chase
saw.
In 2002
I
with
think him and
Roastmaster Paul
Chevy.
Schaefer. After the 5-year contract, Comedy Central took the IP and decided to do their own roasts in their own way.
The Comedy
which happened to be
Central
pretty similar
ones.
to the way the Friars Club did it. The first roast they did was for Dennis Leary, which ended up being the most viewed thing ever televised on Comedy Central outside of a couple episodes of South Park. After him, it was Jeff Foxworthy, Pam Anderson, William Shatner, which was nominated for an Emmy, Flavor Flav, Bob Saget, Joan Rivers, David Hasselhoff, and Donald fucking Trump. We saw stars emerge from the roasts. But one thing that I looked forward to with every roast that I saw was seeing Greg
and the crazy thing is, all of these that were mentioned are good. Like, all of them are solid, which is crazy. And shout out to it's Greg Giraldo. Yeah, Greg Giraldo. Shout out to Greg Giraldo, the legend. He also gone too soon, man. Died young. Shout out to you, Greg. Funny bastard.
What the hell happened to you? You had a great band, you're a very talented actress, and your career dried up faster than Sarah Silverman's pussy around guys who can't help her in the business.
Greg Giraldo is possibly the best to have ever done it, ever do it.
Greg Giraldo's a legend.
Will do it.
Yeah.
to ever that will ever do it.
Gary Busey's here, kind of. Yeah.
Gary Busey.
Gary, I guess, flew in from Lobotomy Island. You look like Nick Nolte fucked a Clydesdale.
Comedy Central continued to air roasts until 2019, with Alec Baldwin being the last one that did broadcast. Lest we forget Jeff Ross hosting a whole bunch of roast-related shows. There was also Lisa Lampanelli, Whitney Cummings, Tony Hinchcliffe and Sarah Tiano were known for contributing a lot to the roasts. There was Anthony Jeselnik, Nick Glazer, Patrice O'Neill, and so many more. Jeff Ross would always say, you only roast the ones that you love.
Jeff Ross became basically the owner of the Comedy Central roast. Somehow he wangled his little bald head all right up in there.
I believed him, but the way that comics go
and
in
obviously,
on each other, they go for the
You guys know Tony Hinchcliffe killed Tony. So Tony started writing for Jeff Ross in the early days of the roasts. Tony was one of the writers. So that's how Tony got his into all of this and with the roasting. So Tony Hinchcliffe, even though people see him on Kill Tony, he was involved in the early days of Comedy Central roasts as one of the writers. That's why he's so good at it. I mean, he's an OG in the game. Even if now you got to think he was doing all of that shit before they even started Kill Tony. And Kill Tony's been going forever. So he's been doing this pretty much his whole life in stand-up and roasting.
It's good to see Comedy Central diversifying its talent with whatever race Pete Davidson is. You're just real vague, man. A weird, vague-ass face, and I don't like it. I don't like your face at all. You seem like a nice person, but when I talk to you, I don't have fun.
And although it was an incredible run, it really saddens me that the last roast that Comedy Central did was in 2019.
By the way, I forget what that dude's name is. That black dude is the dude that outed Cosby. I forget what his name is, man. What's his name? But he's the one that outed Cosby for all the damn little candies he was putting in chicks' drinks, dude. I forget what his name is, man. But yeah, he's the dude that outed Cosby.
A lot of variables can be attributed to that factor. COVID, changing of the guards of the executives at Comedy Central. So what happened to roasts since 2019? There was still a demand for it, but supply was dwindling. You start getting fun shows like Roast Battle, hosted by
You know why you're
Moses,
gay,
and I believe
Nightbot.
Louis
You know
J.
why you're
Gomez
gay.
had a stint
Little
hosting a
stupid
show like
robot
that,
clanker
where they would just
bastard.
pit two comics against each other and take each other down with a panel of celebrity judges. Some roasts
Dude,
were done and
Nightbot's
just
dumb,
posted to
dude.
YouTube,
Listen,
like the roast
bro.
of Rich
Don't
Voss.
worry about Nightbot. Nightbot over here, he eats electricity. He's a little socket-sucking bastard. He's a little clanker, wireback, little midget robot bastard. His programming's all messed up. He's hopped up on lewds and goofy fruits, and he's getting into his feminine and gay emotions. Shut up, Nightbot. Nobody cares what you have to say, you little bastard. Just grift for the channel. Pissing people off
Or the
in
roast
chat.
of Louis J. Gomez, which was recorded at Skankfest a couple years ago. And by the way, Shane Gillis'
Hannibal
set
Buress,
was one of the
yes.
most vicious sets I've ever heard at a roast.
I don't have much, because this is gay.
Here are some of my favorite, meanest parts of that set.
Natalie Cuomo is so unfunny, Lewis booked him. Ari's yoga videos suck and are gay. Tony also, I believe, had a Corvette with a license plate that said, I roast. I can't believe people are calling this guy gay, dude. That's cool. As Bobby gets fatter, he gets less successful. Take note, Kim.
Oh my God. The most recent evolution I've seen is Whitney Cummings taking
Shane's a
roasts into
legend.
the OnlyFans space. She came up in the world of stand-up and television at the same time, and she's able to combine skills from both worlds to pitch the roast of Bert Kreischer, the roast of Whitney Cummings, and then also produce her own special for OnlyFans TV. Is there more in the works? I certainly wouldn't be surprised. So from where I'm standing, I see roasts taking one of two directions. People will either continue trying to produce roasts and selling them to platforms like OnlyFans or other ones. What if Jeff Ross produced 2 or 3 comedy roasts a year and streamed it to Netflix? Holy shit, I'd be fucking excited for that. Or comedians are going to self-produce their own roasts.
Jeff Ross been slacking. That's why Netflix is pretty much taking control of it.
Do you think it's going to go one of those two ways? Is it going to go a third way I didn't mention because I'm a dumb fucking idiot that has a different brain than you? Maybe. But it's not even a question of...
Well, I mean, dude, like, okay, so it does... Okay, I will give you this. Your title does say the evolution of comedy roasts. So... It doesn't, I mean, I still think, dude, yeah, no, you should have started with the Vikings with Fleeting. You should have gone through to the Friars Club. Then from the Friars Club early days, you should have taken a turn off into Def Jam. Well, no, first hip hop, then Def Jam, and then ended up with the Comedy Central roasts. I'm just saying, bro. But I mean, that's fine. That's fine. You did fine. You did fine. I'm going to criticize you a little bit on that. But I mean, you did fine. For history of roast, and you did, that's fine. I'm just doing my own fucking video because you didn't do a lot of information seeking, searchings. That's what you did not do. You didn't do none of that. All right, so now, dude, speaking of, should we do the tie-in now? Should we do the tie-in? I mean, kind of, because it's like it's topical and it's on point for now, and then we'll do a jump through. Then we'll do a quick jump back before we bring it back again. Yeah, we're going to have to do a bit of a loop-de-loop on this one. Let's go. We do the loop-de-loop. Come on, man. Work. Stupid technology. There we go. I fixed it. You just got to yell at it. Or smack it.
The big dream for every raisin is to be big enough.
Boy, Static Agent. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Good to see you, man. Static Agent, aka Mr. Blood Logos. How you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man. Hope you're doing well, bro. Doing a bit of history on comedy, dude. We've been all the way through jesters, racism, blackface, Lenny Bruce. We're all the way through, bro. Now we're doing a little bit of a quick turn off. We got to stop at Monty Python's and SNL cocaine days history, and then we'll jump back to the future. Back to Comedy Central. What's going on with these people? Because these guys pretty much owned it. Well, okay, I will say, HBO pretty much had the monopoly in the early days on specials until Comedy Central came on the scenes, and then they kind of took over with comedian specials. Because I think even, dude, Pryor and them were still HBO. I think Pryor did do one with Comedy Central. I'm not sure. We'll see. Let's see if this dude did his research.
New Ultra Pretender. Inside each vehicle is
How do I know more without doing any research than some of these people know about comedy?
The Comedy Channel.
That's what I want to know.
Channel. 24 hours a day under one roof.
Yeah, dude, he cooked her, dude. He cooked her. Matan's a funny little bastard,
November
dude.
of 1989 when
I gotta give that. A lot of people don't like Matan, dude. I gotta give that kid credit, dude. He can hang and improv with comedians, which means he's good. Firstly, the fact that he holds his character and can freestyle jokes while being in a room with professional comedians and still, like not be killed by them. And just look like an idiot. He can hold. And I mean, he's what, like 18, 19? So respect to that little dude, man. From like understanding comedy and having done open mic nights, that takes a lot of work. That kid is good at what he does. The fact that he can keep that character, he's got talent in comedy, man. And he's fast with the wit. And he like embodies his character, dude. He kind of makes me think of early days Ali G, Sacha Baron Cohen. Borat, Ali G, like he's got that like Sacha Baron Cohen energy in him, which is good. We need more of those, and he's not scared to get a little bit fucking controversial on his show, which I appreciate.
Owners of HBO decided they'd create a television network that ran exclusively on comedic content. Something that had never been done in television.
Ooh, well, now you are, actually.
So on November 21st, 1989, the Comedy Channel was born.
Hey, did you go to the hospital yet? You better get your ass to the hospital and have a look at that fucking insect bite or spider bite or chupacabra bite or whatever the hell you got going on.
You can't go bowling route.
Oh, dude.
Programs presented on the channel were
Godfrey. Gilbert Godfrey. He's a legend too. Some people don't like him because he yells a lot, but Gilbert's a funny bastard too. He's a dirty funny bastard.
HBO downtown studios located at 120 East 23rd Street in Manhattan. Comedy networks were never a thing at that time, so Time Warner would have to fill in those time gaps to keep the audience coming.
And why is it we live in a world where John Lennon was murdered, yet Barry Manilow continues to put out fucking albums?
The schedule would involve original shows like The Sweet Life,
Yeah,
Night
Gilbert
After
was
Night,
funny, man.
Onion World, and Mystery Science Theater 3000, amongst others.
Yep.
Other unoriginal content on the network would be comedy movie classics from the 70s.
Dude, Young Frankenstein, dude. By the way, shout out to Mel Brooks, man. Spaceballs, Young Frankenstein, and obviously one of the OGs. Fucking Blazing Saddles, man. Blazing Saddles. What a legend, dude. Shout out to Mel Brooks. And now we're getting Spaceballs too, which is fucking epic.
In November of 1989, as soon as the Comedy Channel was finding its footing at certain hours of the days, there would be a compilation of comedy clips bundled up together.
No,
This would be known as short attention span theater, which in its first few episodes had no host segments and would simply be a means of presenting original clips of comedic content one after the other. It would be mostly a mix of comedians doing stand-up comedy and movie clips from films that had been playing on both HBO and Cinemax.
Hey, dude, you
Eventually,
legend.
in 1990, short attention span theater would change up its format by...
Bro, I owe you a jam for that, dude. You bloody legend. Wait, I'm gonna give you a rare one because Clarence wasn't here to claim it. You bloody legend. Hold on. I owe you something for that. Death Cat, walk in front of the computer. Go to your bed. Go to your bed. You got two beds. You got bed here and you got a bed there. That one's more comfy though. Dude, you're a legend. You're getting bloody Clarence's little trap card video because I massively appreciate that. Coming in with the 5 memberships, just doing bloody charity over here. Trying to see if you can pull out some cool humans to bless with a membership. We're going to see what you did now. You did a 5-pack. That's a booster pack, dude. We're going to see if you have some legendary humans that the community knows that you pulled out. Maybe you got other YouTubers. We're going to have a look now. But I need to hit you with this, bro. Because Clarence hasn't been around. He wasn't on yesterday's stream. And I'm going to forget about this. So while I have a Aussie in here being a legend, might as well hit you with this one. Where are we? Where are we? Come on, find the video, Chris. Sorry, I'm going through yesterday. There we go. Yesterday's stream.
She said, "Do you come from a land down under where women glow and men plunder?" She said, "Do you come from a land down under where women glow and..."
But that's not your jam. That's just a trap card video. Okay, I'll hit you with the trap card emoji. That's also bloody Clarence's emoji. Technically, I forgot that the bloody trap card is technically Clarence's from the Nerd Zone days. I forgot about that. I was like, why did I take so long to make Clarence the emoji? And I was like, no, he has one. And then I remembered technically the trap card was Clarence's one. But dude, massive shout out to you, Get Wrecked. Not only supporting the channel, you're supporting the chat people in the community that come hang out on the streams and we all have a laugh with, and all the cool people that come and hang out and talk shit and give me crap. Love those beautiful bastards. And dude, also Get Wrecked Scrub. If you're here new, dude, tomorrow night I have my British co-host and we do a like straight up comedy show where it's like roasting and talking shit. And we have our favorite Irish leprechaun, other YouTuber, on as our guest. And all three of us, the topic tomorrow is stand-up comedy for that show. And we're just going to be roasting the shit out of each other and having a good time. Same time as what the stream's running now. So if you're interested, come stop by tomorrow. Now, let's see who you got. You got Eli Nix. Eli Nix is a legend, fellow debater. He also has a YouTube channel. That's a rare, bro. That's a rare one right there. Supporting the channel, supporting the people, giving them emojis, giving them access to videos. Legend shit right there. Thank you, bro. H. Biggs. I think I know H. Biggs. H. Biggs is a chat person. I don't know who this is. Town Strong. H. Town Strong. Ooh, isn't H. Town heroin? Okay, we're just going to gloss past that. Ismael Garcia. I don't know who that is. Broken Glass. I mean, wait. Did it only trigger 4? Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Did it only trigger 4, bro? What's up with that shit? Nah, that doesn't make sense. Wait, hold on. Hold on, I got you, bro. Wait, hold on. Okay, wait, that's not gonna work. Hold on 1 second. Let me check something quickly. Oh, and Roy McCoy. No, wait, no, that's not Roy McCoy. Wait, no, it is 5. Damn it, I'm retarded. Okay, my bad, bro. I'm retarded. That's fine. Fuck's sakes, I'm gonna hit myself with the Tart-alarm dum-dum-dums. Tart-alarm dum-dum-dum-dums. And then I'll hit myself with some bastards. Patented Shazzy's little bastard. Madrulin short bus. Let's go. There we go. Sorry, I was retarded. I missed one. Okay, your jam, bro. I gotta give you an Australian one, bro. We gotta do a racism here. We gotta hit you with the Australian one. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hit you with the ditch, dude. I'm gonna hit you with the ditch. Oh fuck, I'm in the wrong folder. Damn it. Hit you with the ditch, bro. Here we go. Bam, bam, bam. Where's our uncle? Where's our legend uncle? Hold on, let me just check something. Jam. I owed you a jam. Okay, hold on. I got a jam for you, bro. Where's the dude? Where's the ditch uncle? Am I too far? I'm too far down. There's no way it was that far down. Where are you? Where are you, Uncle Aussie man? Just looking for a ditch. Redo jam. Where's the uncle with the big ass ditch? Oh, dude, are you kidding me, bro? Why am I not finding it? Dude, I'm just gonna. If I don't find a ditch, dude, I'm just gonna hit you with a metal one, bro. Where's the dude? It wasn't this long ago. That's bullshit. It was definitely not this long ago. Where's the Aussie ditch guy, man? Come on, bruv. That's bullshit. I don't know where it is, bro. I'm hitting you with a metal one, bro. Just say thank you. Legend, bro. Thank you, man. Get Rex, Scrub, your legend, bro. I appreciate that. Drum jam? Okay, no, that's a crazy one. I'm not going to hit you with that one. That's a crazy one. Okay, I don't know why I couldn't find the bloody DJ uncle, dude. That was not that long ago. I might have deleted it somehow. I don't know how. It must have just happened. Screw it. I swear I saw it earlier when I was going through here. I don't know, dude. I must have boofed it. Fuck it. All right. I appreciate you, Get Rex, Scrub, your legend. Okay, back to this. Appreciate you, bro. Thank you so much for the support, dude. I massively appreciate that. Like I said, it's always cool, man. If you're gonna let YouTube take 30% of your money, might as well be memberships, man. Helping out 2 people at once, man. I appreciate that. You know what? And I'm gonna give you our other Aussie mods emoji here for being a legend, bro. Oh wait, no, that's the wrong one. There you go. Bam. Appreciate that. And we're back. Let's go.
Hiring Jon Stewart and Patty Roseborough as its presenters. The show would also involve a variety of guest hosts such as Sue Murphy, Laura Neitlinger, and Joe Bolster, amongst numerous others. Now, with all of this low-budget yet original content and lack of exposure, the Comedy Channel wasn't very popular to the mainstream public.
Yeah, dude, I covered that on a stream like weeks ago already. I did a whole section on that the jackalopes are real. I totally said that. People were talking shit saying jackalopes don't exist. Yeah, it's 100%. They get like that weird black shit that grows out of their heads. It's totally real shit right there, dude. Jackalopes is real things. Them's STD jackalopes. I mean, it's like they've got some wild ass STDs. But yeah, no, it's a real thing.
Mainly because of the limited distribution of cable providers. Even though there were many comedians who relied on the Comedy Channel for getting themselves in their original acts out there, Joel Hodgson is the prime example, and had his start on widespread television because the Comedy Channel was broadcasting shows that would have never been taken by any other network. If it's funny, then it works. Hodgson would become known for his work on Mystery Science Theater 3000.
I remember Mystery Science Theater 3000, I think. I have a feeling like I've heard that
Which
before.
was just a guy in a movie theater sitting with two puppets watching a movie.
She better not breathe too hard.
It's where the inspiration for Beavis and Butthead came
He had
from.
already debuted the show on local television in Minneapolis, Minnesota on KTMA. A guy watching a movie with two puppets. That's literally what it was.
Yeah.
The comedy came with their commentary, otherwise known as riffing.
What do we got? Another citizen who isn't ready for some football.
Something like this would have never been seen on mainstay television if it weren't for the Comedy Channel's experimenting with new, fresh, never-before-seen ideas to produce comedy.
Yep.
Crazy how the show was pretty much just a glorified YouTube reaction channel. Something like this hadn't been seen since, and we didn't see it again really until YouTube's birth in 2005.
Yeah.
Who knew comedians riffing on pop culture would become such a phenomenon?
Rule of thumb, main characters get spooked, everyone else is clown food.
So already in the Comedy Channel's inception, we've seen original programming, and they were popular.
Yeah. Dude, Adult Swim on Comedy Central was some of the weirdest shit.
Becoming a game changer in television history.
Look at all the good-looking people
Yeah, dude,
in here.
Mystery Science Theater.
But it looked like a fashion shoot. Take a picture and send it to a fashion magazine, you know?
While the Comedy Channel was a fresh new idea for cable television in its first year, this whole idea of a network exclusive to comedy would only grow.
Yeah.
So on April 1st, 1990,
They're the first
Ha
ones.
Network was born.
They're basically the first
Another
ones that
network
took the
would
leap on
feature
stand-up.
comedy content, owned by Viacom, the company that also owns MTV, Nickelodeon.
Sorry, I just
and
gotta set
VH1.
my ear clicker in here. We're good.
The greatest hits of music video.
Now with the Comedy Channel putting its focus on stand-up acts and
Give me
original
one sec.
programming, Ha would put its focus on classic comedies from the 50s up to the 70s.
We'd like to sing another medley of our hits.
I'm listening.
The channel would be available in homes with Viacom and Cablevision providers. Under these providers, there was a channel share agreement that allowed Ha to air on the same channel as VH1, kind of like how Cartoon Network airs along with Adult Swim, and how Nickelodeon airs with Nick at Night. The network would air edited versions of The Steve Allen Show and Car 54, Where Are You?, among a plethora of others. These two networks were at a brief, somewhat competition for a stint in cable television history. Cost became too much for both channels to meet needs of the limited cable system capacity, So at the risk of not having a limited distribution, HBO and Viacom struck a deal to combine the Comedy Channel and HA into one new network. This relaunch would happen on April 1st, 1991, and was now known as CTV, the Comedy Network. But this name wouldn't last long, as just 2 months later they renamed the channel Comedy Central.
I should have really had a Charlie Chaplin section early on. I'm a little bit sad about that. That's the one component that's missing that should have been in today's.
To prevent any problems with the Canadian Broadcast Television Network, CTV. Now, Comedy Central did have its humble beginnings, having a pretty small viewership as well as it being a new concept, and noteworthy original content for the channel was scarce. So it featured many sitcom reruns and comedy movies to fill in the time. But it would also feature half-hour specials featuring comedians doing stand-up. It became a true hybrid from what the two programs were originally by themselves. With the merge did not mean immediate success. Mystery Science Theater 3000 was still a pretty popular show for the time, and channel providing it. But other than them, there really wasn't any other show garnering in massive amounts of new viewers. And even when Comedy Central did something right, there was another network that showed interest.
Ishmael Garcia. Welcome in, man. It's always nice when people give out memberships and then the people show up in chat. How you doing? Yeah, Get Wrecked is a legend. Shout out to Get Wrecked for that. And good to see you, Ishmael.
And would snatch it away.
Would you like some smokes?
The example I'm talking about is Politically Incorrect with host Bill Maher. Would get taken from Comedy Central and would be featured on ABC. Comedy Central would have to earn its roots before a successful television show could stay on their network.
Ben, at 9 o'clock, I'm going to be sitting face to face with an adult who thinks that his feet are not yet finished.
Dr. Kratz Professional Therapy would premiere on May 28th, 1995, and became one of the more popular original Comedy Central programs, which also debuted original cartoon animation to the channel. The show was computer animated and would have its own unique style of art, also with its crude humor voiced by Jonathan Katz and Tom Snyder.
Katz is a legend.
Brighten up the horizons for Comedy Central and its endless styles of programming. But even with this popular animated series, it still wouldn't fill in that time any TV network needs to survive. Comedy Central needed daily original content to keep up with its competitors. On July 26, 1996, The Daily Show premiered. The earliest host was Craig Kilborn, who focused more so on pop culture than that of the actual real news. The show took a few years to get to the popularity we know of it today, so Comedy Central decided they'd want to focus more on political humor to broaden their horizons. Craig Kilborn would be the show's host up until January 11th, 1998, when Jon Stewart would take over as the show's host. He emphasized more on political satire and commented on current world events, keeping the show fresh with endless original content for the channel on a daily basis, becoming the longest running show on the network, still being broadcast to this day. The channel would also televise unoriginal yet successful shows like the British version of Whose Line Is It Anyways. Other shows featured were absolutely fabulous, and the Canadian comedy group The Kids in the Hall. Comedy Central would even finance later seasons of the show Ab Fab and would be granted with national broadcasting rights to show reruns of Almost Live in the first 3 years of the channel's existence. From 1991 to 1996, Comedy Central was growing, but they still needed that juggernaut to take the world by storm. Otherwise, they'd be just another network showing low-budget original content with fair ratings, but with
it's when they got into doing their own stand-up shows. Definitely, that's what cracked it. That and Adult Swim. Okay, yeah. Okay. Fair point, Mr. Whoever made this video. Yes, South Park. That was the golden goose, South Park.
In August 1997, Trey Parker and Matt Stone's animated series South Park premiered on the Comedy Central network. It was the first television series to have been rated MA and became an immediate hit with its viewers.
If I was gonna fuck my son, I'd kiss him first.
Oh, dude, what the fuck? Okay. But yeah, the first proper adult comedy show, dude, that was such a fucking bad one, dude. What the hell, man? Come on, bro.
South Park was far too controversial for the mainstream cable providers, so it was never picked up, thus giving the lesser-known Comedy Central a chance to take this program and run with it.
Dude, season 1 through 5
would see new
of
cable
South Park,
providers picking up
gold.
the Comedy Central
Just
channel
gold.
through the request of popular high demand. By 1998, Comedy Central would be available in over 50% of American homes, skyrocketing Comedy Central to a mainstream format, seeing as it's pushed more limits than anything that had been seen on cable television in its entire history. As the time passed, Comedy Central would continue to push the limits as seen from South Park's success, and was even seeing a fresh makeover with its logo. In November of 2000, pushing the envelope was what Comedy Central wanted to keep doing to see growth with its new viewers. So they would begin providing comedy films, stand-ups, and other forms of programming every Saturday and Sunday at 1 in the morning, completely unedited from its foul language. Something unheard of for cable television. They would debut this new edgy idea by premiering South Park Bigger, Longer, and Uncut on July 4th, 2003. These midnight specials with no censoring of foul words were titled The Secret Stash. These uncut and unedited time slots on Comedy Central would allow other crude animated shows to be broadcast. These segments, along with other successful shows like The Chappelle Show, which premiered in January of 2003, and Reno 911, which also premiered in 2003, saw Comedy Central a completely rebirthed network from what it once was. Controversy creates cash, as Eric Bischoff would say.
She's got those lips.
I know! And the execs at Comedy Central couldn't agree more. Comedy Central would even start televising the yearly New York Friars Club roasts, which are a group of people roasting a certain celebrity.
By the way, can we just give a shout out to Reno 911? Reno 911? Fucking comedy gold right there, dude. Dude, Reno, and I think Reno 911 is also the reason I think we got Super Troopers. Dude, Super Troopers. Fucking magic. Broken Lizard, man.
All kidding aside, you're married again. Your wife is gorgeous. You're gonna be she's gonna have your grandson in a couple of months, and
it would premiere on Comedy Central for 5 years straight from 1998 until 2002. Comedy Central would stop airing them and decided they'd brand their own roast, simply titled Comedy Central Roasts, which premiered on the channel August 10th, 2003. So 2003 was a big deal for Comedy Central.
Chappelle Show, South Park.
These original shows, along with
I think they had, because at one point they had Chappelle Show, South Park, and then Insomniac. Dude, Insomniac, and The Man Show. I think it was Insomniac, The Man Show, South Park, and Chappelle Show. That's like, dude, fucking stacked lineup right there.
Successful Daily Show were the highest rated shows at the time by 2004. But by 2005, Dave Chappelle would back out of his third season and leave Comedy Central, leaving South Park and The Daily Show as the two highest rated shows on the network.
Yeah.
The Daily Show was so popular at that time that Comedy Central decided they'd expand it by making the spin-off show The Colbert Report in October of 2005.
Damn it, Comedy Central. Y'all took a bunch of L's, huh? You guys kind of gave us some slop too, huh? You gave us some fucking nonsense that we now have to still deal with, huh? You see, I want to give you guys W's, but now you're just handing out a couple of L's over here, dude.
On my favorite website, Wikipedia, the encyclopedia where you can be an authority even if you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah. Amy Schumer, dude. 100% Alderline, dude. Fuck's sake. That
Doug Herzig,
fat
Comedy Central
fucking
chief, reported that he wanted to see
man
new
boob.
seasons of South
That
Park
fucking
airing
boob
on Comedy
lady.
Central
Man boob lady.
forever, and that there was already talks of expanding The Daily Show for some time now. As the year passed, going into 2006, Comedy Central would continue to be the platform for creators to have more artistic freedom than that of a Fox or NBC network.
Listen,
by allowing them more
Alder,
leeway when
as a whole, Alderline, fucking Alderline. Yeah, you too. But as a whole, Comedy Central was, I would say, majority positive. Majority, the influence they had was one of positive, making jokey jokes. Okay, there's some bullshit, some bullshit, but majority jokey jokes, good, happy days. South Park,
came to controversial
topics. Lot of love for that already.
On April 5th, 2006,
and
South
what they
Park
did for
creators
stand-up.
Matt Stone and Trey Parker made a two-part episode titled Cartoon Wars Part 1 and Cartoon Wars Part 2, in which they would make fun of the recent protesting of a Danish cartoon that had drawings depicting Muslim prophet Muhammad. The episode was made in protest to a new policy Comedy Central made.
That was wild that
where
they did
had
that,
no
man.
permission to use any kind of image depicting the Muslim prophet. But in Trey Parker and Matt Stone fashion, they would still feature a brief image of Muhammad in their opening sequence. It was simply just an image they had used of him from a previous episode titled Super Best Friends. This kind of political and religious satire would strike mainstream media, not only giving
Alderlion is going full Warhammer 40k mode. He's going, no, brother. I anathema Jon Stewart. I anathema Amy Schumer. Purge all the heretics for the Emperor. Calm down, Alderlion. We're not starting the fucking crusades up here, dude. You need to chill out, Alderlion. Chill out, bro. Chill out. Take 5, Alder. Take 5, bro. Gonna get out your fucking, whip out your fucking scimitar. Not a scimitar. You're gonna whip out a rapier and start shoving it up people's asses. Doing war crimes. You're gonna get war crimes mode. Calm down. Calm down.
Comedy Central South Park media coverage, but a division in the way people view satirical humor.
We've stood behind for 10 years. It's gotta all be okay, or none of it is.
Needless to say, South Park hasn't toned down at all.
You know, not every prisoner we have here is black. We actually do have one white guy.
So late into
Dude, I'm gonna blast coffee out my
heading
nose.
into 2007, Comedy Central was growing with the public's eye firmly on them. On January 15th, 2007, Comedy Central would launch in Germany by MTV Networks, which would broadcast the channel all throughout Europe.
Shout out to them for that, because that's how we got it.
The channel would air 33 different shows, either subtitled or dubbed in German. And fast forward.
So the police is what Reno 9/11 was called in Germany. Des Police.
To April 30th, the Dutch channel The Box would relaunch as a Dutch version of Comedy Central during its primetime hours and would timeshare with Nickelodeon. And on May 1st,
we got Comedy Central attached to, Adult Swim. Well, okay, but that's when Cartoon Network took over Adult Swim. We never really had Comedy Central here in South Africa, now that I think about it. We would have, the only way I got to see any of it was through downloads.
Here, just a couple days later, it would expand to Italy, replacing Paramount Comedy. So now Comedy Central, what was once a locally broadcast network to a small portion of the US with a lack of original programming, was showing in places like Germany, Italy, and all over Canada. Not to mention everyone in the US had access to the channel at this point in time. And while all the glory happened, Comedy Central would continue pushing its standards with original content.
You can't anathema
On January
everybody,
9th,
bro.
2008, MTV and Comedy Central would begin streaming its programming for free online starting in February of that year. Comedy Central was on a roll expanding its programming, and it didn't. Comedy
is the only time I allow degeneracy and heresies. Because it's for a good purpose. It's to make people have a bit of laugh and forget their normal day, everyday lives, and to poke a little bit of fun. It serves its purpose because it's meant to be the thing in a constructive manner. So I allow the comedy of the DJs and the heresies. I allow it for that sense as an entertainment, as a very unique entertainment that's meant to spread joy. Any other instance, I anathema too with Hal the Lion. But you calm down with your anathemas.
Stop yet. On March 27, 2008, the Swedish Radio and Television Authority would approve an application from Comedy Central to allow them to air television programs in Sweden. And even with all of this new exposure, Comedy Central was continuing on providing audiences around the globe with more original content when their US flagship network picked up a remake of The Gong Show hosted by Dave Attell, star of his original Comedy Central program Insomniac.
There we go.
And then in June of 2008,
by the way,
Comedy Central...
shout out to the comedy legend that is Dave Attell, dude. Living legend right there in stand-up comedy. Most people don't even know Attell because he doesn't give a fuck. But what a legend Dave Attell was. And still is.
Would pick up original sketch comedy series Important
even still
Things
have
with
bloody
Dimitri Martin,
Stephen Wright
which would begin airing February of 2009. Later into 2009, April 1st, Comedy Central began airing its shows in New Zealand on Sky Digital. 5 days later, on April 6th, Paramount Comedy in the UK and Ireland would rebrand its network to Comedy Central. And then on the next day, on April 7th, Comedy Central announces new stand-up specials featuring comedians Christopher Titus, Gabriel Iglesias, Pablo Francisco, Jim Brewer, Mitch Fatel, and puppet ventriloquist Jeff Dunham. The animated series Ugly Americans would also get
Dude, Ugly Americans was legend. That was a good show.
Abracadabra.
But even though 2009 was a huge year for Comedy Central, seeing all of these new stand-up specials and TV series, Thomas Lennon would announce via Twitter that Reno 911 was canceled after 6 seasons of the show's existence. But even though Comedy Central
But they brought out a movie. There was a Reno movie that came out after this, I believe.
Most popular series that was basically a spoof of
Reno
Cops.
was legend.
They also played a role in reviving a series that fans were much anticipated in.
We thought they'd never come back.
Ooh, Southpaw. Softball. Good night.
Comedy Central announced that they would revive the show Futurama, and that they would do a continuation with fresh new episodes starting in 2010. This was a big deal as Fox had canceled Futurama
after season 5.
So any hardcore fan of the series was quick to jump to Comedy Central for new episodes. Unfortunately, 3 years later,
the movie was sick too. And the cool thing with Futurama is, yes, technically Comedy Central canceled them after season 5, but they still had movies they were bringing out because they were contractually obligated to series. So the workaround was putting out full feature films to get around the contractual obligations. Because I think around this time, the issues was between Comedy Central and Fox that caused this fuck up to happen, that Futurama got cancelled. Because it was doing great. Nobody wanted that show to cancel. It was getting great views, but it was a bloody over legal bullshit that they had to cancel Futurama, which is nonsense.
Comedy Central announced that the contract with Futurama would not be revoked. Having Futurama's final season in the summer of 2013.
And by the way,
even though we don't see new episodes of Futurama,
shout out to Futurama for giving us basically being the inspiration for fucking Rick and Morty.
Comedy Central would continue airing episodes daily. 2010 was another big year for Comedy Central, especially with the controversial series South Park. In April of 2010, Trey Parker and Matt Stone would create 2 episodes of South Park for their 200th and 201st episodes, revisiting the Muslim figure Muhammad. By the second part of this Muhammad series, Comedy Central censored every likeness of the Muhammad name, which would include 3 entire monologues. After years of the controversial Super Best Friends episode of South Park not airing, it would finally make its way onto TV. Though the show did air, Comedy Central censored Muhammad with a black bar that read censored every time he made an appearance. Parker and Stone have gone on to state that Comedy Central forbids them from ever airing the original episode, and that the bleeps were added in
They
weeks
have
after
the
the
original.
show was already finished.
Imagine you can find that somewhere.
Terrorizing people works.
Comedy Central would even deny them in posting the original to South Park Studios.
Yeah, they were
Oh,
banned
South
from even
Park,
putting it on the
Even
website.
too mature for the most maturest of
I don't think
networks.
anybody has ever seen the
On December
original.
10th, 2010, Comedy Central went through yet another makeover of their logo. Here it is. There's the old one. And
The old
there's
one
new
was so much better, dude.
I'm not going to analyze
New one
logos
looks
too
gay.
much.
Looks
Moving
like a
into
cell phone
2012,
store.
On January 23rd,
Looks like a
Viacom
place.
18 would
Looks
launch
like a
the
fucking
channel.
play. Looks like the logo for a place you go buy fucking SIM cards or something. Cheap ass
India.
phone cases.
Then on November 1st of 2012,
Shitty computer
StarHub launched
components.
Comedy Central Asia in Singapore.
Fucking
Also
Lagoon
in
store.
2012, Adam.com would become absorbed into Comedy Central. So if you type in Adam.com, it will take you to Comedy Central's website. Comedy Central would add to its daily programming with a daily night show titled At Midnight with host Chris Hardwick, in which featured 3 special guests, usually comedians or celebrities, to have a joke off about
That was
popular
good, too.
viral videos or questionable photos, which would begin airing from October 21st, 2013 until August 4th, 2017, where it was canceled after airing
I don't know,
its
man.
600th
I don't
hour-long
know.
episode. The cancellations would keep coming, as in 2014, Stephen Colbert announced that he was leaving Comedy Central to go
don't know,
host The
dude.
Late Show with Stephen Colbert on CBS.
They probably
following
don't want to
being
get in trouble with the Muslims, man. They probably just don't want to get in trouble with the Muslims. Because the problem is, if that shit leaks, everybody's still going to know it was them that made it. So they're going to still get flack from it, right? So that's probably the reason. Dude, the Muslims are crazy, man. You don't want to get, like, your people, terrorized or get people hurt over fucking, leaking an episode. So it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Just finished my last cup of coffee. Dude, I hope you have more coffee. Why is it the last coffee? Did you run out of coffee? No, it's water time. Oh, okay. You're just not allowed to have any more coffee. I got you.
Letterman's retirement, who was also the first host of The Late Show. On
He's got
December
kidney
18th,
stones.
2014,
He's got kidney stones.
after 9 years and
He has to drink water
1,447
till he's better.
consecutive episodes, The Colbert Report aired its final episode. The episode would see 2.481 million viewers, making it the most watched episode of The Colbert Report of all time.
2.4 million
The
views.
Colbert Report would be replaced by Larry Wilmore from The Daily
This is
Show.
back in the day.
The show was titled The Nightly Show with Larry Wilmore and would air from January 19th, 2015 until August 18th, 2016, when it was canceled because of low ratings. Colbert wasn't the only one leaving Comedy Central, though, as in just 3 months.
Nah, man, he's a legend, dude. He's busy absorbing his own kidney stones. He's breaking down and destroying his own kidney stones within his body, bro. That's like some of the hardcore shit that I've ever heard. I had to have a machine destroy my kidney stones for me. So shout out to Uncle Pharaoh, dude. He's just crushing them inside of his body. Each time he farts, he's breaking up kidney stones, dude. It's like a bloody miner down by the river. Master got me working. He's just smashing up kidney stones in his bloody internal gut biome. Like some kind of bloody coal miner, dude. It's hardcore shit going on over there, dude.
After he left, Jon Stewart would announce that he would retire from hosting The Daily Show after 16 years of hosting on February 10th, 2016.
True.
The final episode of The Daily Show would air on August 6th, 2016 as a 52-minute goodbye special. Trevor Noah would become
think
the
it makes you
replacement
poop.
host to The Daily Show starting on
I
September
think because coffee's classified as caffeine is a neotropic, but coffee itself is also a diuretic. That's why it dehydrates you and it makes you go poopies. So that's, the classification would be it's a diuretic, and then it's also a nootropic, as in it increases not neuroplasticity. Helps the neurons, your brain electricity fire better. Same thing as nicotine. Nicotine's also nootropic. But it's definitely a diuretic.
And he was a little more fortunate than Larry Wilmore and still has his show airing today. But even though Comedy Central has its ups and ups and ups and some downs, on January 25th of 2017, the Finnish government granted television programming licenses in the UHF brand. The grant applied by Nickelodeon International Ltd. allows Comedy Central to broadcast from the 17th of May 2017 until the 10th of January of 2027.
Oh shit.
So we will still see much more Comedy Central to come. And hey, maybe in 10 years I'll make a part 2 to this video.
Hey.
Yeah, right.
The fuck?
It's me. Jesus. What a great video. If you want to see more from Mandatory Playground, then hit that subscribe button.
Oh, now I gotta anathema this channel too. Cam, that's fake, Jesus. Anathema, you. Anathema. Nah, I appreciate it. That was a good video. You get a like. But anathema, you throwing in Jesus here at the end. What's the matter with you? What's the matter with you, boy? What's the matter with you? Come on, shit. Come on, bruh. Shit. Come on, dude. Shit. Anathema. Okay, so now we got to do SNL, and then we'll jump back to present day. We got to do SNL, and then we'll jump back to modern day. Shit, are we going to have time? Fuck, dude. We might have to do Monty Python's first. We have to do Monty Python. Okay, so here's the order. We'll do Monty Python. How much? At least he's on too long. I usually make sure I don't pick long ones. So Monty Python, SNL. Dude, the SNL one's a little bit long. Okay, but we'll do Monty Python, SNL, and then we'll see if we have any time left. Because we're already going over time over here on this one. But you know what? It's a fun topic, and I like comedy. So, fuck it. That's what we're doing. So let's go. Let's do Monty Python's first. We got to do it on the timeline. Dude, I got to go pee again, dude. Why am I peeing so much? I never pee this much during streams. I'll be quick. I'm listening.
Hey, Wisecrack, Jared again. Like everyone else, sometimes I just need to laugh the pain away. Often the crushing anxiety of existence may feel like too much, but hey, that's why I have a dog. It helps. We at Wisecrack love us some Monty Python. These wily Brits redefined comedy in the 1970s and are still hugely influential. Just look at comedies today. South Park, Rick and Morty, or even Deadpool. All hilarious in their own unique ways, but without Monty Python, they probably wouldn't even exist. Monty Python paved the way for comedy as we know it, combining absurdity, satire, and postmodern reflexivity into some of the most influential and quoted comedies ever.
This is an X pattern.
So, because there's nothing funnier than explaining a joke to death, welcome to this Wisecrack edition on the legacy of Monty Python. Oh, and we'll be answering your questions for the first hour in the comments, so see you there. Part 1. Postmodernism.
Okay.
Like a hipster in a gluten-free juice bar, postmodernism is everywhere these days. Jurassic World, Star Wars, Family Guy, pretty much anything you can think of. These films and TV shows constantly
Get Rex Scrub. You don't drink coffee, bro? Dude, the best way to start the morning is a cup of coffee, and then you have your morning bowel flatulations, Just be flatulating and sorting out the situation, It's the way to do it. I drink too much coffee, dude. I think me and Ferrer, we be smashing too much coffee, dude. I think this is my second one on stream, but like my fourth one today, or fifth one, I don't know. There we go. Number 4, number 5, done.
Back to themselves.
Gotta stay hydrated or you'll need to piss.
Iconography of
Dude, I know. I don't know why I'm peeing so much.
That were the case, Major.
I usually sometimes do 5 hours without going once, or at least over 3 hours without going once. I've gone like 3 times this stream. It's ridiculous.
Storm. And this is Starkiller Base.
Or, well, just copying them wholesale. But nothing encapsulates this movement more than Deadpool. Heck, we even did an entire philosophy on this exact subject. Everyone loves Deadpool because, quite simply, he doesn't give a fuck.
Energy drinks,
He's rebelliously self-aware, repeatedly winking at his own narrative and mocking the superhero genre.
Okay,
I mean, that's a lot more caffeine, but that don't make you poop. So, but yeah, I know it's usually like either somebody's straight edge, or it's energy drinks, or it's coffee. You usually fall into three of the categories, one of the three, sometimes both.
On this superhero thing.
This constant self-reflexivity encapsulates
All right, don't be
postmodernism.
flexing on me.
First
You're trying to
coined by the
mug.
French
You're trying to
philosopher
coffee. You're
Jean-François
trying to cup
Lyotard
mug
in
me.
1970.
You're trying to cup mug me right now. You're trying to pull your ceramics out on me. You're trying to flex over you with your ceramicizations, bro. You're trying to mug flex on me, dude. Shit. Be coming up here with that mug. Coming up here with that ugly big ass mug of yours, dude. What's the matter with you? Shit.
For Lyotard, all stories previously told fit into
That's true.
oft-told grand mythologies.
Cup
Great
mug,
heroes
dude.
on a
He's
voyage
trying to
for
get
some
me, dude.
grandiose goal, or as he referred to them,
He's cup
meta-narratives.
mogging
For
me.
Lyotard,
Your
these
caffeine mogging
meta-narratives
me
were
with your
stories that
energy
provided
drinks.
a pattern and structure for people's beliefs, teaching viewers a universal insight. Think of The Wizard of Oz and how, when you strip it of all the flying monkeys and melting witches, it's actually just a story about a girl realizing that
there's no place like home.
Or even The Fast and the Furious.
She's
Underneath
busy.
all the ludicrous car stunts, there's a deeper meta-narrative about
Alice in Wonderland is just a chick that ate too many damn mushrooms under the tree and she's on a psychedelic trip. That's what's going on over there.
the importance of family. Through these
Tripping on
stories,
drugs.
morals and social
Fucking
customs
Drago.
are taught and reinforced.
Alice, you a fucking
but
Drago.
postmodernism subverts these grand narratives, revealing the chaos and disorder beneath. Like, say, Deadpool, a comic book character who constantly tears down everything that comic books stand for.
You're probably thinking, my boyfriend said this was a superhero movie, but that guy in the red suit just turned that other guy into a kebab.
But as edgy as Deadpool may seem, he ain't got on the
I wonder where the fuck's everybody at tonight? Where the fuck's everybody? Is everybody busy braiding their hair, dude? Everybody busy waxing their vaginas. Where's everybody at tonight? Where's all these fucking bastards at? Where's all our regulars at? Is everybody fucking busy picking out purses for the weekend, dude, to go clubbing with their bitches? I don't know. They're probably busy doing some important business somewhere. You know, figuring out they fucking dresses for their quinceañeras or something. I don't know.
Who took postmodern deconstruction to a whole other level. Case in point, their all-time classic, Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Whereas Deadpool lampoons only the comic book meta-narrative, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is defined by breaking down multiple meta-narratives. Among them, Arthurian chivalry, Christianity, logic, and the very medium of film itself. The first of these meta-narratives, Arthurian chivalry, first evolved in the late Middle Ages, idealizing knights as honorable and self-sacrificing. You know, the usual knightly like protecting the weak, showing mercy to enemies, never lying, and championing truth and justice. But Monty Python and the Holy Grail completely dismantles and mocks these time-tested tenets.
Who's that then? I don't know. Must be a king. Why? He hasn't got all over him.
When Sir Robin encounters a three-headed giant, his minstrels sing the heroic narrative that everyone expects.
Bravely bold Sir Robin, brought forth from Camelot. He was not afraid to die, oh brave Sir Robin.
But Robin himself runs the hell away as quickly as possible.
Brave Sir Robin ran away. No! Bravely ran away, away. I didn't!
Similarly, in the Arthurian legend, Arthur's arrival at Camelot is usually treated as an emotional high point in his story.
Camelot, Camelot, Camelot.
Oh, that's
Yet,
true.
Monty
That's
Python
true.
undercuts the seriousness of the moment.
Shout out to
this
Jay
hallmark
Doyle.
event into a
Jay
goofy
Doyle.
musical.
Doyle.
We're knights of the round table, we dance when we're able. We do routines, record scenes, the footwork impeccable. We dine well here in Camelot, we eat ham and jam.
Was this story of
And then to top
Brian?
it off, Arthur
This was
decides
story,
not to even
Life
bother
of
going
Brian.
to Camelot.
No, on second thoughts, let's not go to Camelot. It is a silly place.
Each of our supposed great heroes are revealed to be far less than they claim.
Oh, wait, this
the
isn't Life of
power-hungry
Brian.
Arthur demands that every
This is Holy
peasant
Grail.
acknowledge him as their king.
Who does he think he is?
I'm your king.
Well, I didn't vote for you.
But if they dare question his rule, he immediately attacks them.
Come and see the violence inherent in the system! Help! Help! I'm being repressed! Bloody peasant! Oh, what a giveaway. Did you hear that? Did you hear that, eh? That's what I'm on about.
Sir Galahad the Pure, the most faithful of knights, is seduced in less than 4 minutes by a company of 160 lonely women. And when Lancelot receives a note from a distressed maiden,
The thing is, if you listen to a lot of them, and like you're either or some kind of apostolic Christian or Orthodox or something, you're like, I'm going to church. Like I've got the rundown. I'm good. Pretty much, you're like, dude, I can only listen to a Muslim spurg so many fucking times. Or you're like, dude, yeah, it's like, okay. Do you actually know the history? It's like, okay. It's like, yeah. But I like debates, though. Don't get me wrong. I need to be doing more debates. I need to go fight some atheists again. Need to pop off with some evolution debates and some science stuff and some AI debates moving forward.
Rushes to rescue her, but in the process, murders dozens of unarmed people. Then, in the end, it turns out there wasn't even a maiden to save in the first place.
Thing is, I thought your son was a lady. I can understand that.
Monty Python uses postmodernism to illustrate how the stories people tell themselves enable some awful shit. Lancelot and Arthur's own meta-narratives justifying their violent and oppressive acts. The fact that these meta-narratives aren't even true to begin with is just the icing on the cake, as our knightly heroes are revealed to be cowards, hypocrites, and violent sociopaths.
No, I get you. I
just get carried away. I'm really most awfully sorry. Sorry, everyone.
Even God is put into doubt.
Well, that's why I try to do over here. I try to keep it as fresh as I can and do current stuff and try to cover some topics other people aren't talking about. It's why I also don't talk a lot about American stuff because, I'm not American and everybody's talking about American stuff, So I try and cover like niche topics or try and do things that not everybody's doing. Not that what they're doing is wrong or any of that. It's just I feel like there's enough people that's on that. So I'll just stay in my lane and do all the things that other people might be skipping,
Per the Christianity meta-narrative, God is good and all-powerful and has a plan for humanity. Yet, in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, God isn't great and kind at all.
We look at old and backtrack it to new stuff, Ebola protests. Oh, dude, don't make me do African apologetics right now. Don't you come and try and entice me into no African apologetics, brother. And you do this. Brother Farah, don't you get me involved in African apologetics. I don't want to get involved in African apologetics, brother, man. Come on. Help, Mr. Ferrer. Come on, brother.
A cranky dick who's really crappily animated.
That's racist.
Mikhail
It's
Bakhtin
racist.
defined this as
Because
the
I'm
downward
African,
swing,
now I gotta do
which
African
I swear
apologetics,
isn't a
bruv.
baseball term. For Bakhtin, most stories are upward swings in that they elevate a story to a symbolic state and make them universal.
That shit's sad.
On the contrary, in a downward swing, the classical story becomes so distorted and grotesque.
There might be something on overanalyzing about it. I'll have to see if I want to talk about it, dude. It's like... Dude, I was like one of the first ones talking about the Muslims hurting fucking Christians here in Africa before anybody else was talking about it. And it's like a lot of times, like I've said this before, I understand the arguments. It's like, if you're American, it's like, why the fuck should I care? And it's like, if you're not religious, there is no argument to make why anybody should give a fuck about it at all. It's like, it's not in your country. You got problems in your own country. Why would you care, dude? Like, why would you care? And I understand that. Like, I'm not saying I agree with it, but I understand it. It's like, it's not our problem. So it's like, I can't even blame other people for not caring. It's like, it's not our people. It's not our problem. And I'm like, I can't really say much to it because unless I make a moral argument, there's no like logical reason I can tell somebody to care about that shit. So I don't know. We might have a look at it, might not. We'll see how it goes. I'll see how I feel. Even if I sometimes pull the topics up on overanalyzing, I don't decide not to cover them. So we'll see how it goes.
That you don't even know whether to stream.
That shit's so sad, dude. It's so fucked, dude. And the problem is there's like almost no way to cover that shit accurately without it fucking coming off as racist. And if I do anything that comes across as racist, like I'm going to get in trouble over here. That's how our country works. So it's like what's going on there is not good. But yeah, if you know what's going on there, it's like hard for that to not, as a white dude talking about it, to come off racist. Especially if, like, it's not like I can give honest opinions about anything anyways, because I gotta, like, watch what I say and things, So it's like, it's difficult. And that doesn't mean I'm gonna say racist things. It's just, if I speak freely, it might be interpreted that way. So it's like, it's bullshit. But yeah.
or laugh. And it's not just the story that becomes distorted, but also we, the readers and viewers ourselves.
Yeah, no, it's
Every
not
lesson
good,
we
dude.
learn
It's not
through
good.
the meta-narrative is
Not
now
good.
cast into doubt
Not
right
good.
alongside it. Take one of the most famous scenes in the Holy Grail, the witch trial. Sir Bedivere the Wise puts a poor woman through a foolproof logic test in order to determine if she's a witch. Per
Fair
Bedivere,
point.
witches burn at the stake just like wood.
But remember,
and wood
Ukraine's Christian too, man, and Ukraine's Orthodox. Like, we're not going to go into detail on that, but there's some fuckery going on with that too. If you understand Orthodox, like the church, the structure of the church, right? Orthodoxy is like a lot bigger than like Catholicism because they don't have a pope. So there's like metropolitans, and then there's patriarchs, like the Patriarch of Constantinople. And then, you know, like you guys got the metropolitan there in New York who governs North America. He's a pretty base dude. You know, there's like basically Orthodoxy is like multiple people that make up like the, you know, the top authority, where the Catholics just have the Pope. And then obviously a couple of deacons, I guess, or priests under the Pope, but the Pope has the final say. But with the Orthodoxy, there's like a lot of metropolitans from each country that basically all have a say. It's like the fucking UN, but way more based. So like there's issues with Ukraine and that too, but they're also Christians though. So, you know, I can't really make that argument. But yeah, I would say it'd be good for Christian, it would be advantageous for Christians to keep Africa Christian. Let's put it that way. I would say it's better to try keep Africa majority Christian as it is standing, and keep it that way before it turns Muslim. I would say that would be advantageous. Last time that happened, you know, we're talking about Ottoman Empire and shit. So, you know, maybe that want to be avoided. We don't want that to happen. That would be inconvenient.
floats on water just like
For
a duck.
everybody.
So if the woman is a witch, she will weigh the same as a duck. Monty Python
Metropolitan
here takes
Saba,
full
yeah.
logic and distorts it
Yeah,
into a
he's based.
grotesque version of
He's
itself,
cool.
in effect casting
He's a
doubt
good
on our
dude.
own fundamental faith in
It's
logic.
very
If
insightful.
classical logic can be distorted into justifying a woman's death, then how can it be truly trusted at all? By the end of the Holy Grail, this distortion extends to the very
I don't
film
think that will
itself.
happen,
As
dude.
Arthur
I don't
prepares
think
for
it'll
an epic
happen.
battle with the French at
But I don't
Castle
want
Arg,
it to be
modern-day
majority
police suddenly arrive and
Muslim
arrest
either.
the king for murder. The police
'Cause
then
that
push
could
and cover the
happen.
camera lens, breaking the fourth wall, making the audience cognizant of the fact they're watching a movie. The Holy Grail constantly pokes fun at itself for being a movie. For instance, the film's title credits are undermined when Swedish subtitles suddenly appear, promoting the country as a terrific vacation spot. The credit makers are then promptly fired, causing the credit format to completely change. Throughout the film, Arthur uses coconuts instead of a horse due to the film's tight budget. And later, Arthur even refers to one character as...
There's the old man from scene 24.
And just to hammer the point home, the knights defeat the legendary Black Beast of Arg, not through any battle or test of wills, but because the animator that designed the creature has a heart attack. This self-reflexivity reveals the Holy Grail to be its own
Well, that's the thing. Like Monty
Filled-
Python's was one of the first that was really good at breaking the fourth wall. Like Monty Python's and Mel Brooks were really good. But I mean, kind of a lot of things did that. Because now that I think Naked Gun did that back in the day, Airplane did that. There was a couple of movies that did that, but Monty Python's really like they were one of the first at like being really solid with breaking the fourth wall and picking fun at the fact that it is a movie trying to portray itself as not a movie.
just as artificial as the chivalrous Arthurian heroes within.
Do you think this scene should have been cut? We were so worried when the boys were writing it, but now we're glad. It's better than some of the previous scenes, I think.
That's just how postmodern Monty Python and the Holy Grail truly is. It deconstructs religion and logic within a deconstruction of heroic tropes, within a deconstruction of the film medium itself. Basically, the inception of postmodern film. Part 2, the comedy of the absurd. There's probably no show as popular on the interwebs as Rick and Morty. I mean, be honest, Wisecrack's really just a domain switch away from becoming a Rick and Morty fan club. And that's because the show always ties its absurd humor with thought-provoking insight, like, well, on the meaninglessness of life.
Yes! You God, not today, bitch!
Take the Get Swifty episode. When massive heads suddenly appear all across the planet, many people begin to worship the heads as gods, starting up a cult and even sacrificing people to appease them. Of course, in reality, these heads aren't gods at all. but an alien race that just wants Earth to participate in an American Idol-like reality show. This type of humor is known as the comedy of the absurd. This existential-based comedy focuses on the fallout when confronted with a world devoid of meaning. However, instead of wallowing in some murky, woe-is-me despair, the absurd takes the opposite approach, pointing out the broad humor in our own tragic insignificance. This tragic absurdity is foundational to Monty Python's brand of humor. In their third feature, The Life of Brian, poor Brian's entire existence is one big absurd misunderstanding. The humble peasant is born in the stable next to Jesus, confusing the three wise men who assume the not-special-at-all Brian to be the Messiah.
He is the Son of God, our Messiah, King of the Jews. That's Capricorn, is it?
The projection of significance on the insignificant is a hallmark of existential thought. In particular, our boy Albert Camus, who rejected this desperate search for meaning and instead embraced the,
sorry about that.
guessed it, absurd. When
Thank
Brian
you so
runs
much
away
again.
from his disciples, they
Shout out
mistakenly
again to Uncle Pharaoh and Miss Marin. Bloody legends doing a legend up in here. Well, doing a saint up in here. I appreciate that massively. Thank you so much again. God bless. Oh no,
Bruce's
man!
comedic style transcended mere
I
entertainment,
double-clicked
serving
on
as a
my
potent
bloody
form of social
cyborg
commentary
ear.
that dared to tackle taboo subjects with biting satire. From race
No,
and rights to
come
drug
on, man.
use and
Where are we
politics,
at?
he fearlessly broached
That's
topics
some
that stirred
bullshit right
discomfort
there.
and conservative.
Okay, here we go. Sorry about that. I apologize. Fuck's sakes.
if class Korean heroes within.
Come on. Here we
King
go.
of
Sorry
the
about
Jews.
that. Sorry about
That's
that.
Capricorn, is it?
The project, in particular, our boy Albert Camus, who rejected this desperate search for meaning and instead embraced the, you guessed it, absurd. When Brian runs away from his disciples, they mistakenly believe he's risen to heaven. And later, when Brian loses a sandal, these same disciples proclaim the sandal his sign. Of course, Brian didn't mean for the sandal to be anything more than footwear, and yet people, in their desire for meaning, attribute significance to even the silliest of objects.
It is his gourd. We will carry it for you, Master.
We see this exact same misappropriation of meaning in Get Swifty, as Principal
Yeah.
Vagina and the rest of his cult
Principal
mistake
Vagina.
the alien heads as gods, when actually they're only reality TV show junkies. Comedies of the absurd draw their humor from this discrepancy between what is and what isn't, between what's true and what people believe to be true. Characters in these absurd comedies are often caught in hopeless situations, forced into repetitive and ultimately fruitless actions, like Brian, who constantly tries to tell his disciples he's not the Messiah, but to little avail.
Only the true Messiah denies his divinity.
No matter what Brian does, his disciples grow in number and become ever more fervent, all leading to a horrific and tragic conclusion.
Doing the fruit
Crucifixion.
basket.
Yet, despite his impending doom, Brian's comforted by his fellow crucifixion buddies, who break out into song.
Always look on the bright side of life.
The Crucifixion Buddies' cheerful lament reflects the myth of Sisyphus, in which poor Sisyphus is cursed to roll a rock up a mountain, only for it to fall back down over and over again. Camus famously applied the Greek myth to life itself. The trick, though, is not to let this meaninglessness ever get you down. Instead, in the words of Life of Brian, always look at the bright side. Because when faced with our own insignificance and impending doom, there's only one real option. Though it may seem completely f***ing absurd, laughter. Part 3, Political Satire. Nowadays, satire has become more vital than ever, whether via late-night talk shows like Full Frontal with Samantha Bee, or more traditional half-hour comedies like South Park. Hell, the last 3 seasons of South Park focused heavily on the 2016 election and the Trump presidency.
I don't give two shits about a treaty. You're a Polish midget.
Political satires like South Park derive their humor by revealing the hypocrisy in established rules and orders, a la the 2016 election and the PC Brigade. But way before South Park, Monty Python paved the way, subverting the established political ideologies of England. In fact, South Park creators Trey Parker and Matt Stone often cite Monty Python as the single biggest influence on their show.
Matt and I met and got along so well because we were just pure Python freaks.
In Monty Python's final and darkest feature, The Meaning of Life, the Pythons openly comment on English imperialism, economic disparity, and the classist social hierarchies of the country. The opening mini-movie, The Crimson Permanent Assurance, depicts a group of poor elderly workers forced into a pirate-like frenzy by young American yuppies. The old workers rebel against these yuppie dicks, throwing them out windows to their death, and then proceed to destroy
Walk the
every
plank.
shiny, bright corporate building in their path, bringing down the system that literally anchored them to the ground. The Pythons carry this satirical look at capitalism throughout the film, questioning the
It's
economic
so
notion
well
that
done, dude.
self-interest
They put so
results
much
in the
effort into their sets and everything back then, man. Properly made, well shot, dude. That's the way cinema
good.
was
In
meant
fact,
to
we
be.
see quite the opposite.
Lost
In the
it.
sketch, The Miracle of Birth, the doctors are far more concerned with their fancy equipment and impressing their administrator than the poor woman they're operating on.
And get the most expensive machines in case the administrator comes.
Later in the sketch Live Organ Transplants, two bureaucrats forcefully remove the liver from an impoverished man for the good of the country, remarking nonsensically that they must kill the guy so that they can then take his liver.
What do you do with them all anyway? They all go to saving lives, madam.
Constantly, we see people drowning under this system. Britain's Yorkshire is ironically referred to as a third world country, and in the same sketch, a poor man is forced to
Dude, this hits so much harder now with what's going on there, dude. This is wild, dude. Dude, this is idiocracy level bullshit shenanigans we're seeing over here, dude. They
sell off
prophesize
his
and
children to science in order to make ends meet. This economic disparity climaxes in the sketch The Autumn Years, where the grotesquely obese and rich Mr. Creosote dines at a fancy restaurant,
oh, dude,
eating
you
more
called
and
it
more
earlier.
until he
You
literally
called it.
explodes.
Yeah, you called it.
The implications
You
couldn't
called
be
it.
clear. The rich get richer
Somebody in
and fatter
chat
at the
called it
expense of
earlier.
the starving lower class. But it's not just social injustice that the Pythons skewer, but the whole notion of British imperialism in general. The hand of God strikes down a military officer who insists Britain will always need an army to put down differing ideologies. And in the same sketch, a sergeant major drills his platoon on whether they have anything better to do than march up and down the town square. Well, it turns out they do.
Well, to be quite honest, Sarge, I'd rather be at home with the wife and kids.
Would you now?
Yes, Sarge.
Right, off you go.
Like read a book, or go to the movies, or
Dude,
really
the commentary
anything
in
at all.
this
The Pythons even
was
state this
ahead of
social
its
thesis
time,
at the end
man.
of the picture.
But try and be nice to people, avoid eating fat, read a good book every now and then, get some walking in, and try and live together in peace and harmony with people of all creeds and nations.
For the Pythons, British imperialism is a threat to the meaning of
Don't
life.
bring South
This
Africa into this. Don't you bring South Africa. For fuck's sake. Why you always gotta bring us into this shit?
Best in their depiction of war,
Fucking
where
assholes.
soldiers attempting to celebrate a birthday are gunned down one by one. The brutal reality of war, of supposed imperial conquest, juxtaposed against the simple pleasure of enjoying a birthday cake. These ideas extend to their sketch show, The Flying Circus. The show
Flying
often portrays
Circus, dude.
bureaucrats as buffoons, or as sticks in the mud, constantly censoring the show itself.
I'm not prepared to pursue my line of inquiry any further, as I think this is getting too silly.
Flying Circus was so good, man.
Silly. Right, get on with it. Get on with it.
As Christopher Hitchens once said, the essential founding gag of Monty Python is the bubbling magma of absurdity that lay beneath the fragile crust of British Reserve. At any moment, a man with a bowler hat or an umbrella might become a raging crossdresser or barking sadist. It's this unpredictability, this mixture between the postmodern, the political, and the absurd that makes Monty Python unlike any comedy troupe that came before or after. By merging together social commentary, existential angst, and just plain old silliness, the Pythons always keep you on your
Dude,
toes.
they're
defy
kings,
convention,
dude. They're
concocting
kings
a
at
brand of comedy
satire and
so
social
singular
commentary,
that a word
man.
has been created just for them. Python-esque. Today, their brand of
Python-esque.
humor permeates every facet of the comedic
Yeah.
landscape.
No, they
As
laid the
always,
framework
thanks
for
watching,
so many
guys.
people,
Peace.
dude. And like Trey and Matt, Trey Parker and Matt Stone said, man, I mean, they laid the foundations for them, dude. These dudes laid the foundation for so much of modern day comedy. Shout out to Breton, you fucking tea swaggling cockbags. Some fucking fish and chips. Some fucking beans and toast when you get it from a magical gypsies down the road. Fucking pavement. Why's the pavement running away? Okay, now we got to take it to America. Shout out to the Brits. Now shout out to the Americans, and then we'll get a modern day. I'll wrap this bitch up, dude. We're already over so much. It's fine. Fuck it. Let's do SNL, and then we might have to wrap it. I don't know if we're gonna get time. We might do the South African one because it sparked this whole stream. And then we'll wrap. Yeah, we're not going to get to the rest. Okay, well, we'll do SNL South Africa, wrap this
Of
shit
every
up.
SNL era, the late 70s and early 90s were by far the most viewed. In 79, 13% of all US households watched every week. Then, Chris Farley and Adam Sandler brought a revival. However,
Dude, Farley and Sandler were
these periods have
madmen,
something
dude.
darker in common.
There was drug use during that time. And
Oh, really?
It was insane.
Farley's out of control with coke.
Like, these people are crazy. They're going to go do a TV show now? Gee, I have no memory of
Yep.
shooting that.
You had to go up on a Monday and start pitching and pitching and pitching, selling yourself and selling yourself.
We write all night sometimes and just go until we drop or die.
And that feeling of inevitability was the worst part of it all because everybody loved him. But
you must have gone to 11, 12 rehab.
David Spade, Chris Farley, Adam Sandler.
There have been cast members who drank too much, snorted coke too much, freebets too much, God knows what else
Bill
too much.
Murray.
These drug-fueled years saw feuds. Some actors all but shattered, and others never made it out. These are the huge highs and huge lows of the darkest, funniest, saddest era of SNL.
If John Belushi could speak, he'd tell you he's got to go on.
The cocaine years.
If he doesn't go on, he doesn't get paid. And I'll be forced to cut
Dark
off
time in SNL history.
Live from New York, it's Saturday night.
It's 1974, and NBC has a problem. On Saturday nights,
So what
it
was
airs
this?
The Tonight
JB?
Show with Johnny Carson. But
Belushi?
Carson wants time off.
Let me take a brief pause here and we'll be right back.
To fill the Saturday slot, NBC hires a 30-year-old Canadian, Lorne Michaels, to find
Oh,
7
fucking
cheap
Lorne
comedians.
Michaels,
and
you
this is
dickhole.
them.
This is Chevy Chase.
That's my real name, but we don't want to stay on that, do we?
Dan Aykroyd, Jane Curtin, Garrett
Oh,
Morris,
dude,
Bill
Dan
Graham, John
Aykroyd.
Belushi, and
Lorraine Newman.
Lorraine Newman.
The not ready for primetime players are set up here. Floor
Yeah.
17 at 30 Rockefeller Center. For their first episode on air, a score is composed by Howard Shore. The man would later win 3 Oscars
And this was the
4
first
Grammys
crew.
for The Lord of the Rings.
And the Oscar goes to Howard Shore for Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the
To
Ring.
host the show, George
Hey.
Carlin is hired. And his first joke of the first monologue of the first episode in SNL history is a pot joke.
Football's kind of nice. They changed it a little bit. They moved the hash marks in. Guys found them and smoked them anyway.
As Doug Hill and Jeff Weingrad write in this book, one of 4 I'll use as references. For the writers and performers on Saturday night, drugs were a part of their humor because drugs were a part of their lives, as much as suburbs, assassinations,
fuck,
and
dude,
television
yeah,
itself. To give some context, recently, President Nixon had resigned after associates of his broke into Democratic Party offices.
I shall resign the presidency effective at noon tomorrow.
This leads Dick Ebersol, an NBC producer, to describe Saturday night as the post-Watergate victory party for the Woodstock generation. Its
Yeah,
target audience.
fucking hippies, you dirty hippies. Need to play the Slayer. Play the Slayer for the dirty hippies.
Season 1 is made up of 24 90-minute episodes, and every one of them is written the week before it airs.
It was intense because you had to go up on a Monday and start pitching and pitching and pitching and pitching. So you were selling yourself and selling yourself, and nobody knew who anybody was, and nobody knew what anybody could do.
Which leads to competition. According to Jane Curtin, there's a lot of testosterone, a lot of energy, and it was combustible, and it was exciting.
We write all night sometimes and just go until we drop or die.
And I'm thinking, this is crazy. Why are they coming in at 7 o'clock at night to write until noon the next day when they could come in at 10 o'clock in the morning and work until 7 and have a life? But that wasn't the point. The point was you couldn't have.
Dude, they were,
a life.
but they were in it, dude. They were just completely in it.
And it's
It
during
was
these late
life.
nights that
Work
the heavy
was
use
life.
of cocaine begins.
The show would say you can't do a 90-minute live show every week and do cocaine. And the fact is, a number of people on the show felt that you can't do a 90-minute live show every week and not do cocaine. I used to say that I only did enough cocaine to stay awake long enough to make sure people didn't do too much cocaine.
Throughout these coke-fueled weeks,
What
one
the
cast
fuck,
member
dude?
emerges as a dominant force.
I just did cocaine to make sure everybody else wasn't doing cocaine. Dude, that sounds that's wild cope right there. Well, I'm just doing cocaine so I can stay up to make sure. Hey, who's breaking my stream over here? Damn it. Who's breaking my stream? Who's breaking my stream over here? Damn it. Oh, get wrecked. Solid, brother. Solid, brother. Good to see you, man. The cocaine's breaking. The cocaine agents are attacking my stream with the goy lasers, dude. What's going on over here, dude? Shit. They're trying to bag me, dude. Chris hit buttons. I did not hit buttons. The fucking stream glitched out because of the stupid software, man. Shit, I'm gonna have to sort this out if I want to run OBS, dude. Anyways, not worrying about that now. Back to this. Dude, that's the biggest bunch of cope. I'm only doing cocaine to stay up so that I make sure other people ain't doing cocaine, dude. That's the biggest cope I've ever heard in my life. Out of the whole Copistan, coming to you live from Copistan. Fucking biggest load of cope and cocaine copiums I've ever seen in my life.
In season 1, Chevy becomes the face of the show, with the Weekend Update as his defining segment.
Good night and have a pleasant tomorrow.
More than any other player, Chevy develops recurring taglines.
I'm Chevy Chase, and you're not.
And for his work, he wins 2
I'm
Emmys.
Chevy.
The winner is Chevy
Nice.
Chase.
You're not.
NBC Saturday night.
In 1975, New York Magazine describes Chevy as the funniest man in America.
Did not
and
hit
NBC
buttons.
considers him the first real
Fake
potential
news.
successor to Johnny
Fake
Carson.
news.
Behind the scenes,
Fake
however,
news.
Chevy and the others don't get along. Belushi was appalled at being upstaged by someone whose talent he considered decidedly inferior to his own, and humiliated when people would see him on the street and say, "Hey, I love Chevy Chase."
Chevy Chase.
Don't love him? Not a decent man.
He behaves badly.
Right.
And I don't know what's behind it. I don't think it's healthy, and I don't think it's true.
We were not friends. We did not
Dude,
get along.
Chevy
at all.
was
I found him
wild.
to be difficult.
I've only had dealings with him 3 times, and all.
Dude, Chevy Chase was wild, dude. He fucking had no cares. Fucking no cares, mon frères over there, dude. He didn't give no shits about nobody. I think everybody was also spreading the rumor that Bill Murray was a dick, but that was bullshit, apparently. I don't think Bill Murray was a dick. I think Bill Murray was just misunderstood. I think he's like, what's the dude's name, man? I forget his name. The dude that fought chicks in the ring. Jim Carrey played him. I forget. I think it starts like that. I think Bill Murray was just misunderstood, but I think Chevy was a dick. I think we can pretty much confirm that. I mean, even if you look at Chevy in Community, seems a little bit fucked up. Not
3
gonna
times
lie.
miserable and horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, he was.
But you know, we all grow up and change, hopefully.
As you're about to see, Curtin is being sarcastic for a very good reason.
Yeah,
But
that's
first, I
wild.
want to thank Claude
That's
for
wild.
sponsoring this video. When you're building
Dude, some
stories from
people,
old
that's the thing. That's what I always say, man. All of us have our own poisons, you know, or we all have our own flaws. Some people it's gambling. Some people it's fucking the fornications. Some people it's booze. Some people it's food, you know, infidelity or pornographies or whatever it may be, dude. Everybody has their own poison. Some people are just blessed not to have the drug one, dude. It's like they can just do drugs and stop doing drugs. That's wild. Very lucky, because that's rare. But I mean, I know it happens. Like some people are just wired different, man. It's crazy how that works. But I think we all have our vices and proclivities in some sense. That's what I always say, dude. I'm happy by the fact that I'm a chain smoking asshole. It could have been a lot worse. I could have gotten a PDF card, or, you know, you could have gotten some other weird DGen cards. I'm happy with the flaws I was given. By God. God bless, dude, for my flaws. My flaws, I feel, are at least manageable. The fact that I also don't have the booze one, because the booze one is in my family and I don't have that at all. So I'm blessed. I'm happy with the problems I have. But we all have our own cross to bear in some senses, you know?
interviews, scattered notes, collaborative calls, and half-remembered details. A big part of the challenge is just keeping track of what matters. I try to organize things the best I can, but when you add endless notifications and interruptions, like most people, I often find myself working
That's a
harder
good
and
bet
smarter
right there.
just to remember what others
That's a
have
good
said.
bet.
I don't understand it.
Recently, however, I've been using the Plord Note
Yeah.
Pro, and it's completely changed my workflow.
Ooh,
At a
are you
basic level,
grifting?
you can use Plord
Buddy, are
to
you
remember
grifting
the
right now?
information there. Or emails
Ooh,
drafted
is you
for but
grifting
most
on my
importantly,
stream?
Very good.
Is you grifting on my
now
stream,
back
bro?
to SM,
What's your name?
which Chevy Chase
Ming.
outgrows after
Don't be
season
minging
1.
on my
Leveraging
stream,
his new
brother.
Fame, Chevy leaves to make movies and has great success.
Shout out to you, Ming, for the video.
Because of his success, many of the others resented Chevy for
Don't
leaving,
hit me with
presenting him for
copyright, be
taking a
cool.
big piece of the success
More
and
YouTube over
leaving
here.
and making
Appreciating
his
your
own
video.
career go. But there's one person who's happy to see
Fair
Chevy
use, doing commentary, making South African noises. You know what I'm saying? Is what it is.
go.
Why are you gay? Africa.
Without Chevy, Belushi becomes the new face of the show. He brings his own recurring characters, from the samurai to Henry Kissinger
Well, have you ever started a nuclear warhead?
and high on coke Beethoven.
Beethoven on cocaine.
Similar to Chevy, Belushi develops his own
Dude,
big
it's
hit
a-
persona with his own
that's a good bet. That's a good bet. Beethoven on cocaine, but it's Stevie Wonder behind the piano. That's a good bet. That's a good bet right there. That's a good bet. It's a good bet.
It's like
Respect.
Unlike Chevy, Belushi, at least for now, uses his success to help others.
Belushi made whole people's careers possible.
During this Killer Bee sketch, Belushi and Aykroyd first performed blues music on their show.
Dude, Dan Aykroyd was also one of the legends. That's where the movie came from.
With their suits, hats, and sunglasses, the Blues Brothers become so iconic that they'll eventually get their own movie.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
And Dan Aykroyd also joins the Weekend Update.
This just in from your National Drug Abuse Association. Cocaine and heroin do not mix. If you must snort, don't.
Yeah, exactly. Respect from the chat, Mr. Ming.
Ironic, but it also reflects this era of the show, a passing of the communal joint around a circle that spanned through television the entire country.
Every time you buy pot from Mexico or Colombia, you're putting an American out of work.
The drug humor, however, is starting to bother NBC. Executive Herminio Treviesis refers to Saturday Night as the Dopers program. I didn't think we were changing viewers' habits.
A bunch of DJs, dude.
Aykroyd and Lorraine play two characters who epitomize.
What did you think? You had a bunch of DJ and cocaine-addicted comedians running the show, and you're like, oh, this is a bit degenerate. It's like, yeah, what, brother, what did you think was gonna happen? Do you want the people to be entertained or not? Make your decision, okay? If people are entertaining as hell, unfortunately, they're a bunch of druggos, okay? Listen, we you know, you gotta make decisions here. You like money? Okay, well, shut up then.
This. Jason and Sunshine are satirical, spaced-out hippies.
We have a visitor!
Oh, far out, another being!
And Belushi appears with them as Windowpane Watson, a man who, after taking LSD every day for 10 years, is no longer in touch with reality.
They call him a windowpane because every day for the last 10 years he's taken a hit of windowpane acid.
While the sketch is successful, the abundant drugs, paired with all of the fighting for screen time, are starting to send Lorraine on a downward spiral.
Yeah, because the problem is with that overt like drug humor, they were obviously, it came from some kind of place, right? And unfortunately, like, yeah, that shit's gonna take a toll. Some people that fucking their brains snap, dude. It breaks their fucking brains. That's why some people shouldn't be doing drugs, because you make some people break their fucking brains completely and they can never become normal again. That's a problem. People go fucking schizo and shit. Not good. And obviously they were also probably obviously upset. That's probably because this was Nixon times, right? So this is war on drug times, like after Nixon, around Nixon time. So war on drugs was hidden. It's after the hippies, bunch of bullshit. So this would have counted as advocation. Dare got on their ass. All the moms in America be yelling. They're like, why you all being degenerates? You're making the kids want to do cocaine. Stop it.
Habit since I was 14.
But you know what? Everything worked out well because now all the kids are addicted to digital crack, iPads, and doing Ritalin. So it all worked out fine. You just pharmaceuticalized the drugs and took away the illegalizers of the drugs. So now you just shifted that shit over to the pharmacy. So, I mean, you guys did. Yeah, I mean, that's. I mean.
Got worse. I was pretty young, homesick, and I was frustrated about the amount of airtime I was getting. So
Miss Always America,
escape what I was thinking and feeling
1776.
a lot. Drugs were
How are you doing, Miss Marin? Sorry, I keep over talking the bloody video. How are you doing, Miss Marin? Good to see you, lady. You're a legend. I hope it's going good at work over there.
Available. That's how I coped.
I watched that video recently and realized, gee, I have no memory of shooting that.
That can only mean one of two things.
I know. Yeah. Fucking Woodstock, dude.
Lorraine retreats so completely.
Should have played Slayer, dude. South Park told you guys.
The production crew rarely sees
jammed
when
Slayer.
assistants deliver her scripts. They often find her lying in bed. She'd just gesture weakly and say, "Oh, okay, put them over there."
The pressure was just so huge, and it was hard watching her being so sad.
To make things more challenging, Lorraine, Jane, and Gilda are starting to receive pushback from Belushi.
Was Belushi one of those people? Did he not think
Dang.
women should be there?
I knew him before he did a tremendous
Long day, Marin.
and he was delightful. He was delightful.
But after the first season, Belushi asks Lorne to fire all of the women, refuses to perform material written by female writers, and asks others to write Lorraine, Jane, and Gilda out of episodes.
There were only at most ever 3 women on Saturday Night. We actually wrote a lot of stuff for Lorraine, Jane, and Gilda because we felt that we had an obligation to cover the girls, to make sure that they got their time on the show.
Throughout all this, Gilda Radner becomes a support figure for Jane and Lorraine. Like many comedians, she has a gift for helping others feel good and cheering them up.
Every time I would tune it in and see Gilda Radner, she put me on the floor.
Just goes to show you, it's always something. If it's not one thing, it's another.
But this is often to the detriment of herself. Gilda often expressed disappointment in herself, plagued by anxieties that she had somehow let herself or others down. She was chronically unhappy with her appearance, no matter how many people told her they loved her just as she was. Throughout her time on the show, Gilda develops an unhealthy relationship with eating and finds comfort in relationships with colleagues. Before SNL, she had dated Dan Aykroyd.
What do you think, dear?
Let's take the quilt.
And now she develops a relationship with a newcomer who joined in season 2, a comedian who has a very unique history with drugs.
Hello, I'm Bill Murray. You can call me Billy.
Bill Murray.
Just calls me the new guy.
Dude,
On his 20th
$500
birthday,
a
Bill
week
Murray
on
is
drugs?
arrested at O'Hare Airport in Chicago. He is trying to smuggle 10 pounds of cannabis to Regis College. The weed is worth $20,000, or around $170,000 in today's money. And in typical Bill Murray fashion, it's found after he jokes to another passenger that he has 2 bombs in his suitcase. After his arrest, Murray is charged with possession of marijuana and ordered to appear in narcotics court the next day. The judge spares him jail time.
all he had to do was play it fucking cool, and he was like, "No, I'm gonna do jokey jokes." It's like, no, Bill. You got a lot of drugs on you, Bill. Don't be doing jokey jokes. Back then, it was so easy to smuggle shit. How you fucked that up, Bill Murray? Come on, dude. You guys didn't have dogs, cameras, bloody scanners doing prostate exams on people. How you fuck that up with jokey jokes? Come on, Bill. Skill issue, dude.
And instead gives him 5 years probation.
What
However, his
retard
college
Maxine
career
gets
is
here.
over. Murray drops out of Regis, leaves for New York, looks for comedy gigs, and eventually
Yeah,
joins
he's a
Belushi
legend.
on the National Lampoon Radio Hour.
The National Lampoon Radio Hour, Singles Bar of the Year.
2 years later, after
He's a
Chevy leaves
legend.
SNL, Murray is hired to fill the gap.
He's looking like the hubcap on a 56 Chevy, huh? You're striving, baby. Come out.
And his life changes forever.
How old were you? 26. It was a great experience, for sure. Your life just changed dramatically from being barely able to pay your rent, or afford a car, a telephone, to having a credit card. That was a big thing, credit card. And we had this cab account with a thing called Skulls Angels, the company within the yellow cab company called Skulls Angels. And you could call them, and they would pick you up anywhere in the city and take you wherever. You just signed your name. You could go into any place, and people would be like, come on in.
And yet, while the fame is great, it isn't shared evenly. In seasons 2 to 4, Belushi becomes the star of the show. The anguish of the other cast members was legitimate. Belushi's mere presence on stage could overshadow them and mow them down. Belushi's face is on magazine covers. His first Blues Brothers album reaches #1 on the Billboard 200, going double platinum, selling 2 million copies. And Animal House, which Belushi films in the middle of SNL season 3,
I fly from New York to San Francisco, from San Francisco to Eugene.
Where the jet fuel's
back and
at.
forth,
It was
and I
exploded
around.
with jet fuel
$141
there.
million against a $3 million budget.
Animal House.
Let's go! Come on!
By this time, Belushi's SNL salary had jumped to nearly $100,000 a year, and this
What's
gives him more
going on
money
here?
for drugs.
I think
According
there's
to Bob
bombs in
Woodward,
this.
one of the 2 journalists
Chevy
who
Chase
exposed
over
the
here.
Watergate scandal, and who also wrote a book on Belushi's life, Belushi could spend close to $500 a week on drugs, particularly cocaine. Sometimes he would take a hit about a half hour before the show, and occasionally during the show when off stage.
He and I both were very much into cocaine. Come knocking on my door, and I would open up the aluminum foil and let him hook up, and John would go from one end of the aluminum foil to, and by the time he got through, I had 10% of what I really had there.
Dude, that's why he's got the lazy eye now, dude. That's from too much
member of the original
popping your
cast,
eardrums,
and
you know what I'm
sad
saying?
irony,
You were doing too much popping of eardrums. That's why your one eye went all fucked up like that. Now you look like you're halfway to becoming a pirate, man. What the fuck did you do? That's too much. You did too much. That's what you did. Did too much.
He shares this about himself.
They all thought I'd be the first to go. I was one of those live fast, die young, leave a good-looking corpse type. But I guess they were wrong.
Then, in another, he reflects on the fate of Garrett Morris.
Garrett left the show, then worked in the Black Theater for years. And he died of an overdose of heroin.
In reality, Belushi's fate will not be too different to this, and already others are seeing him change. John behind the scenes became insufferable. He rejected the company of old friends and acted like their godfather, surprised when someone spoke in his presence without his permission. As a star, Belushi wields his new power over Lorne Michaels.
He
He
became
arrives
a
late,
tyrant.
refuses to play parts, and Lorne struggles to deal with it.
He was not on top of the situation.
Yeah, he thought he owned the show.
John's health and what was going on in
And the drug use.
I said,
Ego, man. Ego.
He's out of control. And
Ego,
he's been in my
dude.
dressing room. He's gone through my purse. He's taken things.
It's the ego, the clout, and then you mix cocaine in there. Fuck, dude. Bad situation, man.
He set your loft on fire, and he doesn't come to work.
But you would think most people would probably lose your job over that.
That sucks.
Belushi also
he was a funny dude.
He was scary around the office. You never knew when he would turn. In one incident, Belushi yells at an assistant because some pictures aren't hung in his office. He sweeps his arm across her desk to knock everything to the floor. Then, half an hour later, brings her an Animal House poster, signed Love John Belushi. In another case, a different assistant is pressured to do cocaine. With cocaine, she found she could tell people no very efficiently, very fast, with no emotion whatsoever. But on reflection, she says coke takes the heart out of people. It's irrelevant if you're hurting somebody. It's all what you want to get across at the moment and who you want to listen to you.
True.
In season 4, Garrett Morris's problems with cocaine also worsen. Unlike his colleagues, Garrett's fame never really took off. Instead, he has become SNL's resident drag queen.
You asked for me to scandal, I just finished you with your offer.
He appears multiple times as
See,
a
this
maid,
is
a nurse,
this
Diana
is
Ross,
this
and
is
Ella
this is
Fitzgerald.
see this is the shit Cat Williams was talking about when he was on Club Shy Shy with Shannon Sharp. And what he spoke about on Rogan, it's this shit. And this is obviously probably one of the first dudes that went through this whole bullshit. They put us in the dresses, Joe Rogan. They put us in the dresses, Joe Rogan.
And while he's a Juilliard-trained singer, Garrett's ideas, like doing a song about New Orleans called Walking Down Bourbon Street, are shut down. And to make matters worse, Belushi goes cold on him.
He got this manager who I later on found out was an absolute racist. And John's attitude toward me changed. Because I do believe to this day, I might have been a blues brother. Because John was always telling me that the project I want to talk to you about, when he got his manager, he stopped talking to me about it.
Like Lorraine, Garrett becomes withdrawn. He starts
that sucks for him, dude. That sucks for him. Because because he's actually the one that's a qualified singer, and he would have been perfect for that. Like a third blues brother.
That
actual brother.
Hypnotist robot is controlled.
Perfect for the role. You know what I'm saying?
In 1979, Belushi and Aykroyd leave for bigger projects. A year later, Lorraine leaves with a hornet's nest of drug problems, all but shattered. And Garrett and Gilda join her. When NBC refuses to give Lorne time off, he quits too. So NBC has another problem. In its own words, the show is a death ship. So it promotes a producer named Jean Doumanian to try and save it. Jean hires an entirely new cast. She brings on Charles Rocket, Ann Risley, Gilbert Gottfried, Denny Dillon, Joe Piscopo, and someone you'll definitely recognize.
I want to get
Gilbert Gottfried. Hey, Gilbert and Eddie, dude.
I'm sick and tired of you junkies coming up and giving Harlem a bad name. Should have stayed on Park Avenue.
I mean, everybody else is mad.
Becomes the main reason
Gilbert and
people
Eddie,
watch
dog.
SNL, and he knows it. Without approval, he says this on live TV.
I know you people tune in to see one of the stars of 48 Hours host a show, and damn it, you're gonna see it because I'm a host of the show. Live from New York, it's the Eddie Murphy Show.
Despite Eddie's success,
the Eddie
season
Murphy
6
Show.
is bad. Almost half of its episodes get a viewer score less than 6 out of 10. And when Charles Rocket says this live on air,
Charlie, how are you feeling after you've been shot?
Oh man, it's the first time I've ever been shot in my life. I'd like to know who fuck did it.
he is fired. And so is Gene. It seems Belushi and the others in the...
You can't drop... Dude, back then you can't be dropping F-bombs on live Saturday Night Live. What's the matter with you? Like, dude, what's the matter with you? You're not meant to say that on fucking television. We got children watching. This is a family... By the way, this is a family show, all right? I don't know, if nobody understood. This is actually classic family entertainment for all ages that are please above 18. This is definitely not a family show. All right, tricked ya, gotcha.
A wise career.
Your child watching this, go do your
away from
homework and go to
SNL
bed.
is not going well.
Not
While
meant to
shooting the
be
Blues
a
Brothers
little
film,
bastard.
cocaine is found in his trailer. The production then hires a whole person, Smokey Wendell, just to keep Belushi off drugs. And he fails. Belushi continued to ingest massive amounts of cocaine and to be desperately unstable. Then,
You had
when
one
Belushi's
job.
next film comes out,
You had one
Continental
job, dude.
Divide,
Oh shit.
this is the final straw. Critics write that the movie was a massive disappointment to all of John's fans, and it was only a day later that John fell back into everything else. He shows up out of control at Lorne's wedding, and after his last appearance for SNL, this Halloween cameo, Belushi spirals. On Sunday, February 28, 1982, Belushi checks into Bungalow 3 at the Chateau Marmont. Over the next 4 days, he goes clubbing on the Sunset Strip and Santa Monica Boulevard, receiving money from his manager, Bernie Brillstein, which he uses to buy drugs. After a long night of partying on Thursday the 4th of March, Belushi is visited by Robin Williams and Robert De Niro, and then later by Kathy Smith.
He got double
Kathy is a
robbed,
Canadian
dude.
backup singer.
He got double robbed, bro. and there wasn't even a blues brother in sight. I'm sorry, I had to do it. I'm sorry, I had to do it.
Rock
All right.
groupie, nicknamed
We edited that
Silverback
part
for
out.
her reputation as a dealer. At around 8 a.m. following hours of drug use, Smith sees Belushi to sleep. At 9:30 a.m. however, she's concerned about Belushi's breathing and wakes him to drink a glass of water. He says what will be his final 5 words. Just don't leave me alone. But 30 minutes later, Smith leaves. At 12 p.m, Belushi's fitness trainer Bill Wallace arrives and finds Belushi dead, aged just 33.
He died in an unfortunate
The
way.
33 Club.
I believe, to my knowledge, it was like the first speedball he ever had.
Jesus Christ.
After Belushi's death, Kathy Smith returns to Canada, but is extradited and charged with second-degree murder. At a preliminary hearing, pathologists confirmed the cause of Belushi's death was the speedball, a combination of cocaine and heroin. Smith pleads no contest to 1 count of involuntary manslaughter.
Dude, no, dude, not speedballing. You're doing H and C. You're doing H and C and backing it up, dude. Fuck, man. That's not good. That's bad.
Counts of furnishing and administering controlled substances to Belushi in the hours before he died. After serving 15 months in prison, Smith is deported back to Canada. Today, Bill Murray reflects that
Belushi made people's careers possible. Mine would be one of them. And he dragged all of us from the Second City to New York. And there are musicians that will thank Belushi for the revivification of the blues. And he was still the best stage actor I ever saw. Absolutely magnetic. You couldn't take your eyes off him.
While alive, Belushi lived by a principle. When in doubt, I floor it. I let my lifestyle play itself out. And this, to Dan Aykroyd, becomes a warning.
It was a good warning to our community that this could happen.
And a reminder to look out for your friends.
I learned that when friends reach out to you, you better get back to them quick, because I missed a phone call from John. He left a message on my answering machine, and I was at a period where I really didn't want to talk to him because he was being so uncompliant with what his wife wanted and with what we wanted. So I let a day go by, and that day may have cost him his life, and it was too late by the time I'd heard the message. When your friends reach out to you, get back to them quick. That's the lesson right there. And I live with that all the time.
Lorne Michaels also admits that he hadn't done as much as he might have to help John curb his appetite for drugs. Part of the problem of my generation was a morality that said you don't tell people how to live. And yet, despite these lessons, the exact same thing will happen.
No, you should. You should tell people when they're fucking up. And you should tell people how to live. Just make sure you're right. Don't mess that up. But if you know you're right and you're confident that you're right, yeah, you should tell them how to live, and they shouldn't be dum-dums. Not this
in 1985,
bullshit,
Lorne
do what you
returns
want
to
nonsense.
SNL. He oversees a period in which the segments become less edgy and less drug-focused.
Hey, Michael Myers.
And
What's the other dude's name, man?
even
What's the
addresses
other
the
guy's
show's
name? It's Mike Myers, and the other guy's name is... Fuck, I forget now. I forget. Sorry, bro. I know his name. I'm blanking. There's too much shit. There's too much shit to remember on today's stream.
Reputation.
I, Michael Hall, swear to remain drug-free as long as I'm associated with this network.
During this period, household viewership falls almost half to between 7.9
I listen
and
though.
8.4%.
I listen though. I'm just difficult. I'm just an asshole that's bad at listening. But I hear you though. Dana Carvey, yes. Uncle Jones, what's up, dude? How you doing? Yes, Dana Carvey, you bloody legend. What's up, Uncle Jones? Yeah, no, I know, dude. I know. I actually do listen. I'm bad at the implementation of it though, because of my own bullshit. But you're not wrong. Dude, Chris Farley, bro. Chris Farley, Adam Sandler.
Hires. He brings on Adam Sandler, Rob Schneider, David Spade, and Chris Rock. But also another unknown,
what a
whose
cast.
personal hero is...
What a cast right there, dude. Chris Farley, Chris Rock, David Spade, Rob Schneider, and Sandler, dude. That's why I say, dude, it was that first cast that we just watched, these dudes, and then Will Ferrell's crew. It's hands down the best cast on SNL, man.
John Belushi.
This horrible man beast who lives in the studio.
Fucking Justice League of comedy over here.
Yeah.
Of everyone who saw Belushi as a cautionary tale, Chris Farley was the exception.
I know, that's why, I know.
And he tried to pattern his personal and professional life after the Wild Albanians.
I know it's all love.
He wears Belushi's pants from wardrobe and copies him so much that David Spade actually chides him about it. He was funnier than Belushi. I would say, was Belushi trying to be like anybody? No. He just did whatever the funniest thing that he could think of was.
Yeah.
Don't try to be like him. Don't even look up to him.
Yeah.
You're fine on your own. But Farley is self-conscious.
Can I ask you something? And he says,
oh, dude. this legend to
make his
oh
colleagues
man,
laugh
what
at
now?
the
I'm
office,
also
Farley
Jim
goes
Brewer.
back
Jim Brewer, I got that one. Jim Brewer is also a legend, man. Shout out to Half
flips
Baked.
off furniture and eats absurd amounts of food just to perform his digestion as a sketch. His comedy is hilarious.
That's so stupid.
But his childlike vulnerability also makes his family worried.
Is that true?
Saturday Night Live seemed mean and cutthroat, his brother says. Chris could barely flush the toilet. How was he going to handle fame and television and New York City? Farley's fame arrives after this Chippendales sketch, in which he and Patrick Swayze audition for the same male dancing troupe.
Chris didn't feel like he was on sure footing at SNL, but that was the first big present moment for him. But I've always felt like that moment where he pulls his shirt off, there's almost a hesitation I see in his eyes. I just get a queasy feeling that he knows a good chunk of this reaction is because of my body shape.
Farley's hero, Belushi, always pushed his body to the limit, so Farley, in his own way, does the same.
Here's you, here's Matt, there's you, there.
Shout out to Chris Farley, man.
Becomes known for characters like Matt Foley, the motivational speaker who lives in a van down by the river. He plays a Gap girl.
Down by the river.
I'm trying to lose weight.
Lay off me, I'm starving.
And the lunch lady.
Lunch lady land.
Behind the scenes, however, the pressure gets to him. Farley's rise had been marred by a constant
Yeah,
struggle.
it's Rob
with
Schneider's
alcohol and
based
drug
now,
addiction.
dude.
High school
Rob
college-
Schneider became super based. He's like Christian, calling out all the bullshit. I did not expect Schneider to be one of like the base Christian comedians that's like just calling out everybody on their bullshit. I was surprised, but yeah, Schneider seems like a legend lately. He's one of the few that's gotten like based as hell.
Drinking had given way, eventually, to cocaine and heroin use. After Farley's first season, Lorne warns him we don't want another Belushi, and Farley enters the Hazelden Clinic to receive treatment for alcoholism. He spends 28 days there, but hated every minute of it. Complied and kissed us until the counselors went home, and then screwed around and tried to make everybody else on the unit laugh. Out of rehab, Farley returns to New York. While he doesn't go to meetings or get a sponsor, as suggested, he manages to remember.
As long as it's not in the fucking toilet. As long as it's not in the toilet, you're good, bro. You're good. Better not be in the toilet. Man, I dropped them in the kitchen the other day and it rolled. You know, the one where something drops and it goes into a different dimension because somehow it just fucking teleports. I did one of those, dude, so I know the pain, bro. But you're good. As long as it didn't drop in the toilet, you'll find them.
Been sober for a time until an SNL read-through. When the writers didn't write me into the show, I did 5 days of heroin.
Snyder ain't
And again,
taking no
Farley is
crap.
sent to detox for a couple of days. A cycle of treatment,
Great
sobriety,
minds,
and relapse,
dude.
which would continue
Great
for
minds,
the remainder
bro.
of his life.
Farley must have gone to 11-12 rehabs.
But throughout all this, Farley's commercial
Dropping some
success
pods
helps
in the
him
pool,
book
dude.
movies. He
Know what I'm
stars
saying?
in Tommy Boy.
That guy in a little coat. That guy in a little coat.
Then
But
Shrek,
yeah,
for which he's hired
true.
to play Shrek.
People see me and they go, ah!
Oh.
Big, stupid, stinky
Oh shit. Oh shit. So Chris Farley was meant to be Shrek, but they gave it to Myers because Michael Myers got hired after Farley left. Oh shit. That's how Mike Myers became Shrek. Oh, dude, that's crazy history right there.
ugly ogre. I'm so scared.
They judge me before they even know me.
Farley completes 80 to 90% of Shrek's dialogue lines, but
Yeah.
sadly, the performance is never finished. By the end of 1997, the physical toll of his lifestyle is visible.
As Farley was sweating so much that his hair was
Hey,
back.
Joey!
He was just rolling up in
Joey
50s and
Diaz.
20s and getting a lap dance and just throwing them at him. And I remember looking at him, everything in my heart wanted to go up and give that guy a hug.
And similar to Belushi, Farley is spending time with people who aren't helping.
I'm watching Chris.
Bad
He's in the bathroom
influences.
with Andy Dick. They come out 5 minutes later, like giggling.
A fucking Andy, dude.
What's going on with
Talk
Chris?
about a fucking
Bad news, bro.
DJ,
Went to a
dude.
bathroom.
So the moment comedian Andy Dick suffers an apparent overdose on Hollywood Street. Yeah, dude, Andy Dick with his gay shenanigans and all of his bloody degeneracy, dude. That's not a good friend to have around you, especially, fuck. Imagine him back in his wild days, dude.
With Andy Dick. There's only 2 reasons a man goes into a bathroom with Andy Dick, and neither one of them's good.
In October of 97, Farley
Oh,
returns
no,
to host
dude.
SNL. Because there are doubts he'll make it through.
You and Miss Marin, Always America, you both at work, bro. Dang, dude. No, you're gonna find him, bro. Keep the faith. You're gonna find him.
Chris
Believe
Rock
in
waits
you.
on standby to replace him if needed, but Farley pulls through. He does the show, and while his timing is great,
El Nino is Spanish, boy.
Yeah. I like Prince of
It
Egypt.
doesn't sound too good.
The animation.
With audible breathing between the lines.
You're talking about the animated one, huh? Prince of Egypt, the animated Prince of Egypt. I like that one. That was a good one. I had it on video.
2 months later, Farley is found dead in his apartment in Chicago. He had been with Heidi Hauser, a dancer and companion. Like Kathy Smith, Heidi left him in the morning. And like Belushi's, Farley's last words to her reportedly were, "Don't leave me." Like Belushi,
man, no, the curse, dude.
And that feeling of inevitability was the worst part of it all. That
That's
horrible
the curse,
feeling of, like,
dude.
this goddamn story
Don't
is just
leave
gonna
me
play
curse,
out,
man.
And even Chris could have told you, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to die, and I'm going to be 30. By the way, 30.
Oh, you at
when
home?
Belushi died, same age. Like,
Nice.
what the fuck? You know, because you love this guy, and everybody loved him, and everybody who saw him perform got a little piece of his soul. Everybody got a piece of his soul, like, right
Dude,
away.
that
like,
was such a
within
good
20
cast
seconds of
on
seeing him.
SNL,
You just
man.
saw
That's
this guy's
wild.
heart held out for you.
At least there's one person left. Why didn't you leave like everybody else?
Because I like you. I really, really like you.
As Miller and Shales write, great comedians are often troubled because talent may itself be a form of neurosis. It usually comes with
he
trouble
was a
attached,
funny dude,
and
Ben
yet,
Brock.
for every
That's
tragedy, there are
sad,
others
dude.
who made it out. After
It's
20
sad that
years,
him and Belushi both had the same last words, the same ending, man. That's sad, bro. And he was meant to
Rain
be
got
his
sober in
replacement.
1987. Chevy
And
got
then
off
he
coke in
literally
1986.
replaced him.
After a drug-related robbery, Garrett
the
Morris
T,
got clean, and
basically.
Dan Aykroyd has taken to warning the next generation.
You've got to be very, very careful. In our time, cocaine was big and it killed a lot of people. I lost 3 friends to it.
Miraculously, Jane Curtin never had a drug problem. Of the original
Yeah.
SNL cast, Jane was always just kind of centered, and ironically, she's the one that had the biggest career, besides one other.
That's crazy.
You helped to make Saturday
Yeah, man.
Well, I think one of the first things is Lauren Mike.
Don't do drugs, kids that aren't here because that you're not allowed to be here, but don't do drugs. Shit makes you fucking retarded and not in a good way.
His drive, his understanding of humor and talent, and his tenaciousness and hanging on and fighting the network. That's the primary reason. And then he picks just great talent.
Yeah, Jimmy Fallon is a little gay dude now. That show made him gay.
Here's you, here's me, there's you, there.
Despite everything it did to people, SNL continues. For 20 weeks of
I know,
year,
the stuff on the
Saturday
streets
night,
now is
the
way
band will
worse,
begin,
dude.
The lights will come up. And to
Listen,
play
we're
on,
not
say the
even
same.
having that conversation right now. We're not even having that conversation right now. Yeah, the pharmaceutical stuff and the stuff on the streets now. People weren't dying from one bloody session of doing fentanyl. Back in the day, dude, the cocaine wasn't killing people after one night, dude. Like, that's like, it was massive abuse. Dude. Like, they were doing hundreds of dollars of cocaine before they died. Nowadays, people just die by accident from the shit on the streets, man. It's ridiculous. Man, shout out to Get Wrecked, dude. Oh, Get Wrecked Scrub. Sorry, South African shit. English is my second language. I'm retarded. I'm smart enough to know that I'm retarded, all right? I can read words good and shit. Shout out to you, Get Wrecked, Aussie brother. It's good to meet another one, man. Shout out to you, bro. Hey, and you popped the ortho cross. Shout out to you, man. God bless, dude. Thank you so much for the support, man. I really appreciate it. You know, I got a dirty mouth, but it's just because I'm blue collar and I'm South African. Forgive me, but I appreciate it. You know, we work every day. We go to liturgy, do a little bit better. But I appreciate you for stopping by, bro. And if you enjoy it and you want an even better show with more humor, I'll have my European, my British co-host on here, who's a dirty little bricklayer, but a funny little bastard. And we'll have our Irish friend up here too, who's a legend as well. Another debater, another funny bastard, and we're all just going to be cooking each other, having a bit of fun. So tomorrow night stream is going to be a good one, man. Good start to the Friday. So if you're around, that's when yours. Wait, that would be Saturday morning for you. So we might not see you because that will be Saturday morning your time, possibly. But hey, you can watch it afterwards. We still have the chat up if you want to watch it. But yeah, that's going to be, I'm pretty sure that's going to be a good one. When the three of us get together, it's usually wild. So telling you right now, forgive us for a bit of degeneracy, but the degeneracy is for the sake of laughter and spreading joy. Because unfortunately, there's too many people that are stuck up and don't try and spread enough love and good shit into the world. Everybody's always just bitching, dude. Everybody's just always bitching about the juice boxes and the fucking muzzies, and everybody's always fucking crying about politics and shit. I'm like, dude, let's just have a bit of fun, man, and have a laugh and enjoy life. And shout out to you, bro. Get out there, go do a bit of fishing, do a bit of camping, spend time with your family. Do the shit that matters. Don't be black-pilled. Enjoy life. It's all bullshit. Social media can suck it. It's just trying to make people fucking dumb. Life's beautiful. Go live that shit. And I appreciate you for stopping by, my dude.
7 words that started everything.
Live from New York.
Thank you, man. God bless.
From New York. Live from New York.
Live from New York. It's Saturday night.
If you enjoyed this, you'll love the story of Chevy Chase in detail. Click the link in the description to try Plord Note Pro today. And for more stories of brilliant, flawed people and their work, subscribe.
Let's go. Okay. So, dude, this is crazy. This was meant to be a 4.5 hour stream. And we are now at 6 hours and 5 minutes. But you know what? We're through the thick of it. I appreciate y'all massively for the support and coming to hang with me on this one. I also realized, I was like, where's everybody at? But it seems like the whole internet is dead. I did a little bit of a quick look around to see what everybody's doing. But the whole internet seems dead today. But it's just, sometimes you just have those days. People probably busy out living life. And you know what? That makes me happy too. I'm glad people are out there living life, getting off of the internet now and then, even if it hurts the channel a little bit, eh? Ultimately, as long as people are doing something constructive, that's fine. Fishing, doing something constructive, or you got to be here watching the stream. That's how it works. Until next time, man. Yeah, God bless, dude. Have a good one, bro. Dude, that's not even scratching the surface. Designer. Yeah, no, dude, the designer drugs are wild, dude. Trust me, I have a little bit of experience and know a little bit about, I was in the film industry, so I know what's going on with designer drugs and all that bullshit, dude. It's a bunch of nonsense, man. I worked in many drug industries, from fine art to film, dude. Pretty much my whole life, professional fucking blue collar nonsense I was getting up to. I was working with crazy wackadoodle artist druggos. So I know how it goes, man. But yeah, shout out to you, bro. Appreciate the support. Get wrecked. It's good to have a new Aussie legend stopping by. It's always nice. Okay, let's quickly see. It will make a good DNA stream. Which one? 100%. Dude, that's not even. Oh, it'll make a good. Oh, do drugs. I mean, we could. Fuck yeah, we could do a drugs one. I need to write these down because I knew last time I had I mentioned 2 good DNAs on stream and I completely forgot about them. I have some lined up. There's I think 3 or 4 I'm working on. But that's not a bad idea, Ben Talk. The only problem is when you talk about that kind of stuff, YouTube doesn't like it, dude. Even if you're not talking about it from advocating for it or anything, these controversial topics, YouTube don't like you doing that stuff. But you know what? I've accepted the fact that my channel will never be advertiser friendly. We're not gonna get no MeUndies commercials up in here. Not that I'll take it anyways, but and you see, that's the advantage of being a fucking broke African, dude, is that I'm just be like, well, I've been broke all the time. Why I need your MeUndies money, dude? Just do good videos and get paid by Google from AdSense. Then fucking don't gotta take nobody's fucking stupid money for dumb commercials, bro. So then it cancels itself out. Don't care about that shit and repping people's bullshit products. Rep my own shit. I'll make my own stuff. That's cool. That's not underwear. It's not meant to be fucking dragging on nuts. Been tugging on nuts, just fucking cuddling with nuts, and they make no cuddling nuts products over here, dude.
Leon Schuster is undoubtedly one of.
All right, to the one that spawned all of this, Uncle Leon Schuster from South Africa, and what the fuck he got up to. I just want to let you guys know, if you do not know this individual, you are in for a wild ride. We might drift into some racisms, okay? Listen, if you want to talk about it, this dude loved to do blackface, okay? But he did it in a good way, okay? The black people weren't upset with him. Now he would be fucked. But back then, people were cool with it, okay? Because he would do blackface and go prank black people, okay? So he was cool. He was loved in our country. This guy was a beloved character in our country, and nobody had a problem with him. I mean, he was a little bit controversial, but generally people liked him. He made everybody laugh, okay? So it's fine. Let's now see the fucking tragic story of Uncle Leon Schuster. Dude, I still can't believe, man, as a kid traveling to Bangkok, Thailand, and going through like a bin of DVDs and finding like 5 or 6 of his there. It's just like, it made no sense at the time. But I mean, dude, like I said, man, definitely, even if he wasn't the first, one of the pioneers of hidden video pranks, man. This dude, pioneering hidden video pranks, dude.
One of the most successful South African entertainers of all time. He
Yes,
broke multiple
definitely
records in
one
the
of
film
the most
industry, has won
successful.
several high achievement awards, was the most searched filmmaker on Google in South Africa in 2025, and signed massive deals with international media companies like Disney. However, Leon watched his whole life come crashing down when Showmax suspended his movies for being intentionally racist.
I find it very difficult to believe that there's
No, man. I thought he was doing drugs or something that led to his fall down. Don't tell me it's DEI bullshit that's fucked over Leon. I called it. I said nowadays it's going to be a problem what he was doing. Back then, he was pranking black people and hugging them at the end and having a laugh with them. It clearly wasn't racist. It was to make people laugh. That's what he was doing. He was trying to make people laugh, for fuck's sake.
a bunch of American movies that are very
It wasn't
racist.
racist.
So why they must remove mine, I don't know.
On top of that, he was receiving
Literally, his co-host that did a lot of his later movies was a little black dude who's a midget or a dwarf or whatever the fucking politically correct term is for little people. He was a fucking little person that was a black dude. Like, he was clearly not racist. That was his fucking co-host. Obviously, he wasn't racist.
death threats from passionate movie critics who hated how his films portrayed black people. And with the current net worth of $3 million, you would likely think that Leon Schuster
He's
is
got
living his
3
best
million?
life. But unfortunately,
Damn,
he
Leon's
also suffers from
stacked.
depression, loneliness, and is basically imprisoned inside of his own bedroom because of a severe life-altering medical condition, which forced him to retire from the entertainment industry in the most physically painful way.
Yeah, I
Before
thought
being
it
rich
was
and famous,
health
Leon
reasons.
Schuster was a normal student at Jim Fauci High School. Upon passing his matric, he went to the University of Free State to study for a Bachelor of
Hey,
Arts.
Free
And
State!
after graduating, Leon went back to his previous high school to become a teacher, while at the
That
same time
internet
still
theory
trying to
bent
pursue
you
a
wrong.
career in the entertainment industry. In 1975,
I
he applied
appreciate
for a
you,
job
sir.
at SABC
You're a
and was
bloody
eventually
legend.
hired as an
Thank you.
Afrikaans radio producer. This
I
included
appreciate
segments
that.
where Leon Schuster would make prank calls to random people and also dressed up in costumes in order to cause chaos at the studio.
Judge, I want to. You can't do this. You can't. Please leave my studio.
Time to go to
Please leave
Rumble.
my studio. I just
I
said,
need to
I just want to talk to the people.
see, and that's also the thing. He did Indians, he did black people, he brown face, black face, yellow face, he did all faces, man. He wasn't being racist, he was just trying to be funny. Like, back then it was fine. Everybody was doing that shit. Like, this is bullshit, dude. DI is fucking stupid, dude. See, this is the problem. This is what people don't understand about the argument from presentism. Just to be a little bit of an asshole right now. This is what people don't understand about the argument from presentism. They always look at old shit through the eyes of modernity, dude. It's like, dude, that shit was a different time. It's the same thing when people go, do you know church history? Because you're looking through it through the eyes of modernity, you dumbass. Like 2,000 years ago, shit wasn't working the same as what it was working today. People weren't even fucking speaking English, dude. What's the matter with you? Like, are you trying to look through historical things through the eyes of presentism? This is why you ask people that know the historical significance and reasoning behind things, as in you get proper interpretation and you don't look at things through the eyes of presentism. That's why it's a fallacy. Because it shows you don't holistically understand the subject matter. Because you're analyzing it through the wrong paradigm, for fuck's sake. Come on, man. This is stupid DI bullshit.
Leon Schuster. Leon, wat gaan aan jou? Ons het jou 'n bietjie gat geskeer vanoggend. Jy's nie reg op die lug.
With the success at radio, he transitioned to the film industry by releasing his first ever movie called You Must Be Joking, where he would disguise himself into different characters to prank random people in the public, while there's hidden cameras to capture their reaction.
What are you doing? Hey!
Yeah, but we already...
I told you got a license. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
dude, the Indian face, dude. He's a legend, this guy, dude. Dude, yeah, but we did the cryptids one with Puffy. Basically, I replaced the Puff McCloud show with this. I'm pretty sure people realize that. The first DNA stream was meant to be a Puff McCloud stream. It was prepared to be a Puffy stream, right? So I mean, yeah, fucking, and it is what it is. But yeah, so it's pretty much the puffy one would have been the cryptid one, you know. So the first episodes technically of D.N.A is the Puff McCloud. I think, what did I do? 2 episodes. I don't even know. I think I only did 1. I don't remember. I'll have to go look.
Look at this. I'm sorry. That's gonna move you, man. I'm sorry about this. It's gonna move you. There's no clutch slipping.
Exactly, Marin.
Open the bloody door. I'm sorry about this, but you want to send me a card that a clutch slipping.
Despite getting most reviews of 5.8 stars out of 10,
he was a legend, dude.
A sequel, You Must Be Joking Too,
that
ended up making 43 million rands worldwide at the box office.
43 million
was a
rand.
series of other comedy films like Oh Shucks It's Schuster, Oh Shucks Here Comes Untag, Sweet and Short, and There's a Zulu on My Stoop, which became a fan favorite.
Dude, There's a Zulu on My Stoop was great. Dude, Zulu on My Stoop literally covered the racial dynamic in it and showed it in a good way, where it was about a white man and a black man being friends. Like, the movie was literally commenting on the dynamic and showing that racism is bad. That's literally what that fucking movie did. So why would you call this dude racist? He was clearly not a racist. It's bullshit, man.
Therefore becoming the highest grossing South African film in South Africa's box office history, and also well favored by fans in Eastern Europe. Additionally, in 1995, during the Rugby World Cup hosted in South Africa, Leon Schuster released an album called Here Comes the Springboks, which won an award for the best-selling CD of the year at the South African Music Awards.
And by the way, that's even a good one to rewatch because it's got good story, it's funny. It's like, so that would be like Vacation. If you think about like Vacation vibes, it was a Chevy, National Lampoons. Was that Vacation? Is that what that was called? It's basically that. Same type of time, same type of movie, but good, and like good humor in it, or like Trains, Planes, and Automobiles type of situation.
Was later certified double platinum.
And it's
though
English,
unfortunately, even with all that success, Leon Schuster's personal life behind closed doors was falling apart as he divorced his wife, Lely Schuster, in 1999. But that didn't stop him from going into one of the biggest movie runs of all time. In 2001, Leon Schuster released a comedy movie called Mr. Bones, which goes like this. After surviving a plane crash as an infant, a little white boy is adopted by an African tribe living in the wilderness, where he grows up to become a traditional healer called Mr. Bones. Meanwhile,
Mr. Bones
the king of the tribe is in a desperate situation where he needs a biological son to take over his kingdom after he dies.
Dude,
but
if he was a racist, why is he making so many shows with black people, by the way? This is just another line of argumentation. If this dude was really such a racist, why are there black characters in all of his movies? Like, Mr. Bones, he was raised by black people, and there were black people as the main actors in the movie. If he was a racist, why would he do that? His main co-host through a lot of his movies was a little black dude. Then he did There's a Zulu on My Stoop, which the other main character in the movie, literally the other main character is a black dude. And then he did Mama Jack, where he's a black lady. Like, this bullshit. He was clearly not racist, for fuck's sake.
He keeps having daughters instead.
This time, I'll produce you a male child.
Talk is cheap. I've heard the same story 6 times.
And fast forward 35 years later, the king is still having the same problem.
17 children, and not one of them is son. Why?
After this, the king then asked Mr. Bones to predict the gender of his next child, only for him to find out that the king already has a son with the black American woman who had once traveled to Africa as a tourist. Nevertheless, Mr. Bones is then sent on a mission to go out into the world to find the king's son and bring him back home. To which then the movie switches to introduce an American professional golfer and his coach, who both later would go on to have encounters with Mr. Bones.
Oh yeah, and this, look, dude, you guys know all of these actors, right? So like Leon Schuster was getting like famous American actors to be in his movies. So this is kind of like this movie. So if you're American and you're ever interested to watch this is basically the equivalent of what's the one with Eddie Murphy? Is it Coming to America? This is basically Coming to America, but from the different perspective. An American comes to South Africa. So yeah, it's basically that. So this is like basically a good prequel to that. I mean, I wouldn't say it's Eddie Murphy level, but it's like it's solid movie.
And believing that the golfer is the king's lost son, Mr. Bones tries everything in his power to bring him back to the kingdom. On the other hand, the coach is left searching for the golfer while causing chaos to the locals, not knowing that he is the actual son that Mr. Bones is looking for.
You my son? No kidding.
Released in November 2001, Mr. Bones became one of Leon Schuster's most successful films, with the Variety article stating, making the achievement more noteworthy is that Mr. Bones was up against big-budget blockbusters such as Harry Potter and The Lord of the Rings during the South African summer season. More specifically, Mr. Bones generated 2.9 million rands domestically within the first 3 days of its release, with that figure becoming...
So SA opening, no way, dude. So SA opening, it beat the first Harry Potter and the first Lord of the Rings, dude. And then total, so SA opening weekend, it beat. And then the total SA grossing, it beat that. That's wild, dude. I don't know that. That's crazy work right there.
83 million rands just 1 year later, which was more than Harry Potter and Lord of the Rings. Even though it was the highest grossing South African film at the time, just 3 movies later, Schuster broke his own record with Mr. Bones 2 grossing at 35 million rands. In 2012, after filming the movie Mad Buddies, Leon Schuster signed a marketing and distribution deal with Disney to make the movie international, which would have been a huge achievement if his movies were not always considered intentionally racist.
I wanted to cover everything that I prepared, but I'm always over preparing, so I'm like, shit, there was stuff I wanted to go over because I always prepare too much, man. It's a problem, dude. I don't know how to time this shit properly, bro. So it just is what it is. You know what? You guys are legends, and I appreciate you all coming to support the stream, so I'm stream for a bit longer. Breaking the rule today, stuff it. I'm allowed to. I mean, you know. Who's gonna?
For example, in 2009, an academic lecturer from the University of Verde wrote a monologue that read, "To this day, Schuster uses comedy to conceal his motives, that is, to negatively define black people through laughter." Furthermore, Mr. Bones
why are you guys painting him as a racist, man?
As the savior of black people. Bullshit. In engaging with Schuster, it has been clear that racist ideologies such as that of white supremacy are still alive and well. Even though the movie There's a Zulu on My Stoop was massively successful internationally, it was also harshly reviewed by movie critics. TV Guide called it a Home Alone copycat. Movie Guide said that the movie thinks lightly of criminal activities, with Variety also writing, "Little interest is shown in modulating or keeping the events vaguely within the realms of possibility." And after the release of Mad Buddies, a movie critic from Sowetan wrote, "Schuster is a film criminal and he deserves to be dead by camera because there's no record of him attending film school to learn his craft," before adding, "Well done on Mad Buddies, bro. The script and the production are not too shabby, but bro, please lose the racial touch in your next project. It's a tiring subject, okay? Think out of the racial box for a change, please." To which Leon Schuster responded, "My films are for the people, not for the critics. Critics only write for other critics, and one said I should be shit." Furthermore, during the Black Lives Matter movement in 2020, the streaming service Showmax removed a lot of Leon Schuster's movies, including Mama Jack, citing that
when I always tell you guys, BLM, whatever happens over there in America affects everybody else. Fucking BLM coming to mess with us as well over here, damn it.
Might be potentially offensive to black people. For instance, in the movie called Panic Mechanic, there's a scene where Leon Schuster is painted as a black man and says,
"Fine, I'm okay. Hey, bro, you look stressed out. What's your problem?" You know what really stresses me out? You people. Nah, you cameraman.
And also, there's a part where he says the word gaffer, which means a chief electrician in a film or television production unit, but the public took it as Leon wanting to say the K word.
I didn't ask you for the tripod, I asked the gaffer for the lights here, okay? What's moet ik doen? Gaffer! Gaffer! You talking to Gaffer?
Dude, he's making a joke about a bad word.
No one said that to me and gets away with it.
Yeah, it's clearly a joke about the word.
And taking punches and slaps from other people.
It's clearly a joke about the connotation of the word. Like, how is that misunderstood that it's a joke about like, dude, like, really, bro? Come on, man.
Leon Schuster's body consequently became more fragile and caused him serious medical issues.
Because
in 2023, during the making of the 3rd installment of Mr. Bones.
It's obviously because it's fucking inflammatory, dude. It's meant to be that. It's social commentary, dude. Come on, man.
Leon Schuster fell off a van and severely injured his back while filming, prompting him to be rushed to the hospital where he was operated. And after the surgery, he appeared to be in stable condition and recovering, with people visiting him at the hospital. However, because back surgeries usually also come with bladder complications, in May 2024, Leon Schuster woke up from his sleep to go to the toilet, not realizing that he had accidentally peed on the floor. And as a result, he slipped on his own urine and injured his back again. Explaining in an interview, dude. "I got up confused and wanted to go to the toilet, but I had no idea where I was. I got up, wet my pants, stepped in the urine and fell on my back. Then I felt tremendous pain. I felt as if they could cut my back and give the bones to the dogs. I just laid there and screamed. Therefore, in late 2025, Leon was scheduled to undergo another operation, but first, he has to lose 15 kilograms to ensure that he doesn't suffer more complications. He further added, the doctor told me he can only take away 50% of my pain. It's a very delicate operation, and if any mistake is made, it can have severe consequences. He also opened up about his mental health, saying, you look for company, you don't want to be alone. If no one visits me, I sit on my stoop and think about life, which is not a good thing. One should be busy. I'm a hermit trapped in my house.
Yeah, man, he's just sitting on his porch like an old man, dude. Alone, sitting on his porch, dude. Fuck, man, that's sad. That South African shit relates, man. We're big porch sitters out here, you know. We're big at sitting on the porch, staring into the open abyss out here. It's a very South African tradition.
I can't drive myself, I can't fly.
Or staring into a fire.
Company and loneliness, my friend.
This is actually so sad. So Leon Schuster, the most famous South African comedian of all time, has revealed that he actually struggles with severe depression. He said in a recent interview that he struggles with loneliness. He even said that his biggest fear in life is that he will die alone. Isn't it just heartbreaking?
Following this, in August 2025, MultiChoice quietly lifted their suspension on Leon Schuster's movies, allowing them to return to DSTV and Showmax after removing them from its platforms for alleged racial insensitivity. These include movies like Sweet and Short, Oh Shucks, It's Shoot.
That's bullshit, dude. It's bullshit that you guys did that, man. It was a different time, dude, and he was never racist, dude. It was a different time when those movies were made in the fucking 80s, dude. Like, it could have been way worse. Like, if you look at our government did not have a good track record with regards to not being racist. So he was actually one of the fucking good ones, even if his stuff has undertones of that. He wasn't a racist. This bullshit, dude. Fucking DEI nonsense.
You must be joking. You must be joking too. Shucks, Payback the Money, Frank and Fearless, Mr. Bones 2, and Mama Jack. 2 months later, he was honored with the special award at the National Film and TV Awards of South Africa, as well as given a Lifetime Achievement Award and crowned as South Africa's King of Comedy. Many fans are also wishing for
that's
one
undeniable.
Leon Schuster,
Dude,
with Trevor Noah
I bet you, even if you ask the black people in this country, they'd be like, yeah, Leon Schuster, dude. Even the black people would probably be like, dude, yeah, Leon Schuster is fucking legend. Everybody loves that dude. What the fuck, dude? He made the whole country laugh for generations, dude. This is bullshit.
His flowers on his podcast.
Yeah, Leon Schuster's amazing. Don't slander Leon Schuster on my podcast.
Yeah, exactly.
And guys, don't get anyone. I have to go learn. Let anyone step into my world and slander Leon Schuster. I saw South Africans slandering.
Exactly. Dude, Trevor Noah is woke. He's a woke Californian dickhead liberal. And he's like, you don't slander Leon Schuster. That's the power right there. That's the Schuster power right there. Even the color dude is, the fucking liberal woke ass color dude is like, don't talk shit about Leon. One of the fucking most base things you've said, at least the South African in you came out there for a second between your gay Californianness that you've been infected by, Trevor. You used to be funny, you dick.
That man a few years ago, I was like, yo, guys, if I was here, I would have fought for that man. But the way Leon Schuster exposed racism in South Africa, that man went as an Indian.
He could have angered people without being a person of color.
Yes.
But he chose
He
that.
went as an Indian. And then people were like, it's blackface. What? No, it wasn't black. He was in disguise. There's a difference. Blackface is mocking a person for their race. This man went in disguise. Leon Schuster, for me, was one of the most informative experiences I had about South Africa.
It was deeply educational.
Because I was like,
even though Leon Schuster's movies were often criticized for racial insensitivity.
How can the woke lefty Californian fucking Hollywood person understand? Oh, well, he was South African, so he's not a complete retard, even though his views are stupid. But he understands. Like, this is what I don't understand. This is like, clearly this dude is not what they're painting him to be. Like, this is bullshit, man.
Today, more than 4 of his movies
whole country loves that dude. Nobody fucking was offended by any of his
recently
movies
he shared how difficult his life has been after multiple surgeries, saying, it feels like a kind of hell that has been multiplied over the years. There's no way out.
Right there was his black co-actor, the co-lead in Zulu on My Stoop, doing whiteface. He just fucking, come on, man. Doing white chick shit already back here in South Africa back in the 80s, man. Even before fucking white chicks. Like, this was like fucking Eddie Murphy times they were doing this shit. This was even before Eddie Murphy did it, dude. They were doing it.
for me but to take painkillers every day of my life. I've been to 3 neurosurgeons who told me that they can't operate where other doctors have already operated because if they make a mistake and the damage is even worse, they can be blamed. I already had a knee replacement for my left knee years ago. Now it looks like I might have to have a second knee replacement. He also revealed that he's unable to enjoy outdoor activities and that sometimes his friends visit him to watch rugby, but after the match, he goes straight to bed because his back becomes incredibly painful after sitting upright on the couch for 90 minutes, which is ironically sad. How someone who spent his entire life making comedy movies to make the whole country laugh and smile is now spending his old years in severe chronic pain and isolation.
And dying alone.
You are jacked.
I work out.
Can we get your shirt off?
No.
How come? Joe, don't be selfish. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Speaking of sex, have you been on this OnlyFans thing?
Dude. I wish we had time for this because, dude, Harland Williams on his... Go watch the Joe Rogan Harland just did. Harland is a comedy legend. He's one of the few still going that just goes balls to the wall and does not give a shit. The fact that every time this man goes on Joe Rogan, he trolls Joe Rogan and that shit goes viral is so good, dude. The fact that Harland was able to get Joe Rogan to take off his shirt during a fucking podcast is the power of Harland Williams. So I'm telling you that this was meant to be a review about Harland and how good he is. The fact that all he cares about is making people laugh and he always goes balls to the wall, especially when he goes on Rogan. But so by the way, and what's funny about this is the podcast cringe that I was going to play is a South African. I never knew podcast cringe was a South African. I was going to troll you guys and say, it's fine. I was going to do a thing and tell you guys, where's this dude from? Is he Australian, British, or South African? Because I was even a little bit confused. I was like, he's either Aussie or South African, but I'm like thinking South African, but I'm like, sometimes he sounds Aussie. But yeah, no, he's South African. But yeah, he did a good review on this. Harland's a legend, dude. Harland's a legend. So I'll tell you guys, there's a bit of homework for you for the stream. Go either support Podcast Cringe, a fellow South African, or go watch the actual Joe Rogan. I'm sure there's a lot more in it. Harland's a funny bastard. But I think that what we're gonna do is let's cut it there. We're already at 6.5 hours. And then what I'll do is I'll send you guys off somewhere nice. I'll find some place nice for you all to go visit. Let's see what we got. Let's see who we got that we can send you guys off to. And I just want to say a massive thanks to everybody for coming to come and do this comedy section. At least we kind of went through it. I mean, we stopped on kind of modern day South African comedy. The Harland thing was meant to be our breakdown of modern day. But we kind of got to modern day with some of the stuff. So, you know, it's fine. It's fine. You guys know what's going on right now. You're alive right now. So I think it's fine if we didn't do too much of right now. It would have been nice. But I mean, dude, this is like each one of these sections of comedy history could be its bloody own stream at this point. You could basically do 2 hours on each one of these that we went through just to do like a broad brush. But I massively appreciate y'all for coming to hang and coming to chill. Hopefully you guys had a good one. Dude, that first 2 hours just flew by like nothing. That was wild. You know what? Let me see. I don't really see any, but I mean Jardar isn't probably not even gonna notice if we raid y'all over there. So what I think we should do is, you know what? I'm going to send y'all over to Uncle Rob. You can tell him I sent you. He'll take care of y'all. Keep y'all safe from the nether realms of the internet. Rob's a good dude. Go show some love to him if you're not subscribed. I'm sure you are already. You go show him some love. He's a legend. And then what? Oh, is that locked in? Did I lock that in? Is that saved? Yeah, it's saved and locked in. Okay, cool. Wait, hold on. No. Oh shit, we got to do one funny one. Yeah, at the end. We'll do one quickly. We'll do one. Bam.
What the hell is this?
Hey, this one's for Uncle Farah, and we have Ben Talk in here. Let's go. Enjoy, fellas.
What the hell is this?
Requisition form, sir.
Requisitions? What is this, the Navy?
Well, I thought you requested them, sir.
Let's have a bloody look then. Cadian 5th, you requested standard munition rounds, extra corpse starch rations, and personal clocks that last longer than 15 hours.
We're feeling optimistic.
Feel good about it.
Yeah.
Oh, Mikey. Mikey's dead.
Denied.
Oh, what?
Catachan 5th, you have ordered... What the fuck is this? A single machete. For your entire regiment.
That's all we need, mate.
No, it isn't. Are you stupid? That's ridiculous. You need weapons and guns, and obviously you're fighting aliens. Dumbass, you're gonna get your men killed. Shut it.
Sir, any word on our resupply?
88th Krieg Regiment, you get shovels.
Could you repeat that, sir?
Shovels, spades, dig.
There must be some kind of mistake.
No.
I ordered 8 miles of razor wire.
No.
And resupply for my artillery.
No, you get shovels. Get shovels, you fucking stupid little suicide charge. Make your little happy gas mask noises. Make your little happy gas mask. Go fuck yourself. Right, last one on the list, Sergeant Alan Farius.
Yes, hello. I was here to request the files, the files for the location of the forces.
You're Alfarius.
And
You're Alfarius.
no,
I'm
not,
so stupid.
I'm not
How did this happen?
No, I'm a guardsman.
No, I'm killing you. I'm killing you right
Okay,
now.
go
No.
Hey, whoa.
Yep.
What the hell is this?
Requisition form, sir.
Requisitions? What is this, the Navy?
Well, I thought you requested them, sir.
Let's have a bloody look.
Hey, let's go. I had to hit you guys with one out of the silly jaw, you know, before we go. We went a little bit long, but we at least had one out of the piss folder here at the end. I massively appreciate it. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang with me. I need to sleep. It's 5 a.m. over here Friday morning, so that I can be ready for tomorrow's show. I massively appreciate everybody for stopping by. It's good to be back in the streaming room finally and have a bit of a room again. I'll add to it as time goes on. I just packed some of the stuff out, but obviously I'm not going to take stuff from the rest of the house. Some of you know the workshop has some of my art shit in it. The rest of the house has paintings and things, but I'm not taking paintings out of other parts of the house just to decorate the stream room. So I just put back all the stuff that used to be in here, or all the stuff that was packed away. So we'll add stuff with time and change some things around. Some of the shit is sketchy as hell, dude. It's like propped up on other things, and it's not unsafe. Like if I stand up and bump that table behind me, everything's gonna fall down. So I need to sort everything out properly at some point. Maybe make some shelves. But I massively appreciate that. I'm gonna see all of y'all later. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Come by, come and have some fun. It's going to be a fun one. We're going to take the piss, have a good time. Teriak, Bricky, myself, you know. And you know what? Behave yourselves. Even if it's poorly, every day we do a little bit better, all right? That's all we can do. That's all we can do. All right? A little bit every day. Eventually make a lot of it, all right? And then it's not as shit. Know what I'm saying? All right. Love you guys. God bless. Thank you so much for coming to hang with me. Everybody here at the end. Okay, wait. Got a shout out. Oh, dude, I got to open this thing now. Wait, hold on. We'll just do it. We'll do it. Wait, I'll do it on stream. Hold on. Let me do it like this. I can do it like this. Shout out to everybody for the support. I massively appreciate that. Shout out to Chase Crosp, Mr. Bentalk for the membership. Chase Crosp again. Mr. Bentar coming in with his 13-month membership. That's wild, buddy. You are a legend. Mr. Benturong coming in again with his video. Get Wrecked Scrub. Appreciate that. Mr. Ferrer coming in with the video. Appreciate that. Get Wrecked with the memberships and Get Wrecked at the end with the God Bless. I appreciate that massively. And a massive shout out to Uncle Ferrer, the legend. And Miss Marin, Always America 1776. Thank you so much, guys. Not letting YouTube take the money. I appreciate that massively. Thank you so much for the support. Again, God bless. God bless. God flex. God flexes on everybody because nobody else can outmod God. Damn right he does. Bloody words is difficult. Okay. Love you guys. God bless. May God flex on you on this day. Have a good one. I'm sorry if I'm doing heresies. Love you guys. Truly, God bless. Appreciate y'all, and I'll see y'all on the other side. All right. Shout out to everybody who's still here at the end. Uncle Ben Too Wrong, Always America Ferrer, legend. Roy McCoy, legends. I hope you guys have an amazing evening. See you on the other side. Have a good evening. Miss Marin. Bye-bye.
Yeah, what's up, everybody? I appreciate you watching the video. What did we just... thank you just watching.
And Jacoba. Have a good evening.
The video. Please leave a like and a subscribe for Chris. And maybe send him some money. Puffy's gonna use some of that money to buy. Just get some shells. Just get new shells. And Puffy's gonna steal the rest for some nice, that sticky icky business. Puffy's a little bit messed up. Love you. Bye.